In this digital realm, players hunted massive demons and ground through endless levels. It was a place where anyone could become a hero if they put in the work. The protagonist had reached level 998, standing on the threshold of the world's first level cap. He was about to make gaming history by becoming the first to hit the ceiling. Back in the real world, his hand was practically fused to his mouse. The constant sound of clicking was the only thing filling his dark apartment. He was deep in a trance, muttering strategy into his headset. His focus was so intense that the rest of the world had completely ceased to exist. Hunched over in his hoodie and VR gear, he was a ghost of a person. He hadn't moved from that chair in days, driven by a single-minded obsession. His eyes were bloodshot and raw, practically screaming for rest. He knew playing for 200 hours straight was dangerous, but he told himself he'd sleep once the job was done. His room was a disaster zone of empty cans and trash, lit only by the harsh glow of his monitors. He was a man who had traded everything for a digital achievement. He just wanted to be the best at something, to master one thing in his life and finally leave a mark on history. He remembered the years spent buried in textbooks, trying to claw his way to the top of his classes. No matter how hard he studied, the #1 spot always stayed just out of reach. Sports were the same story. He was always the one on the third-place podium, looking up at the winners. He was tired of being the runner-up. The weight of a lifetime of being second best fueled his determination in the game. He refused to let this one opportunity to be the best slip through his fingers. In the game, he clenched his fist, feeling the power of his high-level avatar. He was so close he could taste it. He stood before a massive, bleeding demon, the final obstacle between him and the cap. This was his moment of glory, the culmination of thousands of hours of effort. The monster roared, lunging with its massive, razor-sharp claws. He didn't flinch. He was ready to end this once and for all. He charged forward with a triumphant shout, his sword glowing with divine energy. He was finally going to be #1. He leaped into the air, raising his blade for the finishing blow. In his mind, he was already celebrating his victory. But then a sudden, agonizing pain gripped his chest. He gasped, his hand flying to his heart as his world suddenly tilted. His eyes went wide with shock. He couldn't believe his body was giving out right as he was about to cross the finish line. The demon's face blurred as his vision started to dim. He tried to stay focused, but his strength was rapidly draining away. He had been so close, yet everything was turning to darkness. His ultimate achievement was vanishing into the void. The "You died" screen flashed across his monitor, a cruel irony for what was happening in reality. It wasn't just a game over. He died right there in his chair, just moments before his final level up. His pursuit of the top had ended in a quiet, lonely death. Then he suddenly woke up to the sound of rustling leaves and the sight of a clear blue sky. He sat up, gasping as his lungs filled with fresh air. Alan looked at his hands, realizing he was in a completely new body. He was in a forest, and everything felt incredibly real, far beyond any VR simulation. A sudden, desperate scream nearby made him jump. He turned his head, sweat breaking out on his forehead as he realized he wasn't alone. A green-skinned creature with a red mohawk was lunging at someone. It was a goblin, but it didn't look like a collection of pixels anymore. The monster snarled, its eyes glowing with a feral hunger. This was a real predator, and it was moving with a terrifying speed. Villagers were running in panic as a pack of goblins chased them through the clearing. The air was thick with dust and the sounds of a struggle. Alan watched the scene unfold, his mind racing. He recognized these creatures. They were fire goblins, straight out of the game he just died playing. A villager tried to swing a tool at one of them, but the goblin effortlessly shattered the wooden handle. The man's only weapon was gone in an instant. A holographic text box appeared over the monster's head. Fire Goblin LV 7. Alan realized that even in this world, the game system was still in effect. The terrified man froze as a box appeared above him, labeling him as a peasant LV. One he was completely outmatched and had no chance of survival. Alan looked at his hands again, realizing he could feel the sun's warmth and the wind on his skin. He wasn't playing a game. He had actually been reincarnated. He clenched his fist, a surge of adrenaline washing over him. He was in the world of ZFO, a world he knew better than anyone. If the rules of the game still applied, then he had a path forward. He focused his mind, calling out a command he knew by heart. A blue status window flickered to life in front of him. It displayed his new name, Alan, and a prompt for him to select a class. He stared at his level 1 status. He was at the very bottom again, starting from scratch in a world of monsters. He remembered how he had failed to reach the top in his last life. This time, he was determined to finally reach the summit, no matter what it took. "Hey, you there, adventurer!" A loud voice broke through his thoughts as villagers scrambled for safety. The bald villager was shouting at him, his face twisted in terror as the goblins closed in. He was waving his arms, desperately pleading for help. Alan looked at the man and then at the monsters. If he was going to survive in this new world, he had to make his choice right now. Alan looks out at the chaos, wondering if this world follows the same script as the game, where adventurers are destined to clash with the Demon Lord's army. He shuts out the noise for a second, focusing on his status window to finally choose his character class. The bald villager and the bandana villager watch him with wide eyes, horrified that their potential hero is only a measly level 1. Alan knows they're right. As it stands, a level 1 is basically no different from the helpless people running for their lives. He scans the standard options, realizing that a normal fighter or mage class won't bridge the massive gap between him and the level 7 monsters. His finger stops on the crafter icon, a choice most players in the game avoided like the plague. In the world of ZFO, crafters were considered the ultimate trap class because they only possessed the basic craft skill and lacked any real combat potential. Alan's gaze sharpens as a plan begins to take shape in his mind. He realizes that since the game's settings have become his reality, he should be able to abuse the crafter's mechanics in ways the developers never imagined. Without a second thought, he presses the screen to confirm his choice and take his first real step in this new life. A chime rings out in the air as his status updates, officially setting his class to crafter. Alan stands amidst a swirl of blue mana as a glowing green crystal forms in his hand, ready to be shaped by his will. He channels his energy into the crystal, blue lightning dancing between his palms as he begins the crafting process. The mana coalesces into a complex metallic form, hummed with the high-pitched vibration of a machine coming to life. A few seconds later, he's holding a fully functional assault rifle, its lethal stats appearing on a blue status screen hovering nearby. Alan smirks, confirming that the skill allows him to create any object as long as he has a perfect understanding of its internal structure. He thinks back to his past life, where his obsession with being the best led him to study everything from mechanics to advanced engineering. His knowledge is vast. If he knows the blueprints, he could theoretically even craft a fighter jet in this medieval world. The bandana villager yells in shock, never having seen a weapon made of steel and plastic that looks so completely alien to his world. Alan checks the weight of the rifle, noting that people in this world seem to treat the crafter class with the same disdain as players in ZFO. He settles his finger onto the trigger, ready to show everyone exactly how a trap class handles a goblin problem. A hail of gunfire erupts from the barrel, muzzle flashes lighting up the forest, as Alan unleashes a flurry of lead on the attacking monsters. The fire goblins don't stand a chance as the high-velocity bullets tear through them, blood spraying across the ground as they fall one by one. Alan remains calm amidst the gunfire, his eyes cold and focused on the remaining targets as the smoke clears. He stands surrounded by a blue aura, a modern warrior in a world that has only seen swords and magic. For anyone else, crafter was a joke, but to him, it's easily the most broken class in existence. The bald villager and his companion stare in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how a level 1 adventurer just wiped out a pack of goblins. Alan walks toward them, his rifle slung over his shoulder as the dust settles. He produces a new mana crystal, telling the villagers that it's time for them to handle the rest of the monsters themselves. The bandana villager flinches as a glowing assault rifle materializes in his hands, buzzing with leftover magical energy. Both men stare at the weapons with a mix of awe and terror, wondering how something so small can be so lethal. They look at Alan with newfound respect, thanking him profusely for giving them a way to fight back. The bandana villager grips the gun tightly, but his hands tremble as he wonders if they might accidentally shoot each other. Alan assures them they'll be safe, explaining that he placed magical restrictions on the weapons so they can't harm humans. To prove his point, he fires a shot directly at the bandana villager's feet, sending the man scrambling back in fright. The villager winces, bracing for the impact of a bullet that he's sure is going to hit him. Instead, the projectile just bounces off his arm like a harmless pebble, leaving him completely unscathed. Alan gives them a quick nod, telling them they can now fire at the monsters without any fear of accidental casualties. The bald villager lets out a shout of defiance, taking aim and letting the bullets fly at the remaining fire goblins. The goblins are shredded by the sudden crossfire, unable to cope with a type of warfare they've never seen before. Alan watches the scene with a satisfied expression, his eyes tracking the efficiency of his modern weapons in a fantasy setting. Suddenly, a status window pops up in his vision. He's already leveled up to level 2 just by supplying weapons to the villagers. A diagram explains the unique experience-sharing mechanic of the crafter class. While they don't fight on the front lines, They receive a share of the EXP whenever their creations are used to defeat enemies. The bald villager reaches out to Alan, offering him a small, glowing red gem as a token of gratitude for saving their lives during the goblin raid. Alan examines the gift, recognizing it as a fire goblin's magic stone, a valuable resource that he knows will be crucial for his next stage of development. In this world, magic stones are the literal essence of a monster's power, serving as the primary currency for adventurers who trade them at the guild. The Adventurers Guild, symbolized by a proud golden lion on a red banner, processes these stones to fuel the magical technology that powers cities and kingdoms. A bone-chilling roar suddenly rips through the air, causing the bald villager to jump in fright as a massive shadow falls over the clearing. Emerging from the smoke is the Goblin Knight boss, a towering green-skinned giant clad in thick steel armor with a blood-red plume swaying atop its helmet. Alan's eyes narrow as he watches the villagers flee in terror, realizing this monster is on a completely different level than the scouts he just killed. A blue system window confirms his assessment. The Goblin Knight is a level 13 boss-class entity, possessing strength far beyond anything the village could defend against. The bandana villager and the bald villager desperately open fire with their assault rifles, the rapid fire reports echoing through the trees as they try to halt the beast. The bullets strike the Goblin Knight's massive shield, but they only result in a shower of sparks before ricocheting harmlessly away. The Goblin Knight boss lets out a guttural, mocking laugh, its glowing red eyes fixed on the puny humans whose weapons can't even graze its skin. Seeing their weapons fail, the villagers freeze in place as the armored giant continues its slow, menacing march toward them. Alan grits his teeth, calculating the odds and realizing that at his current level, his standard creations aren't powerful enough to pierce that boss's defense. The ground explodes under the Goblin Knight's feet as it suddenly charges forward, its massive frame creating a terrifying shockwave of dirt and stone. "Run, you'll be killed!" The villagers scream at Alan, who remains standing in the monster's path with a cold, focused expression. He looks down at the magic stone in his hand, remembering a specific game mechanic that allows crafters to use monster materials to temporarily modify and enhance equipment. The Goblin Knight looms over him, raising its heavy mace for a crushing strike that would pulverize any ordinary human in an instant. Alan leaps back just as the mace smashes into the earth, his mind racing as he decides to test the limits of his crafting skill in the heat of battle. He initiates the craft, skill, blue lightning crackling around him, as he forces the magic stone's energy to meld with the steel of his weapon. The mana from the stone flows into the machinery, reshaping the weapon into a more complex and destructive form. A massive rocket launcher materializes in his grip, its shark-faced barrel glowing with the orange light of the fire goblin's essence, and an attack power over 500. Taking aim through the holographic scope, Alan feels the raw power of the fire element surging through the launcher's frame. He adjusts the settings to dump all of the weapon's energy into a single, devastating shot, knowing he only has one chance to take down the armored boss. He pulls the trigger, and a blinding beam of fire and metal streaks across the clearing toward the charging Goblin Knight. The Goblin Knight boss barely has time to react before the projectile slams into its chest, the impact buckling its heavy steel plate and lighting up the forest. A gargantuan explosion rocks the entire area, and as the smoke rises, a series of level UP notifications begin to flood Alan's vision. The notifications chime rapidly, announcing that Alan has surged forward from level 2 to level 4 in a matter of seconds. The Goblin Knight lies smoking and defeated in a massive crater, leaving behind a pulsing red magic stone as its final drop. The bandana villager and his friend stare at the wreckage in absolute disbelief, unable to process how a weak crafter just vaporized a high-level boss. Alan observes the blue energy dissipating from his hands, noting the trade-off. Magic stone crafting is incredibly powerful, but it consumes the weapon once the energy is spent. The villagers rush toward him, their fear replaced by awe as they ask if he's some legendary hero from a famous adventurer clan. Alan just gives them a half-smile, looking up at the clear blue sky and telling them that he's really just a rookie finding his way in this new world. Little do they know, this moment marks the birth of an unprecedented crafter, one who will defy all the laws and limitations of the game system. In an era of constant war, where the demon lord's shadows threaten to swallow everything, the status quo is about to be shattered by a single man. A new legend is rising, a single existence who holds the literal power to craft the end of this long conflict and the salvation of the world. Alan reaches down and picks up the boss's massive magic stone, the heat still radiating from the gem as he considers its potential. He turns it over in his hand, his mind already racing with plans for his next upgrade and more efficient ways to gain experience. With a determined look in his eyes, he sets a final goal for himself. He will be the first person in history to reach level 999. Alan stands before a massive rock golem, his level displayed as 13, while the monster sits at a daunting 20. He wasn't exactly expecting such a large target to show up while he was out testing his new gear. He levels his rifle, his gaze sharp and focused as he prepares to engage. Despite the level gap, Alan remains remarkably calm, trusting in his tactical knowledge. The rock golem looms over him, its glowing red eyes fixed on its tiny opponent as it lets out a deep, ground-shaking rumble. Alan notes that this is the perfect test for his current equipment. Alan doesn't hesitate and opens fire, a steady stream of bullets erupting from the muzzle of his AK-47. The air is filled with the rhythmic thrum of gunfire as he starts the assault. The rounds impact the golem's rocky exterior, sending sparks and stone fragments flying everywhere. It's a series of direct hits, but the massive creature barely seems to flinch. Deep gouges are carved into the golem's chest, smoking from the heat and friction of the impacts. However, the damage appears to be mostly superficial at this stage. Green light begins to pulse from the golem's core, swirling around its wounds and knitting the rock back together. The chipped stone starts to reform almost as fast as it was broken. Within seconds, the golem is completely restored, letting out a roar that highlights its overwhelming defensive power. Alan realized that standard physical attacks aren't going to be enough. He lowers his weapon slightly, observing the creature's high-speed regeneration. He needs to find a way to bypass that thick armor if he wants to win this. He looks down at his assault rifle, considering his next move. Even with maximized attack power, he needs a strategic edge to crack the golem's defense. His HUD displays the gun's current stats: 175 attack power and 30 rounds in the mag. It's a solid weapon, but it's time to push its limits. Deciding to try a more advanced technique, Alan activates his retrofit skill. His hands glow with magical energy as he prepares to modify the firearm right in the middle of the field. The rifle is enveloped in a bright blue aura as the crafting skill takes hold. Bolts of lightning dance across the metal as the weapon's internal structure begins to shift. A new compartment opens up on the side of the receiver, specifically designed for a magical enhancement. Alan is literally building a better weapon on the fly to adapt to the threat. The slot ad is successful, and the assault rifle now features an open magic stone slot. Alan's tactical flexibility is proving to be his greatest asset. He glances over his shoulder, keeping an eye on the golem while he prepares the finishing touch. He knows exactly what kind of boost he needs to finish this fight. Loading a magic stone should do more than just increase raw damage. It'll add a specialized elemental effect to every bullet. He just needs to choose the right one from his stash. He reaches into his spatial inventory, a shimmering blue portal opening above his palm. He's got a hoard of loot ready and waiting to be utilized. He pulls out a golem's magic stone, a glowing amber gem he picked up earlier. It's the perfect catalyst for this specific weapon upgrade. With a practiced motion, he slots the stone into the newly created chamber on his rifle. He's counting on this modification to turn the tide in his favor. The stone clicks into place, pulsing with intense orange light as it syncs with the gun's machinery. The entire weapon hums with a newfound, powerful energy. Alan's eyes narrow as the energy surge finishes, his focus returning entirely to the stone monster in front of him. He's ready for round 2. The rifle's surface hardens into a rocky, reinforced texture, crackling with a blue electrical discharge. It's no longer just a standard firearm, it's a specialized monster slayer. A new notification confirms that the penetration effect has been added to his shots. This upgrade allows his bullets to completely ignore the golem's high physical defense. Alan is satisfied with the results, knowing he's just turned the golem's greatest strength into its biggest liability. He's not just a fighter, he's a master of building systems. The golem raises its massive arms, preparing to crush the intruder into the dirt. It has no idea the game has completely changed since their last exchange. Alan takes aim one last time, his barrel glowing with the power of the embedded magic stone. He taunts the beast, telling it to see how it likes this new firepower. He pulls the trigger, and a hail of magically enhanced rounds tears through the air. The sound of the gunfire is even more thunderous and impactful than before. This time, the bullets don't just chip the surface. They punch straight through the golem's stone body like it's made of wet paper. The creature is being shredded from the inside out. Alan watches through his sights, his expression cold as he confirms each hit. He's not leaving anything to chance and makes sure every shot counts. The golem lets out a final, pained groan as its massive structure begins to crumble under the assault. Its glowing red eyes flicker and start to fade away. A massive explosion rocks the clearing as the golem's core shatters, sending boulders flying in every direction. The threat has been completely and violently neutralized. As the dust settles, a chime sounds. Alan has officially leveled up to 14. He stands tall, unfazed by the absolute destruction he just caused. The magic stone in his rifle shatters, its energy exhausted after that single, overwhelming burst. Luckily, the weapon itself remains intact and ready for another round of crafting. Alan kneels down to pick up a small, glowing gem left behind in the rubble. It's another high-grade magic stone, a valuable addition to his collection. To his surprise, he levels up again, reaching level 15 right then and there. He notes that his progress is accelerating even faster than he had planned. A system message reveals the secret. The peasants of Shuren village have just repelled an orc horde using his weapons. Alan isn't just leveling from his own solo fights. He remembers traveling to various villages and handing out firearms to the locals. By helping them defend themselves, he's created a global network for gaining experience points. It's essentially passive income, but for levels. Choosing the crafter class was the best decision he ever made, turning him into a one-man army with virtually unlimited growth potential. Far away at the Adventurers Guild headquarters, the sun shines over a massive, fortified castle. This is where the world's elite keep tabs on every adventurer's progress. Inside, staff members gather around a giant scrying orb, looking completely bewildered by what they're seeing. They've detected an adventurer whose level is jumping at an impossible rate. A young guild official stares into a magical monitor, her face pale with shock as she reads the data. The values she's seeing shouldn't be possible for anyone, let alone a low-level crafter. At the guild headquarters, the staff are in a state of utter disbelief. They've detected an adventurer who jumped from level 4 to 15 in just 4 days, a speed they consider completely impossible. They pull up the records to verify the data, and the name on the screen is Alan. It's a name that none of them have encountered before, making the anomaly even more suspicious. A female guild official is particularly stunned to see that his job class is listed as crafter. She can't wrap her head around how a supposedly weak job could ever raise its level so rapidly. A senior official decides they need to dig deeper into this mystery. He orders his team to project a recording of Alan's previous battle onto a large magic crystal for everyone to see. The crystal glows, showing a holographic playback of Alan's fight with the rock golem. The observers are floored. He's overwhelming a monster famous for its defense with nothing but direct physical hits. They lean in, their eyes wide as they watch the strange, silver object in Alan's hands. None of the experts in the room can recognize the technology he's using to generate that kind of power. "I've never seen anything like that," one staffer whispers, sweat beads forming on his brow. The sheer destructive power of the unfamiliar weapon is starting to frighten them. They watch as the rock golem is shredded with ease, despite its reputation for absolute physical defense. The level of destruction is completely out of proportion for a level 15 adventurer. Based on his raw firepower alone, the staff estimate that Alan is operating at the equivalent of level 50. They simply can't believe a crafter could possess such a deadly, high-level arsenal. In the recording, Alan looks cold and calculated, a stark contrast to how crafters are usually perceived. The guild officials are used to seeing crafters as the weakest support members of a party. They acknowledge that while the logic behind his strength is a mystery, this man is clearly exceptional. He has broken every standard metric the guild uses to evaluate talent and potential. The unnamed guild master, a sharp-eyed man with glasses and a goatee, steps forward to take a closer look at the data. He realizes they might have finally found the vessel they've been searching for. Meanwhile, Alan has already moved on to his next challenge, completely unaware he's being monitored by the top brass. He's found himself face-to-face with yet another boss-tier monster. A massive sandworm, a level 27 boss class, bursts from the dunes and towers over the desert landscape. It's a much higher level than the previous golem, but Alan doesn't seem worried. He notes that the sandworm has abnormally high HP despite its relatively low defense. It's the perfect test subject to see how far he can push the limits of his crafted gear. He weighs his options, thinking about his heavy artillery. Rocket launchers have incredible punch, but the fact that they're single shot makes them a risky choice for a target this large. He takes out the rock golem's magic stone he just harvested from his last fight. He's curious to see how much raw firepower he can stack by retrofitting his handgun with better materials. Alan activates his craft skill, his hands becoming a focal point for cascading electrical energy and blue sparks. The sand around his feet kicks up as the high-speed transformation begins. A HUD display shows the handgun's updated stats, with the attack power reaching a solid 1220. A massive 55% correction has already been applied, making it deadlier than any standard pistol. He begins the process of fusing the magic stone directly into the weapon's core to enhance its performance. He isn't stopping there either, looking to push the power even higher. Alan decides to retrofit yet another magic stone to layer even more magical effects onto the firearm. He's building a weapon that defies all the common sense of this fantasy world. The handgun pulses with intense white light and mana as the double retrofit process nears completion. Blue sparks arc off the barrel as the weapon finally stabilizes. He levels the modified weapon at the sandworm, his expression grim and focused. It's now a freezing handgun with an attack power of 1891, nearly double what he started with. By using a grade Ice Pixie's magic stone, he's added a freezing attribute to every bullet he fires. This should help him manage the worm's massive health bar much more efficiently. Satisfied that everything is going according to his plan, Alan prepares to fire the opening shot. He knows exactly how this encounter is going to end for the monster. The sandworm looms over him, a massive target that's effectively impossible to miss at this range. It has no idea it's about to be turned into a giant desert ice sculpture. He pulls the trigger, and a streak of blue energy erupts from the muzzle with a sharp crack. The force of the shot kicks up a thick cloud of dust around his feet. The magical rounds slam into the sandworm's gaping maw, and frost begins to bloom instantly from the point of impact. The freezing effect spreads across the monster with terrifying speed. Alan keeps his focus sharp, watching as the supernatural ice encases the monster's entire massive body. He doesn't let up until the freezing process is completely finished. In seconds, the towering desert predator is transformed into a jagged pillar of solid ice. The freezing was so complete that the boss didn't even have time to retreat into the sand. Cracks begin to web across the frozen surface as the weight of the ice starts to overwhelm the worm's internal structure. The boss is effectively finished and defenseless. Alan walks up to the frozen giant and gives it a light, casual tap with the barrel of his handgun. He's remarkably calm for someone who just took down a boss single-handedly. The entire sandworm shatters into millions of glinting ice shards, raining down onto the desert floor. He's proven that even a handgun can instant-kill a boss if it's modified with the right skills. Standing amidst the frozen remains, Alan reflects on the true power of his chosen path. For him, the crafter job isn't a trash class, it's clearly a god-tier profession. He reaches down and picks up a new piece of glowing loot from the ground. It's another high-grade magic stone, the fruit of his latest victory over a boss. Looking out over the horizon toward a nearby town, he decides it's finally time to wrap things up. He needs to head back and exchange his growing hoard of stones for some actual cash. Shortly after, he arrives at a local branch of the Adventurers Guild to cash in. He heads straight for the main counter, looking to get paid for his hard work in the field. The young female receptionist is nearly buried under the mountain of colorful magic stones Alan piles onto the counter. She's never seen an individual bring in such a massive haul all at once. When she asks for his name to process the transaction, he simply identifies himself as Alan. He doesn't seem to realize the storm he's about to cause within the guild. The receptionist breaks into a cold sweat as she checks his records, her eyes darting nervously between him and the paperwork. She tells him to please wait just a moment as she leaves the counter. Alan waits patiently, but he immediately senses a tense change in the atmosphere. He can tell something isn't right by the suspicious way the other adventurers are glancing at him. Suddenly, the sound of heavy metal boots echoes through the hall as a squad of armed guards approaches him. Alan's gaze turns sharp and wary as he prepares for whatever trouble is coming his way. Alan finds himself surrounded by heavily armored guards, their presence looming over him as he stands by his mountain of magic stones. The atmosphere in the guild branch has turned from clerical to confrontational in an instant. The lead guard, clad in gleaming silver plate, addresses him directly to confirm his identity. He informs Alan that a serious suspicion has been cast upon him, warranting immediate intervention. Alan meets the guard's gaze with a sharp, skeptical look, his confusion evident. He demands to know exactly what they mean by such an accusation, unwilling to be intimidated by their numbers. Before he can get an answer, several magical chains of blue energy erupt and wrap tightly around his torso and arms. The glowing restraints hum with power, completely binding him where he stands. The lead guard's eyes are cold and unwavering as he declares that Alan is being taken to the guild headquarters immediately. Alan's expression remains grim and calculating, realizing that his meteoric rise has finally drawn the wrong kind of attention. Inside the Adventurers Guild headquarters, Alan is bound by magical containment chains. He's surrounded by guards and high-ranking officials who are all keeping a very close eye on him. The man at the head of the table gives the order to release him. The blue magic chains shatter instantly, dissolving into a shower of light as Alan's hands are free. The unnamed guildmaster, a middle-aged man with sharp glasses and a small goatee, offers a calm apology for the rough treatment. He admits he was just too curious about how Alan managed to level up at such an impossible speed. The guildmaster leans forward, clasping his hands as he studies Alan intently. He has the look of a strategist who's more interested in information than raw intimidation. Alan just rubs his wrists, looking completely unfazed by the interrogation. He asks point-blank what they actually want from him. One of the younger guild members slams his hands on the table and stands up. He's losing his patience and demands that Alan explain the details of the weapon he calls a gun. Alan stares back, telling them flatly that they probably wouldn't understand it even if he told them. He describes it as a collection of advanced technologies that simply don't exist in this world. A guild official with brown hair lets out a mocking scoff. He smirks at Alan, saying he's talking pretty big for someone with a trash crafter class. He pushes further, questioning if the gun is actually as impressive as Alan claims. The room goes quiet as everyone waits for a response. Alan realizes they're just trying to bait him into talking, but he's fine with showing them what he can do. He decides to give them a sample of the gear he provided to the local farmers. He activates his craft skill, and blue energy begins to swirl between his hands. The air hums with power as he starts materializing something from nothing. A fully functional assault rifle appears in a flash of light, floating right in front of the stunned guild official. He can't believe his eyes as the weapon manifests out of thin air. A status window pops up, revealing some insane stats for the rifle. It has an attack power of 50 plus a level multiplier, can hold 30 rounds, and even reloads itself automatically. The guild members are absolutely floored by what they're seeing. An attack power of 50 is on par with an elite knight, and the fire rate is something they've never even heard of. Alan turns his back on them and starts walking away, done with the display. He asks if that's enough to satisfy their curiosity so he can finally leave. He tells them his goal is to be the first person to reach level 99, so he doesn't have any more time to waste sitting around. His focus is entirely on the grind. The guild master stands up and calls out for him to wait. He's suddenly much more serious than before. He asks Alan if his ultimate goal is to defeat the Demon King. It's a heavy question that changes the entire mood of the room. Alan looks back and confirms that's basically the plan. He mentions hearing that things are getting pretty bad out there in the rural areas. The guild master's expression darkens as he confirms the situation is an unprecedented crisis. The Demon King's army is a massive threat that humanity is struggling to contain. He reveals that they've already lost a major city just a few days ago. The destruction shown in the records is absolute, with nothing but rubble and fire left behind. Alan isn't moved, saying he'll deal with those problems when the time comes. He casually reminds the guild master to make an appointment if he wants to talk again. He reaches for the door, but the guild master tries to stop him one last time. Alan is clearly getting annoyed by all the interruptions. He looks back with a tired expression, asking what it could possibly be this time. He's ready to move on. The guild master points out that if he wants to level up efficiently, he should really consider joining a clan. He's speaking as if he's offering some high-level insider advice. Alan just tilts his head, wondering what a clan even is in this world's context. A small Chibai Alan appears, looking totally lost. The guild master explains that they're organizations formed by adventurers. He even offers to give Alan a personal introduction to a top-tier A-rank clan. Suddenly, another guild member jumps in and tells the leader to stop trying to hog the spotlight. He's got his own ideas about where Alan should go. He shoves the guild master aside to recommend his own favorite elite A-rank group. He claims they're much better suited for someone like Alan. The meeting descends into total chaos as all the guild officials start arguing and shouting over each other, each trying to push their own clan choice. Alan just watches the mess from across the room. Alan finally cuts through the noise and says he has absolutely no intention of joining any clan right now. He's not interested in being tied down by their rules. He makes it clear that he prefers to move freely and do things his own way. The guild master looks a bit disappointed, but seems to respect the decision. With a final thanks, Alan walks out the door and leaves the guild headquarters for good. The guards stand by as he heads back into the city. Once the room is empty, the guild master sighs, admitting that Alan was a lot harder to pin down than he expected. They've let a very unique talent slip through their fingers. They stare at the assault rifle Alan left behind on the table. Even the highest-ranking officials have no clue how such a powerful weapon actually works. The guild master decides they need to call in the best crafters and blacksmiths in the entire country. He wants this gun analyzed in every detail. Meanwhile, Alan has traveled to the Wolf Mine dungeon. It's a massive, rocky mountain that looms over the landscape. The entrance is a glowing portal of blue light set into the stone. Adventurers of all levels are gathering around, getting ready to dive in. Alan walks through the crowd, noticing how packed it is. He thinks to himself that even in a different world, instance dungeon entrances are always a zoo. Instance dungeons are separate zones created for each party, which is perfect because it means he won't have to fight other players for monster kills. A guy in a green headband spots him and waves him over. He's looking for one more person to fill out his party and thinks Alan might be a good fit. But as soon as he sees Alan's status plate, his jaw drops. He can't believe he's looking at a guy who's only level 15 trying to take on this dungeon. Alan's rejection sends the level 40 adventurer scurrying away, muttering about how level 15s shouldn't even be at a level 25 dungeon. Alan just watches him go with a blank expression. Alan lets out a dry chuckle, closing his eyes. He's not here to socialize. He's here for a specific game mechanic that rewards taking risks. He explains to himself that he wouldn't even visit a low-level, trash, area like this if it wasn't for the level gap adjustment. It's all about efficiency for him. A diagram explains the mechanic. Fighting enemies 10 levels higher than yourself is the most efficient way to gain experience. A level 15 player fighting a level 25 monster gets a massive boost to their progress. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierces the air. Alan stops in his tracks, his sharp eyes narrowing as he looks toward the source of the commotion. A group of rough-looking thugs has surrounded a young priestess. The leader, a man with spiky brown hair, has his arm draped over her shoulders in a clear display of intimidation. Meet Lucas, a level 65 swordsman, and Emma, a level 20 priestess. Lucas is inviting her to join his party, his tongue hanging out in a predatory grin. Nearby adventurers whisper among themselves, nodding that Lucas is forcing himself on another woman. They know he takes low-level players into dungeons just to exploit them, but they're too afraid to step in. Lucas's expression is vile as he leans in close to Emma. The bystanders are terrified of his high level, knowing he wouldn't hesitate to cut down anyone who gets in his way. Emma begs them to stop, her face pale as she tries to pull away. She explains she just wants to form a party with people at her own level and isn't looking for a carry. Lucas just laughs it off, throwing his arms out wide. He claims she'll love how fast her level goes up with his group, ignoring her desperate pleas. His thugs close in behind him, their eyes glowing with a malicious intent. They're clearly looking forward to whatever fun their leader has planned for the girl. Before things can escalate, a bright blue light erupts from the ground right beneath Lucas. One of the thugs looks on in confusion, wondering what's suddenly happening. With a violent surge of energy, a massive golden hand made of stone sprouts from the earth. Lucas's eyes bulge as that finger thrusts straight into his backdoor, a sensation of unspeakable agony for the old lecher. Lucas face planted into the dirt in sheer agony, while his lackeys stood by in total shock. They couldn't comprehend how a statue had just sprouted from the ground to take down their boss. Alan casually walks over, raising a hand in a mock apologetic gesture. Emma watches him approach, her eyes wide with bewilderment at the sudden intervention. He nonchalantly claims that his craft skill went off by accident. He sighs, acting as if the powerful magic was just a minor, uncontrollable error. Lucas is left trembling on the ground, his face pressed into the gravel. He's completely humiliated and unable to move an inch under the crushing weight of the stone hand. Lucas finally manages to look up, his face contorted with rage as he threatens to kill Alan. He screams, asking if the brat has any idea who he's dealing with. Alan just keeps his calm, explaining that he was testing a remote crafting technique. He adds with a smirk that there just happened to be an ass in the perfect spot for his little test. Lucas is fuming, the veins on his forehead practically bursting. He's never been insulted like this by someone who looks so weak and ordinary. He draws his sword with a sharp ring, ready to settle the score right then and there. He's finished talking and wants blood to restore his pride. But then Lucas stops, his eyes widening as he finally sees Alan's status window. He's stunned to realize the person who just pinned him is only level 15. The realization makes him even more furious, and he mocks Alan for having the nerve to pick a fight despite being a brat. The other thugs start laughing, quickly regaining their lost confidence. Lucas sheathes his sword with a click, claiming he'll make a special exception and let Alan live. He says cutting down someone so weak would just make him a laughingstock in the guild. Alan doesn't care about the insults and simply turns around, waving a hand over his shoulder as he starts walking away with Emma. He's ready to get back to his own business. Emma follows close behind, thanking him profusely for the rescue. Alan doesn't even look back, telling her flatly that he wasn't specifically trying to save her. Lucas isn't about to let them have the last word and calls out, saying he isn't finished talking yet. He watches them walk away with a dark, calculating look in his eyes. He clarifies that while he said he wouldn't kill Alan, he never said he'd let them go. A predatory smirk returns to his face as he plans his next move. Alan stops and looks back over his shoulder, his expression bored. He's waiting to hear whatever nonsense Lucas is about to spout next. Lucas points a finger toward the dungeon entrance, proposing a contest to settle things once and for all. He wants to prove his superiority in front of everyone. He explains it'll be a time attack contest to see who can clear the dungeon the fastest. He's clearly confident that his level 65 stats will give him an easy victory over a low-level crafter. Lucas leans in, his gaze intense as he threatens to punch Alan's face until it's unrecognizable if he wins the challenge. He's aiming for total humiliation. Emma immediately protests, pointing out that a contest between a level 65 and a level 15 is completely unfair. She can't believe Lucas is even suggesting it. Lucas ignores her, his expression turning truly repulsive as he sticks out his tongue. He adds a disgusting stake to the bet, saying he'll take Emma's body as his prize if he wins. The threat leaves Emma terrified, her eyes filling with tears as she lets out a small, helpless whimper. She feels like she's trapped in a nightmare. To her absolute shock, Alan simply accepts the challenge with a casual fine. Emma's jaw drops as she realizes he's actually going through with this dangerous bet. Alan closes his eyes, adding that he doesn't really need a prize if he wins. He looks completely unconcerned about the stakes or his opponent's level. Lucas lets out a series of creepy chuckles, thinking he's already won. He finds it hilarious that Alan thinks he has even a 1 in a million chance against him. Alan just scratches the back of his head, looking like he's just realized something minor. He doesn't seem to be taking the threat seriously at all. He smirks, clarifying that since Lucas is just a small timer, he doubts any prize from him would actually be worth much. It's a final, cutting insult that hits home. Lucas's face goes dark, his teeth grinding together in a silent, explosive rage. He's never been so disrespected by someone he considers absolute trash. We start at the entrance of the Wolf Mine, a dungeon entrance teeming with players preparing for the raid. Emma pulls Alan aside, worried because the dungeon's recommended level is 25, while he's only sitting at a level 15. Alan isn't bothered at all, telling her he already planned on hunting here solo from the start. As the duo walks toward the portal, a high-level adventurer named Lucas calls out, mocking Alan for even considering a solo run. Lucas smirks, telling Alan he should find some fellow losers to party up with so he doesn't die instantly. Alan doesn't miss a beat, firing back that a level 65 like Lucas shouldn't be talking if he's too scared to move without huddling in a large group. That comment strikes a nerve, leaving Lucas gritting his teeth in frustration. Alan just waves him off, stating he doesn't care about their little group huddle before turning his back on them. Emma isn't letting him go that easily though, shouting for him to wait as she tries to catch up. A party invitation pops up in front of Alan, sent by Emma, who's currently a level 20 priest. Without even a second of hesitation, Alan reaches out and taps the decline button. Emma is left speechless, her jaw practically hitting the floor as she gets rejected. She's not taking no for an answer, practically chasing him down and begging to be let into the group. Emma insists that she feels responsible for his current situation and refuses to let him walk into a high-level dungeon alone. Alan sighs, looking at the invitation again, and realizing this woman is way more stubborn than she looks. He finally gives in, telling her he'll take her along just to get her to stop. He taps the accept button on the holographic screen, officially forming the party. Emma's face lights up instantly, thanking him with a massive smile now that she's finally on the team. Lucas watches them walk away, shouting for Alan not to let the girl die in there. But as soon as they're gone, a predatory look crosses his face. He's already planning to have his fun with Emma once Alan is out of the picture. The two of them were about to step into the cold interior of the dungeon. Emma looked a bit more nervous now than she had a moment ago. Alan stops by a large glowing stone near the entrance, used for tracking dungeon clear times. The all-time record for the Wolf Mine stands at 19 minutes and 12 seconds, set by a full veteran squad. Looking at those numbers, Alan just smirks, confident that with his current power, breaking that record will be light work. "All right, let's go," Alan says as they step through the swirling blue energy of the portal. They emerge into the dark mines, immediately finding themselves deep inside the dungeon's belly. Waves of level 20 evil bats and massive level 22 rue caterpillars crawl along the ceiling and floor, surrounding them. Emma is shaking, overwhelmed by the sheer number of high-level mobs blocking their path to the boss. Alan just stares them down, calling the swarm a bunch of weaklings that won't be a problem. He tells her to put that useless priest's staff back in her inventory, catching her completely off guard. Since she insisted on joining, Alan makes it clear she won't be just sitting back. She's going to fight too. He activates his craft skill, and blue lightning begins to arc between his hands as he materializes something new. Emma's jaw drops as she's handed 2 sleek, black submachine guns with an insane attack power of 135. She can't believe her eyes. The stats on these weapons are higher than anything she's ever seen. Alan explains that in this world, he's the only one capable of making these guns, and they're incredibly simple to operate. As the undead warriors and caterpillars close in, there's no more time for talk. Alan takes a firing stance, giving her one simple instruction: aim at the enemy and pull the trigger. He opens fire, and a hail of lead tears through the monsters, turning the high-level mobs into Swiss cheese instantly. Emma is stunned by the raw destruction, but Alan barks at her to stop gawking and start shooting. Emma finally opens fire, and the caterpillars and skeletons are ripped apart by the sheer volume of bullets. The problem is, she can barely hold on. The guns are jumping in her hands, making her eyes spin as the extreme recoil takes over. Alan just watches her struggle, admitting he made the recoil strong on purpose. But with this many enemies, even spraying blindly will get the job done. Alan is already on the move, guns in hand, telling Emma to stop talking because they're heading straight for the boss. Meanwhile, we shift over to Lucas's party, who are still making their way through the mine at a much slower pace. One of the party members catches his breath, asking the group if they're finally finished with the current sector. Another teammate speaks up, calling Lucas a truly mean guy for the way he treated those newbies earlier. He explains that this dungeon has a hidden mechanic, a special extra boss that only appears for the very first clear. He asks Lucas if he intentionally provoked Alan just to send him straight into that death trap. Lucas doesn't even try to hide it, admitting with a smirk that his plan has been figured out. He's convinced that the newbie will waste so much time with the extra challenge that he won't even manage to reach the boss room. Even if Alan gets there by a total fluke, Lucas is sure he'll just end up getting killed anyway, a sentiment his team finds hilariously ruthless. Lucas wears a twisted grin, satisfied that he's set the perfect trap to humiliate the guy who made a fool out of him. Back with our duo, they finally reach a massive, glowing stone door deep inside the mine's heart. Alan checks the timer and notes that it hasn't even been 10 minutes yet, which is a record-shattering pace. He grumbles that they would have finished in half that time if Emma hadn't been so careless and triggered every single trap on the way. We see a flashback of Emma literally running for her life from a massive rolling boulder she accidentally set off. She begs for mercy since it's her first time in a high-level dungeon, while Alan just sighs at the good grief of it all. Despite the chaos, the experience gain is massive. Alan has already jumped 3 levels, reaching level 18. Emma has only leveled up once, but she's already feeling the difference, and thanks her lucky stars, she's a healer. Now she's the one in a rush, telling Alan to stop dazing and hurry up before they lose their lead on the time attack. Alan agrees to get this over with as the massive boss doors start to rumble and emit a powerful purple glow. They step inside, but the air immediately feels thick with a pressure they haven't felt yet. Emma freezes, her eyes widening as she senses something incredibly dangerous waiting for them in the smoke. 2 massive silhouettes emerge from the darkness, radiating an intense yellow and purple energy. It's the Queen Werewolf, a level 25 beast with gleaming white fur and predatory yellow eyes. Beside her stands the black-furred King Werewolf, also at level 25, making this a double boss fight. Alan finally remembers the first clear limited boss, Mechanic, and Emma is not happy, screaming that he should have told her sooner. The 2 werewolves lunge forward in a blur, intent on tearing the intruders apart. Alan and Emma raise their submachine guns to fire, but Alan immediately spots a massive problem. These werewolves are incredibly fast and have high evasion stats, making them the worst possible match for direct gunfire. He tells Emma to buy them some time with suppressive fire, while he figures out a way to deal with their speed. Emma lets out a scream and starts spraying bullets wildly, hoping the sheer volume of lead will hit something. It's no use. The werewolves weave through the bullets with ease, closing in on them from both sides. Emma panics as she realizes she can't land a single hit on the agile monsters. The enemies split up, making things even more troublesome as they attack from different angles. Alan tells Emma to take on the Queen while he handles the King, but she's already losing her mind since her attacks keep missing. The Queen Werewolf dodges another burst, looking for an opening to strike. Emma is terrified, realizing that at this rate, they're going to be torn to shreds. A massive clawed paw slams into the stone floor, just narrowly missing them. The beasts move like shadows in the dimly lit chamber, circling their prey. A close-up of Alan's cold expression as his prey is about to fall into the trap. In his mind, he has already calculated 3 steps ahead of these monsters. The queen leaps into the air, claws out and ready to lunge at the panicked priest. But this is exactly what Alan predicted. He activates his craft, skill, and his eyes glow with a fierce blue energy as he prepares to turn the tables. A werewolf boss pounces from above, roaring as it targets the duo. Emma, the blonde priestess, cringes in fear as she looks up at the massive creature. Alan remains perfectly calm, his eyes sharp with calculation. He activates his craft skill, a blue digital aura surrounding him as he prepares his countermove. On the ground, 2 magic circles erupt with electricity. Both the werewolf bosses are caught right in the center of the hidden trap. Alan clenches his fist as the crafting process completes. He tells Emma to catch, his face set in a serious expression. A heavy metal bear trap snaps shut with a violent click. It bites deep into a werewolf's leg, drawing blood as the beast is suddenly grounded. Both werewolves are now completely immobilized, their legs caught in the iron jaws. They howl in pain, unable to move while the traps glow with residual blue energy. Emma watches in shock, her mouth agape. She can't believe the high-level monsters actually stopped in their tracks. Alan gives a sideways glance, looking completely unfazed. He reminds her that he only needed to buy a little bit of time for his next move. The 2 bosses are pinned to the floor, struggling fruitlessly. Emma is stunned that a supposedly weak craft skill could be used so effectively in a boss fight. Alan reflects on his strategy, glad he practiced distance crafting earlier. In his mind, he sees the skeptical faces of the villagers who doubted his abilities. He walks calmly toward the trapped werewolf king. The beast snarls and claws at the ground, but it's now completely at his mercy. A black handgun manifests in Alan's hand, humming with blue energy. He remarks that once a werewolf is immobilized, it's nothing more than a small fry. The werewolf king growls, its eyes glowing purple as it tries to break free. It's clearly terrified as it realizes it has no way out. In the dimly lit chamber, Alan's silhouette stands tall before the trapped monster. He raises the gun, aiming right for the killing blow. He gives the beast one last look before uttering a cold, "See ya." He pulls the trigger, his expression remaining steady as the fight ends. A cluster of purple mana crystals dropped to the floor as the monster dissolved into light. Alan picked them up, letting out a soft sigh of relief. He hears footsteps approaching from behind and glances back. Emma runs over, triumphantly holding up 2 submachine guns. She excitedly reports that she finished off the queen werewolf on her end. A holographic screen appears in the air, announcing their victory. They cleared the wolf mine in just 9 minutes and 48 seconds, setting a new all-time record. Emma is beaming with joy, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the record. She can't contain her excitement over their massive achievement. Alan's reaction is much more clinical, thinking he'll beat this solo tomorrow to take the top spot for himself. Emma is taken aback by how heartless his competitive streak is. A blue portal opens up at the end of the dungeon path. Alan and Emma step into the swirling light, ready to head back to the surface. Outside the dungeon entrance, a large group of adventurers is gathered. They're all waiting to see if the rookie duo actually made it through. The 2 walk out of the portal together, Emma still clutching the submachine guns. She asks about the weapons, and Alan tells her she can keep using them if she likes. Some guys in the crowd recognize Alan as the one who was arguing with Lucas earlier. They notice only 10 minutes have passed and assume they chickened out and came back early. A spiky-haired adventurer laughs, guessing they just waited for Lucas to leave before running away. Alan ignores the mocking and keeps walking past them. He stops and looks back with a sharp, unimpressed gaze. When asked why they're back, he simply states that they already cleared the place. A long-haired man and his buddy laugh in his face, calling it a blatant lie. They offer not to snitch to Lucas if he just admits he failed. Alan doesn't even bother arguing and tells them to go check the record crystal themselves. He mentioned their names should be right at the top. The adventurers stop laughing, looking confused and skeptical. They can't believe he's actually claiming to have broken an all-time record in 10 minutes. The spiky-haired guy keeps talking trash, pointing out that they don't even meet the level requirement. He calls the crafter class a trap job that could never set a record. He walks over to the record crystal and swipes his hand across it to bring up the rankings. His face turns pale and his expression fills with shock as the data loads. He looks like he's seen a ghost as he stares at the screen. The crystal screen glows bright blue, showing Alan and Emma's names at the top with a time of 9 minutes and 48 seconds. The crowd gasps as the impossible number sinks in. The spiky-haired guy collapses to the ground in total shock. Everyone else is buzzing, trying to figure out how two rookies could possibly smash the world record like that. Alan's hands glow with blue crafting energy again. He looks at the stunned crowd and offers to give them a hint as to how they pulled it off. 3 black submachine guns manifest in the air around him, spinning slowly. He declares that these weapons are the answer to their record speed. The long-haired adventurer catches one of the guns, staring at it in complete confusion. He has no idea what he's even looking at, as firearms don't exist in this world. A status window appears for the submachine gun, showing a massive attack power of 153. It notes that the weapon reloads automatically, but has extreme recoil as a trade-off. The spiky-haired guy's jaw drops as he sees the stats. He shouts that an attack power of 153 is way too high for any normal weapon at their level. Emma chirps in with a big smile, holding the gun comfortably. She happily adds that despite its insane power, it's actually really easy to use once you get the hang of it. A close-up shows a hand gripping the weapon firmly. Emma explains the simple process. Just align the sights with the enemy and pull the trigger. Emma unleashes a hail of bullets, the submachine guns flashing brightly as shell casings rain onto the ground. The surrounding adventurers are forced to shield their eyes from the intense light and energy of the demonstration. One of the onlookers watches in complete disbelief, sweat trickling down his face as he tries to process what he's seeing. He can't help but wonder who Alan really is to possess such alien technology. A lingering glow from the demonstration fades as the man stares at the spot where the power was just unleashed. He lets out a soft sound of surprise, completely baffled by the sheer scale of the crafter's power. Alan starts walking away, his back to the rowdy crowd of adventurers. They clamor behind him, some shouting for another look at the weapon while others are just trying to push through the throng. Alan's expression remains cold and focused, his sharp eyes fixed ahead. He decides that staying any longer would just be a waste of time and tells Emma it's time to get out of there. As Alan makes his exit, the crowd watches him with a mix of awe and suspicion. Among them is the unknown warrior, a tall woman with a striking long blue ponytail and sharp golden eyes, who watches him leave with an intense, calculated stare. The unknown warrior stands still as the rest of the crowd buzzes around her. She remains focused on the direction Alan went, her hand resting naturally near her side as she tracks his departure. A close-up reveals the depth of her golden eyes, which narrowed as she processed Alan's display of power. She remains silent, her thoughts a mystery as she continues to observe from the shadows. A few dozen minutes later, the dungeon portal ripples again as Lucas and his party finally emerge. Lucas stretches his stiff neck with a satisfied smirk, letting out a relieved sigh now that they've cleared the run. Lucas starts bragging to his team, confident that their performance was top tier. He notes they nearly broke the 50-minute mark and is certain they've secured the win for the time attack challenge. The party settles down near the entrance, taking a moment to rest as Lucas keeps a watchful eye on the portal. He's determined to wait for the rookies to come out just so he can rub his victory in their faces. 2 of his lackeys share a laugh at the rookies' expense, convinced they haven't come out because they've already met a gruesome end inside the dungeon. They joke that if the duel isn't out in an hour, they should just head home. An adventurer from the earlier crowd approaches Lucas, who looks back with a bored, slightly annoyed expression. Lucas has no idea who this guy is or why he's bothering him. The man calmly breaks the news, informing Lucas that the opponents he's waiting for have already finished and gone home. He has a slight, knowing smirk on his face as he delivers the update. Lucas's face instantly darkens, a vein bulging in his temple as his teeth grit in anger. He assumes that the rookies just ran away because they couldn't handle the pressure of the dungeon. Lucas's teammates start laughing at him, finding the situation hilarious. They tease him for all his big talk, suggesting he got played by a couple of amateurs who bluffed their way out. The man from the crowd remains steady, his voice cutting through the laughter. He clarifies that they didn't run away at all, they actually cleared the dungeon. Lucas snaps back in denial, refusing to entertain the thought for even a second. He tells the man to stop talking nonsense, convinced that small fries like them could never clear the dungeon faster than his veteran party. The man looks Lucas straight in the eye, his expression dead serious. He explains that it wasn't just faster than Lucas. The rookies cleared the dungeon faster than anyone else in this world. Lucas's eyes go wide as the blood drains from his face, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. The weight of the claim starts to sink in, even if his mind is still screaming that it's a lie. He stood up abruptly and rushed toward the record crystal, his movements stiff and mechanical. He kept telling himself that such a ridiculous thing could never actually happen. Lucas slams his hands against the stone pillar, his face twisted in a mask of pure rage and disbelief. He refuses to accept that his hard-earned reputation could be shattered so easily by a couple of beginners. He looks up at the glowing blue display of the crystal, which tells a very different story from what he expected. The all-time record is now held by Alan and Emma, with a staggering time of 9 minutes and 48 seconds. The reality of the numbers hits him like a physical blow, leaving him staring at the screen in pure horror. He realizes that a dungeon which took his high-level party nearly an hour was cleared in under 10 minutes. One of his teammates walks up behind him, asking what's wrong as Lucas just crouches there, paralyzed. Lucas doesn't respond, his gaze still glued to the glowing record as his world crumbles. A close-up of Lucas's face shows the complete breakdown of his confidence, his pupils pinpricked with shock. He keeps whispering to himself that it has to be a lie, unable to process the scale of his defeat. Lucas falls to his knees and bellows at the ceiling, his voice full of desperation and fury. He screams that there's no way he could lose to a couple of nobodies, the sound echoing through the dungeon entrance. Far away from the dungeon, the scene shifts to a dark, opulent office. A silhouetted figure sits behind a massive desk, framed by a large window that overlooks the quiet city. The figure remains shrouded in shadow, his gloved hands slowly opening a folder as he reviews the latest intelligence on the day's events. Inside the file is a detailed report on Alan, featuring his FOD and a sketch of the submachine gun he crafted. The document highlights his record-breaking clear of the Wolf Mine, and the figure notes that the boy is the real deal after all. A knock at the door prompts the man at the desk to give a short, authoritative command to enter. He doesn't even bother to look up from the file as his guest arrives. The heavy doors creak open, and a mysterious figure steps into the room, surrounded by an ominous purple aura that fills the doorway. It's the unknown assassin, an imposing man with messy gray hair and glowing purple eyes visible through his black hooded cloak. A mask covers the lower half of his face, radiating a deadly and silent presence. The silhouetted boss looks up from his desk, his mouth forming a thin, cold line as he addresses the newcomer. He confirms that he has a special request that requires someone of the assassin's caliber. He slowly extends a finger and points directly at the photo of Alan on the desk, marking his next target for elimination. The unknown assassin leans in to study the file, his eyes narrowing as he takes in the details of the young crafter. He remarks that Alan looks like he could be quite the handful to deal with. A heavy bag of gold coins is slammed onto the desk as a down payment for the job. The boss promises to pay handsomely once the task is finished. He keeps his finger firmly on Alan's face, making sure the objective is perfectly understood. The assassin watches quietly, his glowing eyes fixed on the image. The unknown assassin stands tall, his purple aura intensifying as he accepts the contract. The final command from the shadows is chillingly simple. Alan must be killed. Emma bows slightly, thanking Alan for everything. Behind them, the massive stone walls of the city gate loom large as they prepare to part ways. Alan stands tall, suggesting he could just go handle Lucas for her. Emma stays quiet, her back to him as she considers the offer. Emma turns back with a determined look, clenching her fist. She insists that as an adventurer herself, she can't keep relying on him forever. Alan closes his eyes and accepts her resolve with a simple nod. He tells her to take care of herself out there. Emma breaks into a run, waving her oversized sleeves frantically in the air. She yells back a warning for him not to go breaking her dungeon record while she's gone. A bright smile lights up Emma's face as she looks back one last time, shouting that they should party up again if they meet. A system notification pops up, confirming she has officially left the party. The scene shifts to a vast, empty blue sky. A few days have passed since their farewell at the city gates. Alan stands alone in the middle of a desolate, rocky canyon. A floating window displays his current status at level 24 as he prepares to test his abilities. Blue sparks of electricity dance around Alan's hand as he activates his craft skill. He focuses intensely, knowing this test will determine how efficient his future projects can be. A massive surge of energy erupts from the ground, crackling with intense blue light. Within the digital static, the heavy frame of a modern vehicle begins to manifest. The construct solidifies into a massive tank, its metal plating gleaming under the desert sun. Alan climbs onto the heavy treads, checking over the external controls. Inside the cramped cockpit, Alan grips the controls and peers through the targeting systems. He successfully reproduced the complex machinery down to the smallest detail. A look of cool satisfaction crosses Alan's face as he identifies his new creation. He calls it the Panther 4. The heavy tank sits motionless in the canyon, surrounded by silence. No engine roar greets its completion, just the whistling wind between the rocks. Alan's expression goes flat as he realizes a fundamental flaw. The machine is perfect, but it's not going anywhere without a fuel source. His internal logic explains that while craft can build anything from firearms to complex traps, it requires a deep understanding of the structure. However, the skill has its limits. It can't simply conjure scarce resources like water, electricity, or gasoline out of thin air. Alan closes his eyes, thinking it through. He isn't discouraged, though, because he already has a workaround in mind. Blue lightning arcs from Alan's fingertips as he reaches for a small slot in the dashboard. He's about to bridge the gap between modern tech and fantasy logic. He holds up a glowing green gem, the universal power source of this world. In the ZFO game world, magic stones are used to power everything. Alan carefully slots the magic stone into the tank's power core. The gem pulses with light as it connects to the machine's internal wiring. He stares forward with an intense focus as the machine hums to life. He's betting on a hybrid system that runs on both his craft skill and magic stones. The ground trembles as the massive treads begin to churn the dirt. Heavy mechanical clanking echoes through the canyon as the tank finally starts to move. A smirk plays on Alan's lips as the Panther 4 gains momentum. It's working exactly as he intended. Suddenly, the engine sputters and dies with a weak puff of smoke. The tank grinds to a halt after barely moving a few yards. Inside the power slot, the magic stone suddenly shatters into a dozen dull pieces. The energy has been completely drained in an instant. Alan stares at the broken shards, sweat beading on his forehead. He can't believe the massive machine burned through an entire stone in a single second. He climbs back out of the hatch, looking down at the silent beast of steel. It's clear he doesn't have the power to handle something this large yet. The tank begins to glow with blue light, slowly dissolving back into digital particles. Alan realizes he'll need much higher-grade magic stones if he ever wants to move something this heavy. He doesn't give up, though, and immediately starts channeling his craft skill again. He decides to pivot and try something on a much smaller scale. A new construct takes shape, a compact, four-rotor voice recognition drone. It's much lighter and far more energy efficient than a multi-ton tank. Alan gently presses a new magic stone into the drone's small power port. This time, the stone remains whole as the device powers up. The drone lifts off into the air, its rotors humming with a steady, high-pitched buzz. Alan watches it ascend, curious to see how long this power source will last. He gives a clear voice command, telling the drone to gain altitude and start recording. The device zips higher into the sky, becoming a tiny speck against the blue. Alan looks up with a confident smile, satisfied that this piece of tech is actually usable. It gives him an advantage the world's standard players don't have. As the drone hovers above, Alan's mind is already racing with upgrades. He thinks about swapping the camera for a weapon system to make it viable for combat. He uses his craft skill one more time to create a handheld monitor. Blue sparks fly as the sleek tablet manifests in his hands. Alan holds up the tablet, which is now wirelessly linked to the drone's live feed. The image on the screen is crisp and clear, better than he even expected. His eyes narrow as something on the display catches his attention. He immediately orders the drone to stop its recording. On the screen, the drone's high-angle camera reveals several shadowed figures stalking through the rocky ridges. They're following him, hidden from view on the ground. The footage zooms in, showing a group of menacing men with wide, arrogant grins. Alan recognizes them as the same types of thugs from the Wolf's Tunnel. Blue energy surges around Alan as he draws a heavy submachine gun and starts running toward the ridge. Since he doesn't like being watched, he decides to go ask his stalkers what they want directly. The assassins watch from the shadows of the canyon walls as their target starts running right toward them. They can't believe he's coming closer, wondering if he somehow noticed their presence. One of the hidden figures scoffs, calling it impossible. They're level 65 assassins with passive stealth skills that should make them completely invisible to a low-level player like him. Alan stops and looks directly at their hiding spot, calling out all 5 of them. He's not even breaking a sweat despite the high-level ambush. Realizing the game is up, the 5 figures rise from the rocks, their silhouettes dark against the canyon floor. One of the goons asks the assassin boss for orders. The leader, his face masked and hair silver, decides that since they were noticed, the quiet takedown is off. Now they just have to kill him. Another assassin looks warily at the strange, drum-fed weapon in Alan's hands. He points out that it looks way faster than anything they've seen before. The assassin boss isn't worried at all, telling his squad that a crafted item like that can't actually hurt humans. In this world's game logic, players usually have safety protocols on their gear. Seeing Alan is only around level 24, one of the assassins thinks this will be an easy payday. Little does he know, Alan thinks he's an absolute idiot for underestimating him. The boss tells everyone to stay sharp anyway. Even if he is low level, he's the priority target, and the crew shouts back in agreement, ready to strike. Alan looks around the empty canyon with a bored expression, telling them he doesn't like playing hide-and-seek. He demands they just come out and face him. The assassin boss peeks from behind a rock, sighing about what a pain this is. They were trying to be careful, but the direct approach it is. All 5 assassins leap from the high ridges at once, landing in a coordinated circle around Alan. The ground kicks up dust as they prepare to end this quickly. Alan doesn't even flinch, standing in the center of the ambush. He calmly asks what their objective is, looking for the motive behind the attack. The silver-haired leader tells him not to glare so much. They aren't there for a chat, they have a job to finish. With a sudden burst of speed, the assassins blur into motion. They announce they're here to take him out, their forms dissolving into the air. Alan's eyes narrow as his targets completely disappear from his sight. He realizes all 5 of them are using high-tier stealth skills to wait for the perfect opening. He stands his ground in the middle of the canyon, gripping his submachine gun as the wind whistles through the rocks. He has to admit, for a bunch of thugs, their technique is actually pretty good. A small smirk plays on Alan's face as he adjusts his grip. He thinks it's a good thing he chose to craft a rapid-fire weapon for a situation just like this. One of the assassins reappears right behind Alan, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He mocks Alan, calling him an idiot because he thinks the gun won't even scratch a human player. Before the blade can connect, a blinding flash of light erupts from the barrel of Alan's gun. The air is suddenly filled with the roar of gunfire and flying lead. Alan lets loose, the submachine gun kicking back in his hands as he mows down everything in front of him. The muzzle flash illuminates his cold, focused expression. The lead hits home, and it's a total massacre. The assassins' invincible bodies are torn apart by the bullets, blood spraying across the dry canyon ground. Alan doesn't show a shred of mercy as he continues to spray the area. He's completely bypassed the world's limitations, turning a game-like combat into a one-sided slaughter. In seconds, 4 of the 5 assassins are lying dead in the dirt. Alan stands over the carnage, thinking that if you're going to pick a fight with someone holding a submachine gun, you should at least bring something better than a knife. He lowers the gun slightly, the barrel still smoking as he looks at the remaining survivor. He tells the guy he should have planned his ambush a lot better than this. The assassin boss is the only one left standing, clutching a wound and looking absolutely terrified. He can't understand how a crafted weapon is capable of hurting a human in this world. Alan looks at him with a deadpan stare, explaining the trick. Normally, a master craftsman would put a safety restriction on their items so they don't harm people, but he didn't bother with that. He tightens his finger on the trigger, looking the leader right in the eye. He mentions that the group was suspicious from the very moment he spotted them. The assassin boss is bleeding out, his armor shredded, and his eyes wide with shock. He realized too late that he's not dealing with a normal level 24 player. Alan clarifies that this specific gun doesn't have any of the standard game restrictions. In his hands, a single hit means certain death. The leader collapses to his knees, his blades falling uselessly to the ground. Alan walks up and stands over him, the victor of a battle that shouldn't have been possible. He presses the cold barrel of the gun against the back of the assassin's head. The silence of the canyon is heavy as he waits for a response. Alan demands to know why they were targeting him in the first place. He gives the guy one last chance to talk if he doesn't want to die right here. The silver-haired man looks up, blood matted in his hair, but his gaze still sharp. He simply says they're assassins. If there's a job on the table, they kill. Alan doesn't buy the just business excuse and asks who the client is. He hasn't been in this world long, so he doesn't remember making any enemies powerful enough to hire professional hits. The assassin considers the question for a moment, looking at Alan with a strange sort of respect. He admits that Alan might not have actually done anything wrong at all. A dark grin spreads across the man's face as he coughs up blood. He tells Alan that the problem is he's just too strong, and there's a big shot out there who doesn't like that one bit. Alan asks what he means by big shot, but before he can get an answer, the assassin bites down hard on something hidden in his mouth. The man closes his eyes with a satisfied smile, ignoring the gun at his head. He tells Alan he's sorry, but he's a professional too, and he won't be talking. Blood starts to spill from the corner of the assassin's mouth as the poison takes effect. He gasps out that this is all the information Alan is going to get from him. Alan watches as the life drains from the man's eyes, realizing the guy chose suicide over betrayal. He's left standing over a pile of corpses with more questions than answers. As he starts walking away, his equipment glows with a faint blue light as he puts it away. He finds it hard to believe that someone is already so afraid of him when he's only level 24. Just as Alan prepares to leave, a voice from above catches him off guard, praising his impressive work against the veteran assassins. A female silhouette stands perched atop the jagged rocks, watching him with interest. Alan shifts his focus to the new arrival, his expression darkening as he tries to size her up. He wonders who she could be and if she's part of the same crew that just tried to kill him. The woman hops down from the ledge, her red boots landing firmly on the canyon floor as she dismisses his concerns. She scoffs at the idea of being their ally, telling him to stop being so paranoid. Melissa steps into the light, her vibrant blue ponytail and sharp golden eyes marking her as someone far more capable than the thugs from before. She stands with her arms folded, flatly stating that she's actually there to help him. Despite her claim, Alan doesn't relax for a second, greeting her with a silent, piercing glare. He's already seen enough betrayal today to know that on your side usually comes with a price. Alan walks calmly through the rocky canyon, unaware he's still being watched. From a distance, Melissa observes him, her eyes fixed on a display showing his surprisingly low level. Hidden behind the jagged rocks, the young woman smirks as she watches him. She's impressed that someone so low-level managed to completely outplay a group of professional assassins. The protagonist stops in his tracks, his eyes narrowing as he senses a presence nearby. He's on high alert, demanding to know who's hiding and if they're with the group he just wiped out. A girl with long, sky-blue hair and a striking red outfit steps out from behind the boulders. Melissa keeps her arms crossed, claiming she's actually on his side and suggesting he relax. She stands her ground as they face off in the middle of the wasteland. Melissa wastes no time and gets straight to the point, proposing that they team up since it would be a beneficial deal for both of them. Alan doesn't even hesitate to shut her down. He gives her a cold, dismissive look, stating clearly that he doesn't need a party and has no intention of starting one now. For a brief second, he flashes back to Emma, remembering her tearful goodbye. It's a sharp reminder of why he's decided to go solo and keep his distance from others for the time being. Melissa isn't deterred by the rejection, letting out a frustrated sigh at his prickly attitude. She tells him there's no need to be so hostile and puts her hands on her hips. She leans in slightly, her expression turning more serious as she drops a major hook. Melissa claims she has a very good idea of exactly who hired those assassins to take him out. That gets his attention immediately, and Alan's eyes sharpen with interest. He demands to know the name of the person behind the hit. Before giving up the info, Melissa studies his face, asking if he's really Alan. She's heard the rumors about a player who absolutely shattered the all-time speed record for clearing the Wolf Mine. Alan just points a finger up, wondering why she's even asking when she could just check his stats like everyone else. He seems annoyed by the unnecessary questioning. He realizes his mistake and starts tapping away at a floating status window. He explains that he'd hidden his stats to avoid people bothering him after word of his record started spreading. A system notification pops up, explaining that an adventurer's status display can be customized through the privacy settings menu. With a few quick swipes, Alan updates his settings and turns the display back toward her. He asks if that's better, now that his information is finally visible. Melissa's eyes widen in genuine shock as she stares at the blue floating text. It clearly reads, Alan LV24, and she can't seem to process what she's seeing. She stammers for a second, completely caught off guard by the number. She's surprised his level is so low, especially after seeing him handle those assassins with such ease. As he starts to walk away, she watches him from behind, her mind racing. Based on his performance, she was certain he'd be at least level 80, not someone who's barely reached his 20s. Alan stops and turns his head back, reminding her that he showed his hand. Now it's her turn to be transparent if she wants to keep talking. Melissa begrudgingly opens her own status window, revealing she's a level 50 sorcerer. She adjusts her earring, looking a bit smug as she asks if that satisfies his curiosity. He gives her a curt nod, accepting the proof, but quickly brings the conversation back to the matter at hand. He wants the name of the person who put the hit out on him. Melissa closes her eyes and sighs, admitting she'd love to tell him, but she isn't a charity. She makes it clear that high-value information like this doesn't come for free. Alan's expression goes cold, his eyes narrowing as he realizes where this is going. He calls her out on it, asking what kind of favor she's looking for in exchange for the name. Melissa smirks, her eyes flashing with a bit of excitement as she realizes she's got him hooked. She tells him to help her out with a quest, and the information is all his. The protagonist looks skeptical but stays focused, asking her what exactly she needs help with. He's clearly weighing if the info is worth the trouble. Melissa turns and points toward the horizon, where a massive shape is floating high in the sky. It's a colossal island hovering far above the desert floor. The island is home to the Crystal Sky Castle, a legendary dungeon. It's an imposing structure of white spires and glowing blue crystals, recommended only for players at level 50 or higher. Melissa warns him that this isn't just any ordinary dungeon. She explains that even for its level bracket, the difficulty is completely off the charts compared to anything else. The place is crawling with a massive variety of dangerous monsters and powerful bosses. To make matters worse, the spawns are completely random, making it impossible to prepare a strategy in advance. She describes the interior as a death trap, filled with lethal spikes and hidden mechanisms. Even high-level veterans can get wiped out in a second if they let their guard down for even a moment. Waiting at the very bottom of the dungeon is the Crystal Dragon, a boss that's in a completely different league from your average monster. Alan listens intently, his face unreadable as she describes the overwhelming odds. He asks if her goal is simply to clear the entire dungeon. Melissa clarifies that she's after something specific. She shows him a digital readout of a rare item called the Jade Dragon Orb, a legendary boss drop she needs for her own goals. Alan stares at the image, recognizing the orb immediately. He knows it's a top-tier crafting material, extremely valuable for someone at Melissa's level. Melissa raises a hand, looking him straight in the eye as she asks if they have a deal. She's putting a lot on the line by asking a level 24 for help with a high-level raid. She starts to second-guess herself, wondering if she aimed a little too high and if he can actually pull this off. But Alan cuts through her doubt with a single word: fine. He agrees to the deal without any hesitation, surprising his new acquaintance with how quickly he made up his mind. She stares at him, stunned that he's so confident. Melissa starts waving her hands around, asking if he was even listening to her warnings about how lethal the place is. She reminds him again that it's a top-tier dungeon meant for much higher levels. Alan gives her a cool, sideways glance, telling her he knows exactly what he's getting into. In fact, he claims he probably knows more about the dungeon than she does. As she walks away to prepare, Alan watches her with a determined look. He's thinking back to his past life in ZFO, where he cleared this exact dungeon countless times. He isn't thrilled about running errands for her, but he knows he has to eliminate whoever is targeting him. If he doesn't, they'll just keep getting in the way of his progress. They stand together in the canyon, an unlikely duo about to head toward one of the world's deadliest locations. Melissa shrugs it off, figuring that if he's willing to do it, she isn't going to complain. Alan makes a casual hand gesture as if everything is under control. He's ready to move, assuming their partnership is officially sealed. He started walking, telling Melissa that since they had reached an agreement, it was time to head out. She just stood there, looking completely bewildered after her handshake was ignored. She stops him immediately, revealing that getting to their destination isn't going to be as simple as just walking there. The protagonist stops and looks back over his shoulder, demanding to know why they can't just leave right now. Melissa explains that the Crystal Sky Castle is floating thousands of feet in the air. It's not exactly a place you can just hike up to. To even get close to it, players have to apply with the royal government and undergo a complicated process called the transfer ritual. It involves a group of mages opening a teleportation gate. Alan's mind flashes back to his memories of NFO, where traveling was as easy as talking to an NPC. He wonders if the world's systems have changed that much since then. Melissa makes it clear that the government doesn't just let anyone through. She points out that he currently doesn't meet the strict requirements needed to even apply for the ritual. A helpful graphic breaks it down. You have to be at least level 40 to participate. Since she's level 50, she's fine, but at level 24, Alan is completely locked out of the system. Alan replied curtly that if she had already decided he was the problem, then why did she seek him out in the first place? The sorceress huffed and yelled back that she wouldn't have even bothered asking for his help if she'd known his level was so low. He doesn't seem to care about the level lock and asks her what the second reason is. He's looking for ways to bypass the bureaucracy rather than follow it. Melissa sighs and closes her eyes, stating the obvious. A dungeon of that caliber can't be cleared by just 2 people. They're going to need a lot more firepower and support. She starts listing off the standard roles for a high-level raid, beginning with a sturdy tank. They'll need someone with a massive shield who can stand on the front lines and soak up all the heavy hits. Next on the list is a dedicated healer. Without someone constantly casting recovery spells and buffs, they won't last 10 minutes in a level 50 dungeon. Finally, they'd need a high DPS attacker, like a master archer, to actually deal enough damage to the boss. She's picturing a traditional, well-rounded party. She explains that as a sorcerer, Her magic is mostly focused on wide area attacks. While she's great at clearing out mobs, her damage against a single powerful boss is lacking. The sorcerer suggests that their top priority should be grinding his level up as fast as possible. In her mind, they have a solid 3 months of hard work ahead of them before they're even ready. Alan shuts that idea down instantly, telling her that 3 months of grinding is out of the question. He turns to face her, his gaze intense as he makes it clear he's in a much bigger rush than she is. He strikes a pose, declaring his ultimate goal. He isn't just trying to clear a dungeon, he's aiming to become the world's very first level 99 player. A close-up of his face shows a cold, unwavering determination. He isn't interested in playing by the rules or letting trivial roadblocks like government rituals slow him down. Melissa looks at him like he's lost his mind, crossing her arms skeptically. She reiterates that without that transfer ritual, they literally cannot even reach the entrance of the dungeon. The protagonist goes quiet, staring off into space as he analyzes the situation. He knows she's right about the system's rules, but he's already looking for a workaround. He looks up at the distant, floating island shimmering in the blue sky. He notes that even a high-level wizard's flight magic wouldn't have enough mana to reach that kind of altitude. Suddenly, a spark of an idea hits him. He stares up at the castle with a sharp, calculating gaze, realizing he has the perfect tool for the job. He tells her flatly that they don't need the transfer ritual at all. Melissa looks completely lost, wondering how on earth he plans to bridge a gap that high without magic. Instead of explaining, Alan crouches down and activates his god-tier craft skill. Bright blue electricity crackles around his hands as the ground beneath him starts to glow with light. With a hum of machinery, a small, four-rotored drone materializes in front of him. Melissa jumps back in surprise, staring at the strange magic tool as it hovers perfectly in midair. He points toward the sky and gives the command for the machine to head straight for the floating castle. The drone zips away, its propellers whirring as it begins its ascent. Melissa is absolutely floored, watching as the device follows his every command without hesitation. He explains that it's a type of technology that simply doesn't exist in this world yet. They watch the tiny speck fly higher and higher toward the island. Alan's real concern isn't the distance, but whether the government has placed a physical barrier around the perimeter to keep people out. A close-up shows the drone getting closer to the jagged crystal underside of the castle. He watches intently, waiting for any sign of a magical shield or defense system. The machine flies past the outer walls without any resistance, proving that there's no barrier stopping them from entering. It lands softly on a stone bridge overlooking a courtyard. Melissa looks up at the sky, stunned that they actually reached the castle's interior without ever stepping foot in a ritual circle. She rushes toward him, her mind racing with the possibilities. She assumes his plan is to build a massive, giant-sized version of that drone to carry the two of them up there. Alan just shakes his head and closes his eyes, dismissing the idea immediately. He tells her that a bigger machine isn't necessary because the two of them are more than enough. The sorcerer looks at him, confused, asking what they're going to do about the rest of the party she mentioned earlier. She's still worried about the healer and tank roles they're missing. He crosses his arms and gives her a smug look, claiming he could honestly clear the whole place solo if he wanted to. Melissa is left speechless, wondering where this insane level of confidence is coming from. He turns his back on her and starts walking, explaining why a giant drone is a bad idea. He isn't interested in wasting resources on a project that inefficient. As the small drone continues its scouting mission above, Alan points out that the bigger a machine is, the worse its fuel efficiency becomes. Melissa looks skeptical, asking what his actual plan is if he's not going to use a giant drone. He notes that with their current energy sources, they'd probably crash before they even made it halfway up. Alan smirks, revealing that they aren't going to rely on standard magic stones. They're going to use a completely new energy source. Alan and his new companion, Melissa, are debating the best way to reach the dungeon. Alan points out that standard magic-powered machines have terrible fuel efficiency when they get too big. Melissa asks for a better plan, and Alan reveals he's switching to a completely new energy source. She's skeptical. In this world, magic stones are the only fuel source people really know. Alan turns to her with a serious look, explaining that the power source is her. Melissa's jaw drops as she realizes he's talking about using her own magic. He breaks down the logic. As a sorcerer, she can manipulate multiple elemental attributes at once. Alan activates his craft skill, and a surge of blue digital energy pulses from his palm. In an instant, a large basket and a pile of fabric appear on the ground. He's built a hot air balloon. He tells her to hop in so they can test it out right away. Melissa is still a bit lost, so Alan tells her to start by blowing wind into the balloon to inflate it. She focuses her magic, swirling a massive gust of wind into the fabric dome. The balloon swells up, looming over them as it fills with air. It's fully inflated now. Alan explains that simply heating the air inside will make them airborne. He recommends her Flame Hand spell, as it generates the most heat with the least amount of mana. Melissa ignites her magic, orange flames wrapping around her hand. She holds the fire up into the balloon's opening, and Alan tells her to keep that steady heat going. The basket lifts off, and Melissa is stunned as they begin to drift into the sky. Alan warns her not to let the fire die, or they'll crash. Melissa snaps back that he should have mentioned the risk before they were airborne. She's worried about wasting mana, but Alan casually says he'll take care of the dungeon enemies himself. Melissa looks at him with a mix of doubt and worry, remembering that he's only level 24. But as they sail over the mountains, she starts to think he might actually know what he's doing. She watches him, her perspective on the low-level crafter beginning to shift. With him leading the way, she thinks they might actually have a shot at clearing this dungeon. They arrive at the Crystal Sky Castle, a massive fortress carved into the side of a mountain. They touch down safely, though Melissa is a bit out of breath from the magic use. The castle's main hall is already teeming with other adventurer parties. Alan reminds her that this is an open dungeon. If another group clears it first, they get booted out. They pick up the pace, running through the grand stone hallways. Other parties are already busy clearing out the smaller monsters along the way. Alan explains the dungeon's three-layer structure, the lower, middle, and upper floors. He knows exactly what they need to advance, and Melissa is shocked he's so well-informed. He gives her a sly grin, telling her that detailed info like that usually isn't free. Melissa sighs, thinking he's got some nerve trying to charge her for tips. They round a corner and find a group stalled in front of a massive shadow. It's a level 45 Abyss Minotaur, and it's blocking the only path forward. Melissa suggests taking another route, since there are 7 different floors they can try. Alan refuses. He isn't interested in wasting time elsewhere and giving up the crystal. He steps forward, walking right through the crowd of hesitant adventurers toward the beast. He tells the other parties to step aside if they're just going to stand there and stall. A high-level adventurer named Lucas gets in his face, furious that a stranger is acting so high and mighty. He stops dead when he sees the level tag floating above Alan's head. He can't believe a level 24 is running his mouth. The adventurers burst out laughing, stepping aside to let the low-level guy take the hit. They mockingly left the boss to him, fully convinced he would be crushed to pieces. Alan doesn't bat an eye, simply thanking them for the opportunity as he faces the monster alone. The other adventurers watch with smirks on their faces, waiting for the show. The Abyss Minotaur roars, its massive frame towering over Alan as it prepares to crush the intruder. Red energy pulses from the beast's body, highlighting the sheer power gap between them. Melissa panics, shouting for him to wait since her mana hasn't fully recovered yet. She can't provide any magical support, leaving him completely exposed to the boss's wrath. Alan casually retrieves a sandworm magic stone from his inventory, telling her it's not a problem. The red stone glows with a bright light as he prepares to use it as a crafting material. He activates his craft skill, and a grid of blue energy begins to construct something massive in his hands. He ignores the surrounding noise, focused entirely on the weapon being born. The light fades to reveal a high-tech rocket launcher dripping with blue sparks. The system interface displays its name, Rocket Launcher Ver, Sandworm, boasting a base attack power of over 14,000. Melissa's eyes nearly pop out of her head when she sees the stats, screaming in disbelief at the 14,500 attack power. Alan adds that with the active modifier, the actual damage will exceed 30,000. The Minotaur charges forward, its horns lowered to gore him, but Alan has already taken aim. He stands his ground, the heavy barrel of the launcher resting steady on his shoulder. He whispers that it's over, his gaze sharp and unwavering as the monster closes the distance. He doesn't flinch, already preparing to test out his latest creation. A deafening boom echoes through the chamber as a streak of fire and steel erupts from the launcher. The recoil kicks back, but Alan remains focused as the projectile streaks toward its target. The rocket hits the Minotaur square in its glowing eye, the impact catching the beast completely off guard. For a split second, time seems to stop as the explosive force begins to bloom. A massive explosion rocks the dungeon, engulfing the boss in a pillar of fire and smoke. Shockwaves ripple outward, shattering the floor and sending debris flying in every direction. The other adventurers are nearly blown off their feet, shielding their faces as they scream in terror at the sheer scale of the blast. Even Melissa has to brace herself against the violent wind. As the smoke clears, a system notification confirms that the Abyss Minotaur has been obliterated. The once mighty boss has been reduced to nothing but ash by a single shot. Alan stands amidst the settling dust, a new level-up notification floating above his head. He's reached level 25, a small reward for such a massive feat of destruction. The other parties trembled at the sight, their faces turning pale with shock as they witnessed what had just unfolded. They couldn't fathom how a level 24 guy could possibly one-shot a level 45 boss. Melissa walks up to him, her initial worry replaced by genuine awe as she compliments his performance. She realizes that he wasn't just talking big, he actually has the firepower to back it up. She leans in, demanding to know exactly what kind of magic or skill he just used. The logic of this world's jobs is being shattered right in front of her eyes. Alan doesn't answer her directly, instead thinking to himself that using the sandworm magic stone might have actually been overkill for this fight. He's already thinking about the next version. He reaches out to grab the first of the 3-floor reward crystals as it manifests in the air. One down, and only 2 more to go before they can advance to the middle floors. While he's at it, he crouches down to collect the Minotaur's magic stone as well. Melissa is still dazed, nodding along even though she's clearly struggling to keep up with his pace. Without wasting a second, Alan starts sprinting toward the next area, calling out for them to move on. Melissa trails behind, shouting for him to wait as he disappears into the corridors. Melissa's mind is reeling as she remembers how everyone calls the crafter a trash job. Seeing him take down a level 45 boss instantly has her questioning everything she knew about power. They arrive at the Abyss Corridor, where a massive section of the stone bridge appears to have collapsed. A group of adventurers is already stuck at the edge, staring hopelessly into the dark void. Alan stops to assess the situation, nodding that they just need to clear the dungeon's gimmicks to keep moving efficiently. He doesn't seem bothered by the lack of a floor. Melissa points out the obvious problem. The path is cut off, and there's no visible way to cross. She wonders if they'll have to find another route or use flight magic. Alan corrects her, stating that the path isn't actually cut off at all. He steps closer to the edge, looking out over the supposed abyss with complete confidence. He explains that the floor is simply transparent, describing an invisible path winding through the air. If you know exactly where to step, you can walk right across to the other side. Melissa asks the obvious follow-up. What happens if you take a wrong step and miss the transparent floor? Alan just looks back at her with a deadpan expression. Right on cue, one of the desperate adventurers decides to take a leap of faith, shouting that he's going for it. He lunges forward, his foot searching for solid ground in the empty air. He finds nothing but air and plummets into the darkness, his screams fatting as he falls toward the bottom of the abyss. The other adventurers watch in horror as he disappears. Alan turns back to Melissa and tells her that's exactly what happens. She stares into the pit, finally understanding the lethal nature of this gimmick. He goes on to explain that the standard way to clear this is to use a weapon like a staff to tap the ground and find the path. It's slow and tedious, but it works for those without special tools. However, he points out that if he demonstrates that method, everyone behind them will just copy it. It would turn the narrow path into a shoving match, slowing them down and creating a mess. Melissa suggests a more direct approach, asking why he doesn't just use his craft skill to build a sturdy bridge over the gap. It seems like the most logical solution for a master builder. Alan shakes his head, explaining that both magic and skills are completely restricted in this specific area of the dungeon. If it were that easy, someone would have used flight magic to cross long ago. Melissa doesn't believe him at first, focusing her mana and shouting as she tries to activate a spell. She pushes her hand forward, expecting a burst of magic that never comes. Nothing happens, and the lack of magical response leaves her standing there in awkward silence. She realizes with a sweat drop that he was telling the truth. She's effectively powerless here. She turns to him, realizing the gravity of the situation. If her magic is blocked, then his craft skill must be restricted as well. She asks for confirmation, and he simply nods. She slumps her shoulders, thinking they're completely stuck if they can't use their special abilities to bypass the trap. But Alan just gives her a confident smirk, saying there's still a way. Melissa looks at him with a mix of confusion and hope, wondering what kind of trick he has left when even his main skill is sealed away. Alan and his companion reach the Abyss Corridor in the lower floors of the Crystal Sky Castle. Before them lies a massive drop into darkness, with a distant door mocking their progress. Standing beside Alan is Melissa, a powerful warrior with long, silver-blue hair tied in a high ponytail and striking gold eyes. They note that they still have 2 crystals to find before they can reach the middle floors. Alan looks over the edge, realizing he can't use his crafting skill directly in this area. It's a set of gimmicks designed to stall even the most experienced parties. He reaches into his digital inventory, pulling out a strange, glowing piece of equipment. He may not be able to build on the spot, but he came prepared for this exact scenario. Melissa stares at the mechanical device in his hands, completely confused by its purpose. Alan explains that his strategy is simply a matter of crafting the right tools in advance. It's a night vision scope he fashioned using magic stones from evil bats. He claims this gadget will make the invisible, transparent floors of the corridor perfectly visible to the naked eye. Melissa is impressed, but she can't help but wonder when he actually had the time to build something so specialized. Alan's efficiency seems to defy the laws of their world. In a quick flashback, it's revealed that Alan was busy tinkering with the magic stones while Melissa was distracted by the view from their hot air balloon. He never stops working, even during transit. Melissa can only stare in disbelief, sweating at the realization of how much he has prepared. She knows the dungeon's gimmicks are complex, yet he seems to have an answer for everything. Alan secures the goggles over his head, explaining that the tech detects infrared rays. Even if the floor looks like thin air to everyone else, it's about to become a solid highway for them. Looking through the lenses, a hidden neon green path reveals itself over the abyss. The maze of transparent platforms is no longer a mystery, but a clear route to the other side. He tells her they can proceed without any issues now. Melissa watches him, starting to realize that his unconventional methods might actually be superior to standard dungeon raiding. Without warning, Alan scoops Melissa up into a bridal carry, catching her completely off guard. Her face turns bright red as she flails her hands in surprise. He keeps a straight face, adjusting his goggles while holding her securely. He ignores her flustered reaction, simply stating that this is the most efficient way to save time. Alan breaks into a full sprint toward the empty void. Melissa lets out a terrified scream, convinced they're about to plummet to their deaths. Melissa keeps screaming as Alan charges ahead, but her cries are cut short as she realizes they aren't falling. He's running across the air with absolute confidence. He tells her to stay calm so she doesn't bite her tongue while he navigates the invisible path. He sees the layout clearly through his scope, weaving through the empty space like it's a track. Other adventurers watching from the edge are left speechless, their jaws dropping in shock. They watch in awe as Alan appears to run through the air with a woman in his arms. Melissa begs him to go slower and be more careful, her eyes shut tight in fear. The sheer speed and height of the dash are more than her nerves can handle. They finally reach solid ground on the other side of the gap, the invisible bridge behind them. The path ahead is silent, leading deeper into the dungeon's secrets. They come to a junction where the hallway splits into two directions. Alan scans the area, debating which way they should head next. He explains that both paths are actually correct, as there's a reward crystal waiting at the end of each branch. It's a matter of clearing both to progress. Melissa turns away, huffing in annoyance after being carried like a child. Alan looks at her with a confused expression, wondering if she's actually angry for some reason. They stare at each other for a moment in a tense silence. Melissa's pride is clearly wounded, but Alan remains as stoic as ever, not understanding the emotional shift. She eventually gives in with a reluctant sigh, admitting that his plan is fine. She crosses her arms, still looking a bit disgruntled by the whole ordeal. Alan starts walking ahead, reminding her that he needs her alive if he's going to get any information about the assassination. His bluntness only adds to her frustration. They enter the corridor of condemnation, a lethal trap-filled hallway. Massive scythe blades swing across the narrow path, threatening to slice through anyone who dares to cross. Melissa points out the obvious. One wrong move here, and it's a long drop into an instant death. The sheer scale of the swinging blades is enough to make any adventurer hesitate. Alan remains unfazed, claiming the solution is simple. He pulls out a modern, tactical rifle, surprising Melissa with another one of his strange, crafted weapons. He fires a shot, the bullet sparking as it connects with one of the heavy scythes. He explains that they don't need to dodge the traps if they just break them. Melissa realizes that skills and magic are permitted in this zone, giving her a chance to contribute. She prepares herself, ready to show off her own destructive capabilities. She unleashes a blast of fire magic from a floating seal, incinerating one of the traps in a flash of light. She smirks, nodding that this challenge will be a piece of cake for them. The two of them charge through the corridor together, a combined force of magic and machinery. They sprint past the falling debris of the traps, wasting no time in their advance. They arrive at the Chamber of Precipices, where the next crystal sits on a high altar at the top of a steep wall. The height alone is a daunting obstacle. Alan asks if there are any more instant death gimmicks to worry about here. Melissa steps forward, curious about the texture of the massive wall blocking their way. She touches the surface only to pull her hand back in disgust. The entire wall is covered in a thick, slimy substance, making it impossible for anyone to climb. Melissa has an idea, suggesting they use Alan's crafting to bypass the wall without actually touching it. She's finally starting to think like he does. Alan gives her a small smirk, pleased that she's finally beginning to understand the versatility of a true crafter. He's glad his lessons are starting to stick. Melissa summons a flame in her hand, assuming they're going to fly over the wall with the hot air balloon again. She's ready to provide the heat for their ascent. Alan stops her, telling her that a whole balloon is way too much effort for a simple spot like this. Melissa is left confused, wondering what other trick he could possibly have up his sleeve. He activates his crafting skill, blue digital energy surging through his body. A cube of pure mana forms between his hands as he prepares to manifest a new invention. In place of the slime-covered wall, Alan constructs a modern metal platform. He tells Melissa they'll be using this lift to reach the top, leaving her stunned by his endless creativity. Alan presses a button on the control panel, activating the mechanical device. He casually introduces it as a lift, a concept completely foreign to this world's architecture. The platform rises steadily, carrying Alan and Melissa toward the high ledge. He explains how it's designed to transport people and heavy objects vertically with ease. They reach the top in record time, arriving at a pedestal holding a glowing blue gemstone. Melissa is amazed by how quickly they bypass the obstacle that would have stalled any other party. Melissa carefully retrieves the second reward crystal, a notification confirming they only have one more to go. She's starting to see that with Alan, the impossible becomes routine. Alan doesn't waste a second, immediately turning to head for the next objective. Melissa scrambles to keep up, still processing the sheer efficiency of his strange methods. They arrive at the poison swamp chamber, where a toxic green lake stretches out before them. In the center of the foul-smelling mist, the final altar waits on a distant island. The swamp is thick with potent poison, bubbling and releasing noxious fumes. Melissa warns that even a single touch would result in a debilitating status ailment. She looks to Alan, curious about what kind of complex crafting solution he has planned for this hurdle. He seems deep in thought, weighing his options. Alan closes his eyes for a brief moment, visualizing his next creation. He's looking for the most practical way forward, not necessarily the most flashy one. He activates his skill, blue digital energy crackling around him as he initiates another craft. The air hums with the power of his unique class. A simple wooden boat materializes at the water's edge, bobbing gently on the toxic surface. Melissa is stunned, not quite sure what to make of this low-tech approach. She stares at the plain vessel, wondering if this is really the amazing solution she was expecting. Alan just looks at her, his expression as flat and unreadable as ever. Alan steps into the boat, checking its stability on the green water. Melissa hesitates on the shore, clearly feeling a bit let down by the lack of mystery in this plan. He tells her to get in, explaining that there's no need for something tedious when a simple boat will do the job. He values results over spectacle every time. As she boards the craft, she looks around for oars or paddles, finding nothing but the bare wooden floor. She asks how exactly they're supposed to move without them. Alan gives her a knowing look, mentioning that this is where teamwork comes into play. He tells her he's counting on her to be the engine for their transport. Melissa is caught off guard, repeating the word engine with a confused tilt of her head. She doesn't yet realize the role he has in mind for her magic. He explains that her magic will be their propulsion, and she quickly gets the idea. She stands at the back, unleashing a powerful blast of energy that sends the boat racing across the toxic swamp. She continues to channel her magic, her hair whipping in the wind as they zoom toward the island. She can't help but wonder if her part in this teamwork is a bit more demanding than his. While she does all the heavy lifting, Alan just relaxes, lying back with his hands behind his head. He enjoys the smooth ride as they cut through the poison mist. They reach the far shore and find the final crystal glowing atop a stone pedestal. The hard part of the lower floors is finally behind them. Alan claims the third crystal, and the system confirms their task is complete. He holds the gem as it radiates a soft, purple light. Melissa walks up to him, admitting that they're doing surprisingly well as a duo. She had her doubts, but his unconventional tactics have proven incredibly effective. Alan simply states that it's because crafter is the strongest job in the world. He says it with such conviction that it's hard to argue with the results they've seen. He starts walking toward the exit, ready for the next phase of their journey. Melissa follows closely behind, though her thoughts are lingering on his last statement. She looks at his back, realizing that it's not the job class itself that's so powerful. It's the man holding the job that makes all the difference. The two of them move through the dark corridors, their path lit only by the faint glow of the dungeon's magic. Alan leads with a steady, determined pace. Melissa continues her internal monologue, convinced that despite only meeting recently, she's witnessing history in the making. She feels certain that Alan is destined for greatness. She watches him, seeing a future legendary adventurer where others only see a low-level crafter. His calm, analytical nature masks a brilliance that few can truly comprehend. They soon arrive at the transfer chamber, a large, ornate room marked as the entrance to the middle floors. They're just moments away from a major milestone in the dungeon crawl. Alan stands before a specialized pedestal, holding all 3 crystals he's collected. He explains that placing them here will unlock the path to the next section of the castle. Melissa mentions that she's been thinking about how he never gets lost, almost as if he knows the entire layout of this place by heart. She finds his navigate skills as impressive as his crafting. Alan looks at one of the crystals, admitting that he's essentially staked his life on this venture. He's taking a massive gamble, but his confidence hasn't wavered once. The crystals begin to glow with intense light as they're placed onto the pedestal. The room hums with energy as the authentication process begins. A system message appears, confirming that the crystals have been authenticated. The dungeon itself is preparing to transfer them to the middle floors. A massive, swirling blue portal opens before them, radiating an immense amount of magical power. The gateway to the next set of challenges is finally open. Alan finds it strange that there's a dungeon-like structure inside the middle floors of another dungeon. He's intrigued by the complex architecture of this place. He compares the nested nature of the castle to a matryoshka doll, another term that leaves Melissa completely lost. She can only blink in confusion at his words. He catches himself and promises to craft a real doll for her once they've cleared this castle. It's a small, rare moment of casual friendliness from him. They stand at the edge of the portal, ready to step through. Alan asks if they're ready to move on, but he's stopped by a sudden request. Melissa calls out his name, her expression becoming serious and intense. She clearly has something important she wants to say before they continue their climb. She places a hand on her chest and challenges him to a match right here and now. Before they go any further, she wants to test his strength in a direct confrontation. Melissa stops for a second and looks at Alan with a serious expression. She's got a proposal for him before they get into the thick of it. Alan's caught a bit off guard by the sudden challenge. A match now. She gives him a confident smirk, clearly looking to prove something. Her mind's already made up. She pulls up a map of the mid-tier floors to explain how it's going to work. There are 2 levels they need to clear before hitting the boss. On the first floor, they're going to be swamped by a massive wave of weak mobs. It's the perfect setup for what she has in mind. She lights up a small flame on her fingertip, challenging him to a kill count competition. Whoever takes down the most monsters wins. Alan just crosses his arms, looking completely unimpressed. He points out that the conditions are totally skewed in her favor. Since she's a sorcerer, her magic is built for wide-area destruction. Taking out crowds is literally her specialty. Compare that to Alan, whose firearms have mostly been single-target weapons. He's basically walking into a trap, but he doesn't seem to care. Melissa starts taunting him, asking if he's actually scared of losing. She thinks she's already won this before it even started. She strikes a pose, full of confidence. Her magic might be slow to move with, but she's not about to lose to a random adventurer. A close-up of Melissa's scheming face, as dozens of plans race through her mind. Alan agrees on one condition. If it helps them clear the floor faster, he's in. The loser has to buy high-grade potions for the winner. They stand before the massive blue portal, ready to jump in. The bet is officially on. They arrive on the first floor, and the area is absolutely crawling with monsters. It's a literal ocean of enemies waiting to be cleared. A sea of glowing red eyes stares them down from the darkness. Melissa and Alan lock in, ready to start the slaughter. A system window pops up with the objective: defeat 1,500 monsters. The timer's ticking and the match is live. Melissa gets things started right away, her mana swirling as she chants her incantation. She's not holding anything back. She unleashes her big move, Nebula Meteor Black Nebula. A massive vortex of dark energy opens up right over the monster horde. Huge meteors of purple magic crash down into the crowd. The explosions are massive, turning waves of mobs into dust in seconds. Everything in her range is completely vaporized. She looks pretty satisfied with the destruction she just caused. She turns to Alan with a smug look, asking what he thinks of her annihilation power. She thinks she's got this in the bag. Alan just stays calm and tells her it's his turn. He starts crafting something massive, his hands glowing with electrical blue energy. He pulls a heavy-duty Gatling gun out of thin air. The stats are insane, over 500 attack power and a fire rate that'll shred anything in its path. Alan levels his weapon at the remaining monsters. He doesn't even blink as he gets ready to let loose. He pulls the trigger, and the barrels spin up into a blinding wall of lead. The sound is deafening as he mows down everything in sight. The monsters don't stand a chance. They're getting torn apart by a literal rain of bullets before they can even get close. Explosions rock the room as the Gatling fire chews through the crowd. It's even more destructive than Melissa's AoE spells. Melissa watches in total shock, unable to believe what she's seeing. This kind of firepower is on a level she's never even imagined. Alan mentions that while the gun keeps him from moving, its raw power is top tier. He even gives her a chance to surrender while the barrels are still smoking. Melissa's sweating now, her magic fizzling out as she tries to keep up. There's no way her class is supposed to lose to someone like him. 2 minutes later, the trial is over, and the results are on the board. Alan beat her 811 to 689, and it wasn't even close. She slumps to the floor, staring at the score in disbelief. She couldn't even win in a straight-up contest of firepower. Alan looks back at her and tells her not to take it too hard. He admits it was a close match, though his face says otherwise. He walks off, leaving her sitting there in the dust. He basically tells her she just had the bad luck of facing him today. Melissa watches him go, finally realizing that she's dealing with someone on a completely different level of power. It's a bitter pill to swallow. They move on to the second floor of the mid-tier. The hallway is quiet, but they both know the real test is coming up next. Alan is focused, already thinking about the battle against the crystal dragon waiting at the end. They just need the emerald dragon jewel to reach the upper floors. Melissa admits that being with him makes the hardest dungeon floors feel like a walk in the park. She's starting to really trust his skills. They stop dead in their tracks as a bright blue energy starts gathering in the middle of the floor. Something big is spawning. A massive beast emerges from the shadows, its paws slamming into the ground with crushing force. It's not alone either. The crystal ogre, a level 50 mid-boss, stares them down with glowing eyes. It's riding a massive manticore and it looks ready to kill. The crystal ogre looms over them, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light. This mid-boss isn't going to be an easy takedown. Melissa is completely stunned to see the ogre riding the manticore. Alan remains focused, nodding that the two of them are fighting as a perfectly coordinated pair. Alan realizes they'll need to find a way to separate them if they want to survive this. He doesn't look rattled, just ready to adapt. He starts the crafting process, mana crackling around his hands like electrical bolts. Melissa recognizes the weapon he's building right away. It's the same type of weapon that instantly killed the boss on the lower floors. She's relieved to see him pulling out the big guns. He pulls out a standard version rocket launcher with an attack power over 16,000. Melissa's a bit confused, though. The stats look lower than the one he used before. Alan explains that this is the standard model. Last time he cranked the power way higher than needed, but this version won't break after just one shot. He breaks down the difference. Magic stone crafts are powerful but collapse after use, while normal crafts can be used repeatedly. The only risk is the opening it leaves after firing. The ogre and its mount let out a joint roar and charge straight for them. The battle is officially on. The beasts lunge forward with incredible speed. Alan stays calm, watching them close the gap. He barks an order at Melissa to freeze the ground immediately. He's already 2 steps ahead of the enemy. Melissa doesn't hesitate, slamming her hands down and activating a massive frost circle. The cold energy spreads instantly. A wave of sharp ice crystals shoots across the floor toward the charging monsters. It's a literal trap of frozen spikes. Alan knows the manticore is fast and has high evasion. He needs to force it into a situation where it physically cannot dodge. The ogre and manticore charge head-on into the ice path. Everything is going exactly as Alan planned. Predictably, the manticore leaps high into the air to avoid the freezing spikes on the ground. It fell right into his trap. Alan gives a tiny smirk, whispering perfect as they hang in midair. They're wide open now. He notes that since the enemy doesn't have wings, being in the air means it's completely lost its mobility. It can't dodge his next move. Alan takes aim and prepares to fire. He's looking to blow them both away with a single massive explosion. The ogre's eyes widen as the massive rocket streaks directly toward its face. There's nowhere to go but down. In a split-second maneuver, the ogre uses its own mount as a springboard to launch itself even higher. It's a move Alan didn't anticipate. Melissa watches in pure horror, her face pale as she realizes the plan just went sideways. The ogre is still in the air. The rocket connects with the manticore, creating a massive, fiery explosion that fills the room. but the writer is gone. Alan stares up into the smoke, shocked that the ogre pulled off such an impossible move. He realized way too late that the beast used its partner to escape the blast. The ogre descends from the flames, its massive club raised high for a crushing overhead strike. It's falling right on top of him. Alan looks up, his expression hardening as he realizes he's in the monster's crosshairs. There's no time to dodge. The ogre's massive silhouette blocks out the light as it brings its weapon down. The pressure is immense. Melissa screams for him to run, her face twisted in fear. She knows her magic is too slow to stop the attack in time. She remembers that Alan is only level 25 and isn't wearing any defensive gear. He's completely exposed. If he takes a direct hit from a level 50 boss like this, it's going to be instant death. She lunges forward, hoping she can somehow take the hit for him. The ogre swings its glowing club with bone-shattering force. Alan just stands his ground, staring the monster down. Melissa realizes with a jolt of panic that she's too far away. She isn't going to make it in time to save him. Time seems to freeze as the ogre's demonic face looms over Alan, weapon inches from his head. The impact is coming. Melissa lets out a final, desperate scream of his name as the strike descends. Everything rests on these next few seconds. Melissa screams out Alan's name, her face twisted in pure panic. She's reaching out as if she can somehow stop what's about to happen. A massive crystal ogre is hurtling through the air, bringing a glowing blade down for a killing blow. Alan just stands his ground, looking up at the monster with his weapon ready. Alan realizes the beast used its own mount as a springboard to close the gap, which is a pretty smart move for a monster. But as a light starts to glow from his weapon, he doesn't seem worried at all. A reload notification flashes in front of Alan's eyes. He knew his weapon would auto-reload the moment it hits 0, and the timing is perfect. He pulls the trigger at point-blank range, letting out a massive blast that completely engulfs the ogre. The explosion is so huge it fills the entire corridor with fire and smoke. Melissa has to shield her eyes from the intense light and shockwave. Once the heat dies down, she lets out a long sigh of relief. As the smoke clears, Alan is still standing there, looking completely unfazed by the life-or-death moment he just survived. He just takes a breath and waits for the dust to settle. A holographic screen pops up, announcing that he's reached level 26. He nods to himself, figuring the experience from that mid-boss was just about enough to push him over. Melissa looks at him like he's an alien. She's genuinely confused because she was certain his weapon had run out of ammo right before the ogre attacked. Alan explains that his rocket launchers have an auto-reload function that kicks in the second they're empty. It's a technical detail she wasn't expecting, but it's what just saved his life. He takes a moment to kneel and recover, admitting that it was actually a pretty close call. Melissa just stares at his back, realizing he was a second away from being flattened. Despite almost dying, Alan looks perfectly composed. He tells her he was counting on that second shot the whole time, like it was just another part of the plan. Alan picks up a glowing purple crystal from the ground where the ogre fell. It's a high-tier drop, proof that he's well prepared for what's coming next. They start walking deeper into the castle, leaving the carnage behind. Alan mentions that the only thing left to deal with now is the crystal dragon itself. Melissa watches him from the side, thinking to herself that she's never seen an adventurer this calm. Plenty are strong, but Alan's level of composure is something else entirely. They reach a swirling blue portal at the end of the hall. Melissa tells him to wait a second, her face suddenly becoming serious. She stares at him, her mind racing with questions about his true identity. She realizes that his incredible skill is exactly why powerful people are trying to take his life. They finally arrive at the massive, ornate doors leading to the upper floor. It's the final stretch of the Crystal Sky Castle, and the air feels heavy with whatever is waiting behind that gate. Melissa steps forward and tries to push the heavy doors open, but they don't budge an inch. She's putting her whole weight into it, yet they won't even creak. Alan just watches her struggle for a second before telling her the door is actually just for show. Melissa stops and looks back at him, feeling a bit foolish. He points to the blue portal they just passed, explaining that this floor works just like the ones below. You have to use a portal to transfer into the boss room. Alan's expression turns grim as he looks at the portal. He tells her there must still be another party inside challenging the boss right now. Melissa's heart sinks at the news. If another group is already in there, it could ruin their entire mission. We see a glimpse of another party struggling against the dungeon's monsters. They look exhausted and battered, barely holding their own. Melissa starts biting her nail, worried that if the other party clears the floor first, they'll have to start this whole climb from scratch. The stakes just got a lot higher. Alan just sits down on the stone floor, telling her there's no point in complaining about it. He suggests they use the wait time to actually come up with a strategy. He drops a bombshell about the boss, revealing that the crystal dragon has an instant death attack. Just the mention of it makes the threat level feel way more real. Melissa looks like she's seen a ghost. She can't believe they're up against an epic-class monster, which is way above anything they've faced so far. A quick comparison shows just how much more dangerous an epic class is than a standard boss. They have massive stats and unique traits that make them absolute nightmares to fight. Alan continues his lecture, explaining that the dragon also has something called a damage cap. Melissa is totally lost and asks him what that even means. Alan explains it with a simple visual. No matter how powerful your attack is, the damage is capped at a certain number. You could hit it with a nuke, but it would only take 100 damage. Melissa realizes that Alan's massive single-shot firepower is going to be completely useless here. It's a mechanic designed to shut down high-damage bursts. Alan looks off into the distance, already running the numbers in his head. He needs to decide on a completely different fighting style if they want to survive this. He notes that in the boss area, grunts will keep spawning infinitely until the dragon is dead. It's a war of attrition that most parties can't handle. Alan gives Melissa her role. She needs to focus entirely on wiping out the waves of grunts. He tells her he'll take care of the boss himself. She asks how he plans to counter an instant death move, but he just tells her he'll manage somehow. He instructs her to evacuate behind him the moment he gives the signal. Suddenly, the portal starts glowing with a brilliant blue light. Alan realizes the previous party's fight is finally over, one way or the other. He looks down, nodding that since they weren't warped outside the castle, the other party didn't win. They were almost certainly wiped out inside. Melissa gets a chill down her spine, looking genuinely nervous now. If a party strong enough to reach the boss got annihilated, their chances aren't looking great. Alan stands up and starts walking toward the portal with total confidence. He tells her it'll be fine, and that they'll definitely win as long as they stick to the plan. Melissa watches him, still a little hesitant but deciding to trust him. She tells him she's counting on him to get them through this alive. Alan gives her a sharp, determined look. He simply tells her to leave it to him, and they step forward to face the dragon. Alan and Melissa stand at the precipice of the final challenge, staring into the swirling blue portal. He tells himself that he can't afford to die until he becomes the world's first level 999. They step through and find themselves in the boss area of the Crystal Sky Castle's upper floor. It's a massive, circular arena floating in a void of stars and jagged crystal shards. Melissa takes in the scale of the room, her voice trailing off in awe. She's never seen a dungeon floor that felt this oppressive and grand at the same time. The first thing they see isn't the boss, but the grim remains of those who came before. Melissa stares at the scattered corpses, realizing just how lethal this room really is. The sight of so many fallen adventurers sends a chill through Melissa. Alan remains stoic, but he doesn't miss the sheer number of people who met their end right where they're standing. Alan looks up, his gaze hardening as he refuses to let the carnage get to him. He knows that being intimidated now will only lead to them joining the piles of bodies on the floor. A sudden surge of mana fills the air, and a massive blue shadow begins to coalesce in the center of the arena. The very ground seems to vibrate with the power of the approaching beast. The duo braces themselves as the light intensifies, casting long shadows across the stone tiles. Alan warns her that the real fight is about to start. The crystal dragon reveals itself, a magnificent and terrifying creature made of shimmering ice and stone. It looms over them, its body radiating a cold, deadly light. A level 50 tag appears over the beast, confirming it's the crystal dragon they were warned about. Its eyes glow with a predatory intelligence that suggests it's far more than a mindless monster. Melissa can barely find her words, recognizing the creature as an epic-class threat. The gap between a normal boss and this thing is enough to make any experienced adventurer's blood run cold. Alan tells her not to let the dragon's presence overwhelm her. He knows that in a fight like this, losing your composure is the quickest way to end up dead. As if the dragon wasn't enough, dozens of red eyes begin to glow in the darkness surrounding them. It turns out the boss brought an entire army of grunts to the party. The scale of the battle becomes clear as they are surrounded by the dragon and its infinite waves of minions. They're stuck in a massive coliseum with nowhere to run. Alan readies his Gatling gun, tasking Melissa with keeping the grunts off his back. She nods, determined to hold her ground while he focuses on the main threat. The Gatling gun roars to life, spitting out a stream of lead that slams into the dragon's crystalline hide. Alan keeps a steady aim, testing the beast's legendary damage cap. The dragon roars in annoyance as the rapid-fire rounds chip away at its armor. It doesn't seem to be in pain yet, but Alan's strategy is clearly making an impact. Alan watches the damage numbers closely, confirming that his high fire rate is effectively bypassing the dragon's defensive gimmick. He's found the loophole, but he knows the fight is far from over. Melissa is stunned as she watches Alan actually push back an epic-class boss with nothing but a mechanical weapon. She's never seen anyone handle a high-tier threat with such cold efficiency. Alan stays focused, explaining that once you understand a monster's gimmick, it's not nearly as scary. He's confident that they can push through as long as they don't make a mistake. Melissa's confidence returns as she sees his plan working, and she lets out a determined cheer. She's starting to realize that with Alan, even the impossible might be doable. The battle becomes a blur of magic and gunfire as they fight off the dragon and its swarms of minions. Melissa's spells light up the arena, clearing space while Alan keeps the pressure on the boss. Alan notices his weapon's barrels are glowing red-hot, and the firing speed starts to dip. He realizes he's pushed the Gatling gun to its absolute limit and might be out of ammo soon. Sensing a lull in the attack, the crystal dragon arches its neck and begins to gather a massive amount of energy in its throat. The air around its mouth starts to crackle with purple lightning. Alan's eyes widen as he sees the dragon's movement shift. He recognizes the telltale signs of a boss's ultimate move before it even happens. He screams at Melissa to evacuate to the rear, warning her that the instant death attack is coming. She doesn't hesitate for a second, trusting his judgment and sprinting for cover. The energy in the dragon's mouth condenses into a terrifying sphere of black and purple flame. It's a concentrated mass of death magic that threatens to erase everything in its path. The dragon unleashes its death breath, black death flame, sending a massive pillar of dark energy surging toward them. The heat is so intense it feels like it could melt the very air. Alan slams his hand onto the ground, calling out to his crafting ability as blue circuits flare up around him. He isn't planning on running. He's going to build a way out. A massive high-tech shield erupts from the arena floor, interposing itself between the duo and the dragon's breath. Melissa can only watch in shock as the metal barrier takes the full brunt of the attack. Huddled behind the barrier, Alan explains that it's an autonomous fire-resistant shield he just whipped up. He tells her that even an instant death attack isn't a problem if it never actually touches them. He checks his weapon, nodding that the auto-reload is finished, and he's ready to counterattack once the breath stops. It seems like his quick thinking has saved them from certain doom, but their relief is short-lived when a loud, metallic groaning fills the space. Melissa points upward in horror as deep cracks begin to spiderweb across the surface of the shield. Alan's heart drops as he realizes the dragon's power is even greater than he anticipated. This wasn't supposed to happen, and for the first time, he looks genuinely worried. He admits to himself that he underestimated the durability needed to block a boss's ultimate move. The fire-resistant shield was a good idea, but it simply wasn't enough to hold back that much energy. The dragon doesn't let up, pouring more and more power into its breath attack. The shield is being blasted by a relentless torrent of black flame that's eating away at its structure. Melissa watches as the metal barrier starts to buckle and glow white-hot under the pressure. She knows that if that shield fails, they'll both be incinerated in an instant. Alan's mind races as he tries to find a backup plan, knowing that simply adding more shields won't work. He needs a different way to survive the next few seconds, or it's game over. With a deafening boom, the shield finally shatters into 1,000 pieces of molten scrap. Debris flies everywhere as the defensive line is completely obliterated. Melissa is thrown back by the force of the explosion, screaming out Alan's name as the black fire washes over their position. It looks like the end for our duo. Through the smoke and heat, Alan grinds his teeth, refusing to give up even when things look hopeless. He reminds himself that he can't afford to die in a place like this. He reaches out his hand, and a massive surge of blue crafting energy erupts from his palm, brighter than ever before. He's putting everything into one last, desperate craft to turn the tide. Alan clenches his jaw, refusing to let things end here. He activates his god-class crafting skill, determined to pull a solution out of thin air. Blue magic surges around his hands as a red cylindrical object takes shape. He's manifesting something completely out of place for this world. Melissa stares in total confusion, wondering what kind of weapon he's just pulled out. It looks nothing like any magical artifact she's ever seen. It's a standard red fire extinguisher, but with a high-grade magic stone embedded right in the center. The modern tool radiates an intense magical aura. Alan knows that when you're dealing with fire or freezing dragon breath, this is the first thing that should come to mind. He stays focused as the threat looms. To make sure it actually has the power to stop a dragon, he's fused it with the magic stone of a crystal ogre. This is one of the strongest materials in his current inventory. He sprints directly toward the incoming blast with the tank in his arms. The dragon releases a massive wave of frost, turning everything in its path to ice. Alan's eyes glow with a sharp blue light as he prepares for the collision. He's betting his life on the quality of his work. He pulls the trigger, and a thick blast of white foam sprays out from the nozzle. He doesn't flinch as the two forces are about to meet. The pressurized foam hits the dragon's frost breath head-on. The impact sends shockwaves through the air as the modern chemical fights back against the epic magic. Melissa watches from behind, her eyes wide as the spray actually holds its ground. She can't believe a simple tool is clashing with a dragon's ultimate move. The crystal dragon lets out a roar, pouring even more purple energy into its frost breath. It's a move designed to kill anything instantly. The struggle between the white foam and the freezing purple light intensifies, creating a blinding explosion of energy at the center. Alan shouts, pushing himself to the limit to keep the extinguisher steady. He's standing his ground in the middle of a literal storm. The dragon's breath starts to falter as the foam begins to overpower the magical ice. The pressure from the extinguisher is relentless. In an incredible display, the fire extinguisher completely nullifies the epic class attack. The dragon is left stunned as its breath is snuffed out entirely. Melissa is absolutely speechless, trying to process what she just witnessed. A dragon's most powerful move was just shut down by a red tank. Alan remains unfazed, reminding her that an extinguisher is just a tool for putting out fires. He's already moving on to the next phase of his plan. He tosses the empty tank aside and manifestations a massive, multi-barreled minigun. It's time to stop defending and start the counterattack. The barrels start to spin with a mechanical whine before unleashing a relentless hail of magical lead. The muzzle flash lights up the entire room. The crystal dragon's health bar starts plummeting as the bullets shred its crystalline hide. It's down to just a fraction of its total HP. Melissa sees the beast reeling and realizes this is their chance. A determined look crosses her face as she prepares her own final blow. The dragon roars under the weight of the continuous fire, unable to mount any further defense. The end is finally in sight. Alan calls out to her, telling her to ignore any small monsters and focus all their power on the boss. Melissa acknowledges the order immediately. Melissa begins to manifest a high-level fire spell as Alan continues to hammer the dragon with his Gatling gun. They're perfectly in sync now. A massive explosion of fire and bullets consumes the dragon as they unleash everything they've got left. The boss's health bar finally ticks down to near zero. The crystal dragon's body begins to fracture, turning into glowing white particles. Its long reign over the dungeon is over. A notification pops up confirming the subjugation of the epic-class beast is complete. The massive threat has finally been neutralized. Golden light washes over both of them as they gain massive experience points. Alan hits level 27 while Melissa shoots up to level 51. As the dust settles, Alan walks forward, nodding that a win is a win regardless of the methods used. He's already thinking about the loot. He kneels down to retrieve the dragon's magic stone, which is glowing with a soft blue light on the floor. Melissa asks about the real prize, the legendary jade dragon orb that everyone is after. She looks around the empty hall for it. A bright light shines from the back of the chamber as an ornate treasure chest slowly manifests. This is the reward for clearing the dungeon. Melissa approaches the chest first, eager to see what's inside. She flips the lid open as Alan watches from a short distance away. Inside lies the jade dragon orb, a pulsing red gem held in a clawed metallic grip. It's an epic-class material of incredible rarity. Melissa is overjoyed, reaching out to claim the orb that represents their hard-fought victory. She still can't believe they actually pulled it off. Her hand stops midair when Alan's voice suddenly turns cold and serious. He tells her to wait before she touches it. He's standing right behind her, pointing a crafted gun directly at the back of her head. He explains that touching the orb will warp them out immediately, and he needs a word first. Melissa freezes in place, a look of genuine shock and fear crossing her face. The celebratory mood vanishes as things turn deadly. Alan asks if she's forgotten the terms of their agreement. He's not letting her go until he gets some real answers. He presses the barrel closer, demanding to know who exactly sent the assassins after him. He wants the truth before they return to the surface. Melissa closes her eyes and asks Alan to put the weapon away. She promises to tell him everything he needs to know if he just lowers the gun. Alan holsters the pistol with a quick motion. Melissa lets out a long sigh of relief, finally able to breathe now that the immediate threat is gone. He stands before her with a cold expression, waiting for her to keep her side of the bargain. He's not here for small talk. He wants the name of the person behind the hit. Melissa looks up at him, her surprise evident as she realizes how serious he is. She didn't expect him to be this relentless after their joint victory. She admits that she doesn't actually know the specific individual who ordered the assassination. Alan's face darkens as he considers whether she's lying. As he steps closer, Melissa quickly tries to calm him down. She's worried he'll pull the weapon back out if he thinks she's being uncooperative. She explains that while she doesn't have a name, she has a very good idea of which organization is behind the request. She urges him not to be hasty. Alan lets out a frustrated breath, looking away for a moment to collect his thoughts. The situation is clearly more complicated than a single vengeful individual. He agrees to listen to her explanation for now. If the information proves useful, he might be willing to let her off the hook for keeping secrets. Alan asks the direct question, which organization wants him dead? He needs to know who his enemies really are. Melissa looks him in the eye and tells him it's something much larger than a mere clan or group of bandits. It's a structure that spans the entire world. She reveals the name of the organization, the Adventurers Guild. It's a group that Alan is already very familiar with, which only adds to his confusion. Alan is stunned by the revelation, unable to wrap his head around why the guild would target its own. Melissa begins to explain the hidden motivations of the guild's leadership. While their public face is dedicated to defeating the Demon King, a shadow group within the guild operates with a very different agenda. They view exceptional talents like Alan as a threat to their business model. They stand in the quiet dungeon hall as Melissa explains the guild's logic. If he were just a normal adventurer, he'd be ignored, but he's far beyond that. Melissa tells him point-blank that he's simply too strong. His rapid growth and unconventional methods have put a target on his back. Alan looks away, realizing that this matches the cryptic warnings given by the assassin who attacked him earlier. It seems the big shot she mentioned is truly bothered by his existence. The image of the assassin boss looms in his mind as he considers the guild's internal politics. He's been marked for death by the very organization meant to support him. Melissa notes that he's far stronger than any other adventurer in his level range. His potential to actually end the conflict is exactly what they fear. She explains the dark reality. If the Demon King is defeated, the world finds peace. And in a peaceful world, an organization of warriors becomes obsolete. The guild wants to avoid being disbanded at all costs. To keep the war going and protect their own status, they systematically eliminate anyone who might actually win it. Melissa explains that they are assassinating talented adventurers just to maintain the status quo. It's a cold, calculated strategy for institutional survival. She calls them the Demon King Preservation Faction. They are a specific group of guild executives who benefit immensely from the eternal struggle. Alan asks for the leader of this faction, thinking he can just cut the head off the snake. He's ready to take the fight directly to whoever is in charge. Melissa admits the problem is that they don't know who exactly is in the faction. Their members are hidden among the regular guild staff and leadership. They don't actively help the Demon King, but they make sure no hero ever gets close enough to defeat him. It's a passive but deadly form of sabotage. The group isn't limited to just guild staff. It includes merchants, priests, and tavern owners who all profit from the presence of adventurers. Anyone whose livelihood depends on the war could be involved. Alan scratches his head, finding the entire political mess exhausting to think about. He just wanted to level up and craft in peace. Based on the elaborate setup in this dungeon, it's clear the culprit is someone with significant influence inside the guild itself. They use the environment to mask the attempt on his life. Alan declares that he doesn't care about their politics, but he won't let anyone interfere with his leveling. He's determined to hit his goals regardless of the shadow games they play. He asks how other adventurers in their position manage to survive being targeted by such a powerful organization. It's a problem he needs a solution for immediately. Melissa steps in and reminds him that she's technically one of those rising stars, too. She seems offended that he forgot she's in the same boat. Melissa lets out a small cough to clear the air, feeling a bit awkward after her outburst. The tension between them softens slightly. She gets back to a serious expression, ready to move on. Anyway, she begins, signaling it's time to focus on their next step. Alan stares ahead with a determined look, already thinking about how to protect himself. He needs a plan to counter the guild's shadow tactics before they strike again. Back at the entrance of the Crystal Castle, the party teleports onto a floating ice platform. A crowd of adventurers watches in shock as the magic swirls around them. The news of the clear spreads like wildfire, leaving the surrounding group completely stunned. No one expected anyone to take down the crystal dragon so soon. Floating notification windows confirm the achievement to everyone watching. The crowd stares at the empty castle, trying to process the boss's defeat. A system message lists the party members, Alan and Melissa. People are losing their minds over the fact that only 2 people were in the squad. The adventurers start whispering, wondering who Alan could possibly be. While Melissa is a known top-tier sorcerer, the name next to hers is a total mystery. Alan and Melissa stand in the middle of the platform, the teleportation magic fading away. Alan looks around, already planning their return to town. Melissa is still catching her breath, but mentions a potential problem with their exit. She can teleport, but notes they can't use the standard transfer ritual. Alan isn't worried at all, suggesting they could just craft a parachute to get back down. He says it like it's the most obvious thing in the world. Melissa looks completely confused, having never heard of such a thing. The crowd spots Melissa and erupts into cheers. A few guys point her out, excited to see a celebrity return from such a dangerous run. Then their gaze shifts to the guy standing next to her. The confusion returns as they try to figure out who this newcomer is. Congratulations flood in from all sides as the news of the clear sinks in. People are impressed that they even reached the upper floors, let alone finished the job. Alan keeps a straight face while telling Melissa she's quite the celebrity. He points out that she's a rising star being targeted by high-level factions. The crowd mobs Melissa, demanding to know how she cleared the castle. Melissa looks overwhelmed, raising her hands to try and calm everyone down. She starts to explain that she wasn't actually the one who did the heavy lifting. Someone in the crowd notices Alan's level and is instantly baffled. Seeing a level 27 crafter standing there next to her makes absolutely no sense to them. The skepticism grows as they look him up and down. They can't believe someone under level 40 could even survive a place like this. Alan scans the area and sees plenty of high-level adventurers, some reaching up to level 66. He realizes he's in the middle of a very capable crowd. He thinks to himself that this would be a perfect time to pitch his weapons, but he's wary of the attention. Melissa turns to the crowd, ready to give him the credit he deserves. She starts to tell them that the clear was only possible thanks to him. Alan catches her eye and thinks, wait, realizing he needs to keep a low profile. He quickly cuts her off and tells her to stop being so modest. He plays the role of the humble assistant, reminding the crowd he's just a level 27 crafter. Melissa is floored by the lie, especially when Alan tells everyone she soloed the dragon herself. He turns to the adventurers and explains he was only brought along to solve puzzles. He claims he would have been out instantly if she hadn't protected him. Melissa looks at him, sweating as she tries to figure out what his game is. Alan just gives her a slight shake of the head, silently telling her to go along with it. He knows that if he stands out too much, he'll just attract more assassins while he's trying to level up. He decides it's better to hold off on selling his gear for now. Melissa watches him closely, her eyes narrowing as she realizes his strategy. She gets it, he's giving her all the credit on purpose, so the shadow faction won't notice him. The crowd buys it completely, cheering even harder for her. They praise her magic and her supposed humility, calling her world-class. Melissa can barely handle the attention, blushing as she tries to get the crowd to stop. The crystal castle remains floating in the sky, a silent witness to the duo's strange dynamic. The scene shifts to the royal capital as the sun sets, painting the sky in deep reds and gold. Back in the city, Melissa asks Alan what his next move is. He tells her he's heading straight to the inn instead of exchanging items at the guild. Alan's expression is firm as he mentions he needs to keep the magic stones for his own craft. They prepare to part ways for the day. Melissa jokingly suggests it might be hard for him to be away from her, but Alan just gives her a blunt, "Yeah, see you." Melissa is stunned by his cold response, asking him if he thinks he's being a bit too blunt. She starts complaining about his attitude, wondering if he can't say something more polite. Alan just stares at her, thinking about how annoying she's being. Melissa pauses and closes her eyes, realizing what's actually bothering her. Alan listens as she admits she's only given him vague information so far. He simply agrees, which doesn't help her mood. She stands tall, venting her frustration about how unfair the situation feels. She hates feeling like she owes him. As the camera pans up to a grand building, Melissa vows to dig into the Shadow faction's secrets herself. She doesn't want to owe him anything, so she's taking the initiative. Alan watches Melissa walk off, acknowledging that her connections and info will be vital. He gives a small nod as she promises to handle the investigation into the shadowy figures targeting them. She shouts back, telling him to just leave the heavy lifting to her. Alan sighs, hoping he hasn't hitched his wagon to a sinking ship with her reckless attitude. Melissa stops and turns back one last time, offering to let him tag along for another hunt sometime. She flashes a confident smirk, suggesting she'll let him leech off her power next time. Alan walks away with a faint smile, satisfied with how things played out. He's managed to secure a powerful ally while keeping his own true capabilities a secret from the public. Melissa waves one final goodbye, telling him to stay safe in the city. Alan returns the sentiment without looking back, his mind already shifting to his next crafting project. Left alone, Melissa's expression softens into one of genuine disbelief. She can't wrap her head around the fact that she, a top-tier sorcerer, actually ended up relying on a level 27 crafter. She looks down at her palm, conjuring a small sphere of fire that crackles with intense heat. She wonders if she'll ever reach a level of raw, versatile strength that matches his strange skills. Suddenly, her gold eyes go wide as a chill runs down her spine. She senses a sharp, unmistakable surge of bloodlust coming from the shadows above. She spins around, scanning the nearby rooftops as the sunset light fades. The peaceful street suddenly feels dangerous, and her instincts scream that they're being watched. High above on a balcony, a masked assassin draws back a heavy bow, his eyes fixed on Alan's retreating back. Melissa catches the glint of the arrowhead just as the string snaps. The arrow whistles through the air with lethal speed, aimed right for the back of Alan's head. Melissa's hand reaches out instinctively as she shouts his name in warning. Alan's eyes shift to the side just in time. He doesn't panic, his expression remaining cold and focused as death closes the distance in a split second. A green flash sparks as the projectile is knocked away, sent spinning harmlessly into the cobblestones. Alan drops into a low crouch, his eyes scanning for the shooter. The assassin stares down in shock, unable to believe his target reacted that quickly. He realizes his window for a clean kill has slammed shut. Melissa looks up at the rooftop, but the sniper is already a shadow vanishing into the dusk. She grits her teeth, frustrated that the attacker managed to slip away so easily. Alan stands back up and brushes off his clothes, calling it a close call with a surprising amount of calm. Melissa walks over, her face tense with worry after the sudden ambush. He exhales slowly, admitting he didn't expect the Shadow faction to be bold enough to strike inside the royal capital. The city walls clearly don't offer the safety he thought they did. Melissa crosses her arms, looking him dead in the eye with a stern expression. She reminds him that she warned him to take proper measures against assassins from the very beginning. Alan concedes the point with a reluctant sigh, agreeing that her suggestion might be necessary after all. Melissa's annoyance softens slightly, though she's still on high alert. She leans in with a playful but serious offer to act as his personal bodyguard. Of course, she adds that her protection won't come cheap, given her status. Alan doesn't even hesitate to shoot that idea down. He flatly tells her he'll pass, knowing her rates would probably bankrupt him in a single day. Melissa laughs it off, strolling alongside him as the evening lanterns begin to glow. She tells him not to do anything reckless, offering her help if things get truly desperate. She stops and gives him a wink, reminding him that they're officially teammates now. The word hangs in the air, carrying a weight neither of them expected when they first met. Alan looks away, the term teammates echoing in his mind. It's a concept he hasn't really considered since he was pulled into this world. Melissa turns back with a sharp look, asking if he has a problem with her calling them a team. Alan just stares for a moment before muttering that it's nothing. Her expression turns dead serious as she tells him she's acknowledged his strength. She warns him that she won't forgive him if he lets some low-level assassin take him out after all they've been through. Alan meets her gaze with a confident, almost predatory smirk. He declares that he has no intention of dying until he reaches level 999 and conquers this game's world. A small smile tugs at Melissa's lips as she hears his absurdly high goal. She finds his ambition as ridiculous as his crafting skills, but she doesn't doubt him for a second. She raises a hand in a final wave, walking off into the crowded street. Alan stands still for a moment, watching her disappear into the evening bustle of the capital. He turns and continues his own way, his face returning to its usual stoic mask. The encounter has left him with plenty to think about as he heads for his inn. His mind drifts back to his days in ZFO, where he was a legendary solo player draped in heavy, ornate armor. Back then, the only person he could rely on was himself. He remembers the feeling of total freedom that came with being alone, but also the memory of catching Melissa after their grueling boss fight. It's a sharp contrast to his old life. He thinks about the diverse people he's met and the chaos of recent battles. He realizes that having a team behind him might not be such a bad deal after all. A faint smile lingers on his face as he admits to himself that he's changing. He's no longer just a lone gamer, he's part of something bigger now. Now Alan walks through the sun-drenched streets of the capital with a clear purpose. He knows he can no longer just react to the assassins, he must take the fight to them. He stops in front of a massive, fortress-like building that dominates the local district. The white stone walls and red-tiled roofs give off an air of immense power and history. Looking up at the grand structure, Alan admits he never imagined he'd have a reason to step foot in a place like this. He's always preferred the workshop to politics, but the threat of the Demon King faction has forced his hand. To protect himself and his goals, he needs an organization that can rival the guild's shadow influence. A massive banner hangs over the main gate, displaying a golden griffin emblem inside a laurel wreath. This is the Clan Association, the heart of the city's independent factions. Alan stands before the entrance, his gaze hardened with determination. He's ready to stop hiding in the shadows and start building a power base of his own. Flashback to the previous day. Right after taking down the Crystal Dragon, Alan and Melissa stand in the middle of the empty arena to discuss their next move. Melissa cuts straight to the point. She tells him that if he wants to stay safe from those assassins, the quickest way is to join a clan. Alan repeats the word, processing the suggestion. It's a standard move in this world, but he needs to think about how it fits his specific goals. Melissa starts explaining that a clan is just an organization of adventurers, but Alan cuts her off. He's already well aware of how the system works. He gets to the heart of the matter. He asks how exactly joining a group is supposed to serve as a reliable countermeasure against targeted hits. She uses the animal kingdom as an example. Just like a herd of zebras or wildebeests, staying in a large group makes you a much harder target for any lone predator. It's not just about safety in numbers, though. She recommends a high-ranking, large-scale clan because they usually have deep connections with the people in power. The mention of powerful figures catches his interest. He knows that having those kinds of ties can be just as valuable as raw combat stats. He recalls the executives at the Adventurers Guild and how they each had specific clans they favored. Connecting with them could give him a serious edge. To wrap it up, Melissa explains that the right clan can offer him two things at once: a secure environment and a massive network for gathering information. Back in the present, Alan arrives at the massive hub of the Clan Association. The place is packed with adventurers looking for their next big break. He steps inside and scans the room, wondering how he's going to track down the specific type of organization he's looking for. It doesn't take long for the whispers to start. People in the lobby immediately recognize him as the rumored crafter everyone's been talking about. The buzz spreads through the hall like wildfire. Everyone's curious about the guy who's been clearing high-level dungeons despite his low rank. They bring up his record-shattering run at the Wolf Mine. Most people still can't figure out how a crafter managed to pull off such a feat. Then there's the fact that he just cleared the Crystal Sky Castle with Melissa. His reputation is already skyrocketing before he even says a word. Alan ignores the stairs and looks at the layout of the building. He notices that the different counters are all organized based on clan types. For example, conquest clans are the ones that focus primarily on clearing out dungeons and taking down big bosses. There are several other categories to choose from, including defense, social, collection, and extermination, along with a general type that covers a bit of everything. From what he can see, the most popular choices among the crowd are the general, conquest, and extermination counters. He doesn't give a damn about what everyone else is doing, though. Popularity isn't going to help him with his specific plans for the future. Suddenly, a guy with spiky hair stops him in his tracks. He asks Alan if he's in the market for a new clan to join. Alan stops and looks back, giving the guy a chance to speak. He's looking for something specific, but he'll hear what's on offer. The man introduces himself as Max, the leader of a B-rank conquest clan called the Gazelles. He's clearly looking to recruit some fresh talent. Max has heard the rumors about Alan being an exceptional crafter. He makes a pitch, saying he'd love to have that kind of specialized strength on his team. Before Alan can even respond, another leader from a general clan interrupts. She tells Alan to ignore the conquest types and consider a more versatile group. She introduces the Tigers, a B-rank general clan. She promises him that joining them would be the best way for him to gain a wide variety of experience. Max is immediately annoyed by the interruption. He tells her to back off and wait her turn, but she's not about to let a talent like Alan slip away. It quickly turns into a shouting match as other clan reps join in. They're practically tripping over themselves to win over the famous crafter. The bystanders are shocked to see so many leaders fighting over a level 27 player. Some think it's a joke, while others suspect Alan is hiding a massive secret. The commotion only draws in more people. Seeing the B-rank leaders go at it makes everyone else think there's no harm in throwing their own hats into the ring. Offers start flying from every direction. One person brags about being a rank, another mentions their 500 members, and one woman even tries a more enticing approach to get him on board. Alan has heard enough. He tells the entire crowd to quiet down so he can finally get a word in. He turns his back to them, showing he isn't intimidated by the sheer number of people surrounding him. He thanks them for the offers, but he already has a plan. The leaders are stunned when he mentions he's looking for a defense-type clan. It's the last thing they expected to hear from a guy with his combat record. He confirms it with a serious look. He's not looking to join a frontline raiding party. He has a much more tactical objective in mind. In his head, he's already weighed the benefits. Defense clans have the best ties to governments and lords, making them perfect for gathering intel on his enemies. There's also the logistical advantage. Under the cover of providing defense, he can easily distribute his high-tech weaponry to cities across the entire region. If he can manage to get into an A-rank group, it would give him the solid backing he needs to operate without being constantly harassed. He looks the group of leaders dead in the eye. He tells them that if their clan doesn't meet his specific conditions, there's absolutely no room for negotiation. The recruiters are left speechless. They came here thinking they were doing the rookie a favor, only to get shut down by his overwhelming standards. Alan stands his ground as the crowd stares in disbelief. He's made his choice, and he's not about to settle for anything less than exactly what he needs. Alan watches as the crowd starts to thin out. He's set the bar pretty high, and it seems like he's scared off most of the lower-tier recruiters already. Suddenly, a set of heavy boots clanks across the floor. A man in silver armor walks up, nodding that while everyone else failed to meet Alan's conditions, he's the one exception. Alan looks up at the newcomer, who has a calm but powerful presence. He asks the man exactly who he's supposed to be. The stranger introduces himself as Flynn. He's the master of Holy Guardian, an A-rank defense-type clan, the exact kind of organization Alan was looking for. A system window reveals that Flynn is level 378. He has a friendly smile on his face, but his high level speaks volumes about his actual combat experience. Alan is genuinely impressed. Even in the game world of NFO, players rarely ever reached a level that high, and he realizes he's dealing with a serious powerhouse. Flynn makes sure Alan knows what he's getting into. He warns him that defense clans have much stricter discipline than others, and that he won't be getting any special treatment. Alan thinks back to Melissa's advice about trial memberships. Joining a top-tier clan like this would be a great way to build his reputation while keeping his options open. He decides to take the plunge. He tells Flynn that if a trial membership is on the table, then he's more than happy to join the ranks. A system prompt pops up right in front of him. It's an official invitation to join Holy Guardian, with options to either accept or decline the offer. Without any hesitation, Alan reaches out and taps the accept button. He's officially part of one of the most prestigious clans in the area. The window updates with a confirmation message. The deal is done. He's now a member of the Holy Guardian. The two men share a firm handshake to seal the agreement. Flynn welcomes him aboard, and Alan keeps things professional with a simple, likewise. Flynn doesn't waste any time. He gestures for Alan to follow him, offering to take him straight to their headquarters for a proper orientation. They arrive at a massive, elegant mansion that serves as the Holy Guardian's base of operations. It's a far cry from the cramped quarters Alan is used to. Inside Flynn's private office, the master gets down to business. He tells Alan to take a seat while he starts explaining the clan's operating procedures. Flynn starts with the basics to see where Alan's head is at. He asks him if he understands the core responsibilities of a defense-type clan. Alan doesn't miss a beat. He explains that their primary job is to intercept the Demon King's army at various cities and villages to keep the civilians safe. Flynn nods and moves on to the internal rules. He explains that as a general rule, members are required to operate in parties of 3, usually consisting of people at similar levels. This doesn't sit well with Alan at all. He asks if there's any way for him to bypass that and just head out on missions solo. Flynn gives him a blunt answer. Unfortunately for Alan, going solo simply isn't an option for new recruits in this clan. Alan's mind starts racing. He knows that being forced into a party with low-level players is only going to slow down his own leveling process. It gets worse when Flynn explains his initial duties. Since he's still at a low level, he'll be stuck doing city patrol for the time being. To Alan, patrol is basically just taking a walk. It won't help him get stronger, and it still leaves him wide open to being targeted by those pesky Demon King loyalists. Flynn wraps up his explanation and asks if Alan has any questions about how things work. He seems to think the matter is settled. Alan stares at the floor for a moment, weighing his options. He realizes he can't achieve his goals if he's stuck playing by these restrictive rules. Flynn notices the change in Alan's demeanor. He asks what's wrong, sensing that his new recruit isn't exactly thrilled with the plan. Alan takes a breath and decides he's going to have to negotiate his way out of this. He isn't the type to just sit back and follow orders that don't make sense. He speaks up, telling the master that while he doesn't have any questions, he does have one specific request. Flynn is caught off guard by the bold move. Alan gets straight to the point. He tells Flynn he has zero interest in boring patrol duties and wants to be put on high-stakes defense missions instead. Flynn doesn't look amused. He reminds Alan that as long as he's a member of the clan, he's expected to follow the established rules just like everyone else. Alan says he understands the importance of the rules, but he wants to make a deal. He asks for an exception to be made if he can prove that his actual abilities far exceed his current level. Flynn leans in, curious but skeptical. He asks exactly how Alan plans to prove his worth to someone of his rank. Alan raises his hand and issues a direct challenge. He suggests a duel, with the condition that if he wins, he gets to work on his own terms. Flynn's eyes sharpen as a small smile plays on his lips. He seems genuinely surprised that a level 27 rookie would have the guts to challenge him to a fight. Alan challenges the master to a duel, hopping to earn an exception to the usual clan rules if he manages to win. Flynn watches him with a knowing look, completely unfazed by the young man's bold request. Back in the office, the master acknowledges the enthusiasm, but isn't quite ready to jump into a fight just yet. Flynn bluntly declines the offer, much to Alan's surprise. Alan narrows his eyes, wondering why the leader of an A-rank clan would pass up a challenge like this. The master explains it simply. There's nothing in it for him, and a duel would just be a waste of his time. Instead, he suggests that Alan try operating normally within the clan for a week to see if he's actually a good fit. Alan realizes his initial plan didn't work and accepts the trial period, knowing he can always leave if it's a bad fit. He goes quiet, deciding that pushing the issue any further would just be a waste of breath at this point. A knock at the door interrupts them, and Flynn mentions that the others have just arrived. The master looks toward the entrance, announcing that it's time to meet the rest of the party. The heavy double doors creak open as two figures wait outside to meet their newest recruit. Alan turns his head, curious to see who will be stuck with for the next week. Flynn introduces Naoki and Hina, a pair of spearmen who will be rounding out the three-man party. Naoki steps forward with a smug look, his status display showing him as a level 55 Lancer. Hina gives a friendly wave, her own status revealing she's a level 40 Lancer. Alan stares at them, feeling a bit skeptical about the team he's just been handed. He asks the master why the levels are so varied, since he thought party members were supposed to be around the same strength. Naoki doesn't hide his disdain, looking Alan up and down and calling him incredibly weak. Hina immediately snaps at her partner, telling him that's no way to talk to their new teammate. Flynn just smiles, mentioning that despite his low level, Alan is actually quite famous around town. Naoki is caught off guard, trying to figure out if this kid is actually skilled or just lucky. But then he sees Alan's class, a level 27 crafter, and immediately writes him off as a liability. Hina, on the other hand, recognizes the name and wonders if this is the legendary crafter Alan. Alan gives her a look of mild annoyance, wondering how far his reputation has actually spread. She recalls the rumors of the level 27, who cleared the Crystal Sky Castle alongside Melissa just yesterday. Flynn admits the feat is impressive, his grin widening as he watches the group interact. Alan turns back to him, realizing the master had known who he was before he even walked in. Flynn explains that he saw the crowd gathering at the association and followed them out of pure curiosity. He figured any adventurer capable of drawing that much attention had to have some real talent. Hina is practically glowing, thrilled at the prospect of teaming up with someone so amazing. Naoki grinds his teeth, convinced that Alan was probably just a leech while Melissa did all the heavy lifting. Alan looks away, remembering how Melissa had claimed to be a rising star and realizing she wasn't exaggerating. Flynn wraps up the meeting, suggesting the three of them head out hunting to get a feel for each other's abilities. Hina and Naoki are both on board, ready to get some field work in together. Naoki slaps a hand on Alan's shoulder, telling him this is his last chance to admit he's actually weak before they head out. Alan sighs internally, already tired of the guy's constant picking and arrogance. He decides to just play along for now, casually lying that Melissa really did carry the entire team through the dungeon. Naoki lights up with a smug grin, feeling vindicated that his hunch about the leech was correct. He starts acting like a big-shot senior, telling the newbie not to sweat it and to leave the hard work to him. The trio heads out of the office, with Hina waving goodbye as they prepare for the test hunt. Flynn watches them go, chuckling to himself at the obvious lie, since no level 27 could even survive getting near that castle. Flynn reflects on the recent victory at the floating castle, an achievement that most thought was an impossible feat for someone like Alan. Despite the whispers that he was just a leech, He knows that no ordinary adventurer could have cleared that dungeon. The group arrives at the Treant Forest, a zone with a recommended level of 35, where Naoki asks if the newbie knows anything about the area. Alan stares into the woods, silently recalling that the experience points here are terrible, so he always made sure to avoid it in the game. Naoki explains that the trees here are actually monsters called Treants, and without detection skills, you'll never know which ones are hostile. Alan wonders if he should just craft a detection item, knowing full well that lancers like his teammates have no way of spotting hidden enemies. Naoki tells him not to worry, boasting that these monsters are no match for their superior combat abilities. Alan's eyes sharpen as he senses a sudden shift in the darkness ahead of them. Two glowing red eyes peer out from the shadows, and Alan immediately warns the group to watch their left side. A level 35 Treant reveals its hideous, toothy face, its eyes burning with a menacing light. Naoki is caught off guard as the monster lashes out, sending a jolt of alarm through the clearing. Hina checks on him, but Naoki quickly recovers his ego, insisting that he's perfectly fine and in control. More of the wooden beasts emerge from the tree line, and Naoki orders Hina to prepare for a fight. The Treants lunge forward with terrifying speed, their gaping maws ready to tear into anything in their path. Naoki and Hina charge ahead, swinging their spears in a desperate attempt to keep the aggressive monsters at bay. The two lancemen engage the Treants in a flurry of strikes, working in tandem to hold the line. From the back, Alan calmly observes their combat style, nodding that these are the standard, predictable movements of typical adventurers. Naoki shoots a smug glance back, boasting about their high-level teamwork to the supposedly helpless rookie. Alan just gives him a blank stare, casually remarking that their performance isn't bad, which clearly strikes a nerve. Hina tells her partner to stop fooling around and focus, so they can finish off the remaining monsters. Naoki roars as he thrusts his spear forward, determined to prove his worth to the unimpressed crafter. But then a massive Treant looms over them, dwarfing the others with its sheer size and malevolence. Alan watches the situation unfold, his expression hardening as the pressure in the forest begins to rise. Suddenly, they're surrounded on all sides by multiple monsters, making the traditional spear fighting approach look increasingly risky. Naoki decides it's time to see what the celebrity can do, telling Alan to take a turn while they provide cover. Alan smiles slightly, finding the offer of backup reassuring as he steps forward to handle things his own way. He raises his hand and activates his primary skill, causing a surge of blue energy to crackle through the air. In an instant, a massive, multi-barreled Gatling gun materializes in his grip, its heavy frame humming with power. Naoki and Hina can only stare in absolute shock, having never seen a weapon so complex or intimidating. Alan looks down the barrels, thinking that while a thermal scope would make things easier, it's not strictly necessary. His eyes cold and focused, he decides that individual detection doesn't matter when you can simply destroy everything in sight. He pulls the trigger, and the barrels begin to spin with a deafening mechanical whine. A relentless hail of bullets tears through the forest, shredding the Treants into splinters in a matter of seconds. His teammates are left speechless, their faces frozen in a mix of horror and awe at the overwhelming destruction. A massive cloud of smoke and debris settles where the monsters once stood, leaving nothing but a path of ruin behind. Alan looks back over his shoulder, casually telling his senior that he managed to pull it off somehow. Hina is completely stunned by the display, while Naoki's arrogance has been replaced by cold, sweating shock. She eventually manages to gasp out a compliment, while Naoki stammers that it was not bad, still trying to salvage his dignity. Alan begins to walk away, but then he pauses as he senses a new, much more dangerous presence nearby. A voice whispers from the shadows, claiming to have finally found the target it was searching for. Alan turns to face a man standing calmly in the mist, who seems completely unfazed by the recent carnage. Lucas steps into the light with a sadistic grin and glowing red eyes, welcoming Alan back to reality. Alan looks back over his shoulder, his eyes narrowing as he locks onto the intruder. He remains composed, his sharp and calculating gaze fixed on the man who has come to settle an old score. Lucas walks up with a creepy, wide-eyed grin. He's looking for trouble, and it's clear he's found exactly who he was searching for. Alan just stares back with his usual blank expression. The lack of a reaction seems to be getting under the guy's skin already. Lucas starts shouting, offended that Alan doesn't seem to recognize the great Lucas. He brings up how he was humiliated back at the Wolf Mine. Naoki and Hina watch from the side, wondering who this weirdo is. Lucas is still fuming, screaming about Alan breaking his clear records. He flashes a status window to show off his progress. He's reached level 73, and he's clearly very proud of that number. Alan remembers him now. Last time they crossed paths, Lucas was only level 65, meaning he's been grinding hard. Lucas is loving the attention, assuming Alan is intimidated by the level gap. He's practically gloating. Alan acknowledges the progress, nodding that it's been about a week since they last met. That's a lot of levels in a short amount of time. To himself, Alan thinks that by the standards of this world, Lucas is actually being pretty efficient with his leveling. Lucas isn't here for small talk, though. He screams that he's done everything just to get strong enough to beat Alan. Alan is completely unfazed and asks how he plans to settle things. Since they aren't in a dungeon, they can't exactly compete for clear times. Lucas draws his sword with a sharp metallic ring. He wants a one-on-one duel right here and right now. Alan glances around, asking what happened to the lackeys Lucas usually has following him around. Lucas sneers, saying he ditched those useless scrubs because they were just holding him back. Naoki and Hina are worried, calling Lucas out for playing dirty. A level 73 dueling someone at Alan's level seems like a total mismatch. Lucas snaps at the peanut gallery to keep quiet. His aura flares up, casting a red glow as he stares Alan down. Alan calmly materializes a pistol, telling Lucas that a one-on-one is actually a terrible idea for him. Blue sparks of mana dance around the weapon. Lucas just laughs it off. He thinks he's figured out the secret to Alan's technology and isn't impressed. He insists the guns only work against monsters and were just used to scare people into talking at the mine. He's convinced they're useless against humans. He mocks Alan, sticking his tongue out and calling him a fool for not having a real weapon like a sword. Lucas tells him he'd better craft a blade if he wants to win, but Alan's finger is already on the trigger. The pistol flashes with a loud bang. The bullet whizzes past, grazing Lucas's head. He freezes, his eyes wide as he realizes how close that just came. Lucas screams in pain as blood spatters from the side of his head. He clutches his ear, stumbling back in shock. Alan keeps the gun pointed straight at him. He tells him his information is outdated. These guns work on people just fine. Lucas is on the ground, hyperventilating as he clutches his bleeding ear. Alan nonchalantly tells him it's just a scratch. The bully is shaking now, realizing that Alan could have easily shot him straight through the head if he wanted to. Lucas scrambles to his feet and books it. He shouts back that he's letting Alan off the hook today, but it's clear he's terrified. Alan dissipates the mana from the pistol, completely bored. He didn't even break a sweat. Hina is watching with total admiration, her eyes turning into hearts. She thinks Alan is incredibly cool for brushing off a high-level opponent. The party continues their trek into the deepest part of the forest. Their goal is the Trent King, but Naoki is already looking pretty stressed. Hina chatters away, admitting she used to think crafters were weak until she saw what Alan could do. She's completely enamored. Alan just shrugs, saying the job is perfect for him. Naoki tries to change the subject, asking Hina why she decided to become a lancer. Naoki's internal monologue is a mess. He's convinced the new guy is going to steal Hina right out from under him. Hina gets all bashful and starts fidgeting. She asks Alan if he has a girlfriend, completely ignoring Naoki. Naoki hits his breaking point. He jumps between them with a frantic look on his face, shouting for them to wait a second. He tells Hina she needs to be alert and sends her away to scout their surroundings. She's confused, but does as she's told. Now that Hina is gone, Naoki turns his attention to Alan. He demands they have a strategy meeting immediately. He grabs Alan's shoulder and starts dragging him into the bushes. Hina watches from a distance, wondering what's going on. They move deep enough into the woods so that Hina won't be able to hear them. Alan just goes along with it, curious about what the big idea is. Naoki looks remarkably serious as he stares Alan down. He admits that the strategy meeting was just a total lie. Alan waits for him to get to the point. Naoki is sweating, looking like he's about to do something desperate. Naoki drops to his knees in a full bow. He begs Alan to please not make a move on Hina, leaving Alan completely stunned. Naoki continues his desperate plea, admitting that his feelings for Hina go way beyond just being childhood friends. He's putting it all on the line right now. He's practically prostrating himself, face flushed red with embarrassment. He begs Alan to understand that having a high-profile guy around makes it impossible for him to stand out. Alan lets out a long, heavy sigh. He's clearly exhausted by the sudden shift into a teenage romantic drama. The whole situation is a massive hassle for Alan, who just wants to focus on leveling up. He figures it's easier to just help the two childhood friends get together so they can move on. Alan stands over the bowed Naoki and tells him to relax. He has zero interest in romance. He actually offers to help the guy out with his little problem. He proposes a plan for their upcoming boss fight. They're going to put on a bit of an act to make Naoki look like the hero. Alan explains the first step. He'll charge in and start the fight all by himself. Naoki is skeptical at first, worrying that Alan's overwhelming attack power won't even leave him a turn to participate. Alan reveals a hidden feature of his crafting ability. He can manually adjust the firepower of his weapons. He plans to nerf his damage output and pretend to struggle against the boss. Transition to the target, the Tên King. It's a massive, gnarled tree with glowing red eyes and a jagged mouth. Its lack of mobility is its biggest weakness. Naoki is so relieved he tackles Alan in a hug, calling him the absolute best. Alan just tells him to knock it off and get his hands away. The group regroups and continues their trek through the dense forest. Hina leads the way with her spear, ready for whatever is waiting for them. The Tên King looms over them, its 3 glowing eyes focused on the intruders. It's a level 35 boss-class monster, and it looks every bit the part. Up close, the boss is even more intimidating, towering high above the tree line. Naoki starts to sweat, realizing just how massive this thing actually is. Hina asks for the plan of attack. Alan takes the lead and tells both of them to stand back. He's going in first to test the waters. Hina is all in, cheering Alan on and telling him she's counting on him. Naoki is still feeling petty, muttering to himself that she shouldn't be so clingy. Alan extends his hand, and blue mana begins to swirl into a solid shape. He's using his craft skill to materialize a brand new weapon right on the spot. He's crafted an assault rifle, and a status window pops up to show its specs. It's got a 30-round magazine and a few seconds of downtime once it's empty. Alan double-checks his settings to make sure the damage is as low as it can go. He wants to make sure the boss survives long enough for the plan to work. Hina's eyes light up at the sight of another new gun. Even Naoki is impressed, admitting that the guy really does have a huge variety of weapons. Alan charges forward, rifle in hand. It's not as powerful as his Gatling gun, but it's much more mobile and easier to use on the fly. He opens fire, sending a barrage of bullets into the Tên King's thick bark. Muzzle flashes light up the darkened woods with every shot. The bullets pepper the giant tree's face, causing small sparks and splinters to fly everywhere. The boss doesn't seem happy about the sudden assault. Hina watches the exchange, looking a bit confused by what's happening. The attack doesn't seem to be doing much to the massive boss. Alan puts his acting skills to work, putting on a worried face and shouting that he's about to be defeated. It's the perfect cue. Naoki takes the bait and charges in with his spear, yelling at the newbie to leave the rest to him. He's ready for his big moment. He tells Hina to just stay back and watch him be a hero. He's determined to prove he's the more reliable member of the group. Hina watches him go with a worried expression, her hands clasped together as she hopes he knows what he's doing. Naoki starts tearing into the giant tree's roots, his spear moving in a blur of motion. He's creating a massive cloud of dust and debris with each strike. He lets out a feral battle cry, eyes glowing with intensity. He's going all out to end this fight quickly and decisively. Naoki lands a direct hit on the trunk, creating a visible impact crater in the wood. It's an impressive show of force. Hina is genuinely impressed by his performance. She's cheering for him now, calling him amazing as he takes the lead. Alan watches from a distance with a totally deadpan look. He figures that at this rate, Naoki should actually be able to finish things himself. Naoki is riding a wave of confidence, leaping into the air with a smug grin. He's feeling like the hero he always wanted to be. He mocks the giant boss, telling it it's big for nothing. He's completely let his guard down while he trash-talks the monster. Suddenly, a massive root erupts from the ground and catches his foot. Naoki's cocky expression vanishes instantly as he realizes he messed up. He falls flat on his face with a loud thud. It's a total wipeout, and his hero moment is gone in an instant. Hina is horrified by the fall, while Alan just stares with a look of pure disappointment. The situation just went from a hero show to a complete disaster. The Tên King roars, its red eyes glowing with malice. It's looming over the fallen lancer, preparing to make him pay for his arrogance. Naoki tries to scramble away, but he's pinned against the base of the massive tree. He's completely cornered with nowhere to run. Hina screams out in worry, but Alan just stands there in the shadows. He's watching the scene unfold with a cold, analytical eye. Naoki lets out a terrified scream as the Tên King prepares its final blow. He's staring death in the face, and his cockiness is long gone. The Tên King, a massive wooden monster with glowing red eyes, looms over the forest. Its twisted face fills the frame, radiating a menacing aura as it looks down on its prey. Naoki is completely overwhelmed, gasping for air on the ground as the battle intensifies. He clutches the earth, unable to move while the forest floor trembles around him. Hina watches from the sidelines, her face pale with worry as she realizes how outmatched they are. She looks back toward Alan, her eyes wide with fear for her teammate. Naoki grits his teeth and tries to rally, but the sheer pressure of the boss monster is too much for him. He cries out in desperation, his face drenched in sweat and shadow. He collapses, coughing into his hand, as a massive green core stone drops onto the forest floor. The dust begins to settle around him, revealing the loot left behind by the defeated monster. Alan casually walks over and picks up the glowing gem as a level-up notification pings. He's already reached level 28. He looks down at Naoki, asking if the boy can even stand up after that struggle. Hina stares at Alan in disbelief, her voice trembling as she tries to process what just happened. She can't wrap her head around how a crafter could insta-kill the Trient King. She rushes over and grabs Alan's arm, practically begging for an explanation of his power. Alan just stares at the core in his hand, keeping his expression neutral as she grills him. Naoki watches them from the ground, his teeth clenched and his brow furrowed. He glares at the pair, clearly unhappy with how the credit for the kill is shifting. He manages to push himself up, snapping at Alan to stay out of his way. He insists that he had the entire situation under control and didn't need any help finishing the boss. Hina immediately shuts him down, lecturing him about basic manners. She tells him that when someone saves your life, you're supposed to say thank you, not complain. Naoki slumps over in defeat as she continues to call him a klutz and a slowpoke. He lets out a miserable groan, completely deflated by her harsh words. Hina turns back to Alan with a soft apology, her face flushed with embarrassment over Naoki's rudeness. Naoki stands in the background, fuming as he watches them interact. Alan keeps his expression steady, privately acknowledging that Naoki was just trying to look cool for his crush. He recognizes the boy's cluelessness, but doesn't feel the need to point it out. Hina doesn't let up with the praise, still marveling at how easily he took down the monster in the end. She compares his effortless victory to the struggle they faced at the start of the encounter. Naoki is practically in tears from the shame, while Hina's eyes shine with genuine admiration. Alan glances back and forth between them, weighing his next words. Seeing an opportunity to be a wingman, Alan says he only dealt the finishing blow. He claims the victory actually belongs to Naoki since the boss was already cornered. Hina blinks in surprise, her gaze moving between the two men as she asks if that's really how it went down. She seems skeptical, but Alan doesn't back down from his lie. Naoki's face lights up as he immediately goes along with it, asking Hina if she saw how he basically beat the thing. Alan nods, playing along and saying he just got in the way at the end. Hina looks closely at Alan, her expression softening as she processes his claim. She seems more focused on him than on Naoki's bragging. She suddenly throws her arms around Alan, telling him he's not just strong, but incredibly humble. She calls him mature and cool, leaving both Alan and Naoki stunned by the sudden hug. With hearts in her eyes, Hina invites Alan out for a meal so she can get to know him better. She leans in close, ignoring Naoki entirely as she makes her move. Naoki's soul effectively leaves his body at the sight of his crush, hitting on the guy he was trying to outshine. A small R.I.P. floating above him signals his complete emotional defeat. Alan stands there as Hina clings to him, thinking to himself that this romantic drama is becoming a massive pain. He looks over at the ghost of Naoki, wishing he hadn't tried to be a wingman. Later, the party reports back to the Holy Guardian clan headquarters to meet with Flynn. They stand before his desk in the grand office, ready to give their report on the day's events. Flynn sits with a knowing smile, leaning on his hands as he asks the trio how Alan performed on his first job. He seems amused by the group's dynamic after their time in the field. Hina does all the talking, enthusiastically reporting that Alan beat the boss and even chased off a level 73 swordsman. Flynn's smile falters slightly as he asks for more details on that encounter. Alan confirms the story, mentioning that a guy he'd run into at the Wolf Mine a week ago tried to pick a fight. He looks calm, as if facing down a high-level opponent was no big deal. Flynn's expression turns serious the moment he recognizes the name Lucas. He repeats it quietly, his gaze narrowing as he connects the dots. He explains that Lucas has caused trouble with clan members in the past, and they even had to do a background check on him. A flashback shows Lucas aggressively grabbing a man in a tavern. The master advises them to just use the Holy Guardian name as a deterrent if Lucas ever bothers them again. He assures Alan that dropping the clan's name should help avoid any unnecessary trouble. Alan realizes that being part of a top-tier clan comes with some serious perks. He considers how much easier things will be with that kind of political power backing him up. Flynn lets out a relaxed sigh, telling the group he's just glad they made it back in one piece. He gives Alan a friendly look, satisfied with the recruits' first day. He officially dismisses them for the day, praising their hard work on the mission. Hina and Alan respond with a salute, while Naoki just grumbles in the back. Hina takes the chance to suggest a welcome dinner for Alan, hopping to include Flynn in the celebration. She beams as she imagines the four of them going out together. Flynn politely declines, explaining that he still has a mountain of paperwork left to finish at the office. He gives them a closed-eye smile, apologetic for having to pass on the offer. Hina doesn't miss a beat, happily deciding it'll just be her and Alan for the night. Naoki reacts with a shock, his face going pale at the prospect of being left out of the date. Flynn watches them with a serious expression, warning them not to stay out too late. He adds that he has a specific job for all of them tomorrow, which gets their attention. Alan is surprised to hear there's another job so soon, especially since he just joined today. Hina looks just as confused, wondering what could have come up on such short notice. Flynn confirms that a request came in for their party specifically. He looks directly at Alan, his face framed by the shadows of the office. Hina is thrilled about the opportunity, but the master clarifies that the client specifically nominated Alan. Her eyes widen as she realizes how impressive it is to be targeted for a mission on day one. Alan's expression hardens as he considers the news. He realizes how suspicious it is to be nominated by name when he's only been a member for half a day. Flynn explains that a special request has come in, one that isn't just a standard defense mission. The trio listens intently as the master leans back in his chair, the weight of the task apparent in his posture. The goal is simple: distribute Alan's unique weapons to the local residents for self-defense. An illustration shows a simplified version of Alan handing out firearms like assault rifles and rocket launchers to townspeople. Hina clarifies that they're called guns, a term completely foreign to the seasoned clan leader. Alan remains quiet, starring off as he considers the implications of such a strange request from a lord he's never met. Flynn turns his gaze back to the paperwork, confirming that the mission will take place in the city of Byandal. His tone is steady, but the name carries a heavy reputation that doesn't go unnoticed by the group. The group stands before his massive desk, processing the news of the destination. Byandal is a frontline fortress, a place where the human world is constantly clashing with the demon lords invading armies. An image of the city's grim reality flashes, townspeople fighting for their lives against monstrous minotaurs and orcs. Lord Olivia wants to arm her people with whatever edge they can get, specifically requesting Alan's crafted weapons. Flynn looks directly at the young crafter, offering him a choice in the matter. Since it's far more dangerous than a normal mission, he gives Alan the option to walk away if he doesn't feel up to the task. Without a moment's hesitation, Alan accepts the assignment, his eyes fixed on the master. He's not thinking about the danger, but rather the unique opportunity this mission presents for his own growth. To Alan, this is a blessing in disguise. Distributing his weapons naturally will allow him to farm experience points through the residents' kills. He visualizes the arsenal of firearms he can now put into the hands of an entire city. Flynn lets out a small laugh, satisfied with the answer. He points out that since Alan joined on a trial basis, accepting this means he's officially becoming a member of the Holy Guardian clan. Alan gives a curt nod, confirming his commitment while Hina stands by his side. It's a done deal, though the circumstances of his promotion feel rushed given he's only been around for a few hours. As they prepare to leave, a shadow of doubt crosses Alan's mind. He thinks it's incredibly suspicious for a high-ranking lord to specifically nominate a newcomer who is still technically on trial. Flynn mentions that the client is even covering the teleportation fees for the trip tomorrow morning. Alan tries to push his luck, suggesting that he just head out to the city alone to handle the distribution. The master quickly shuts that down, reminding him that clan policy requires them to work in three-man squads. Hina is thrilled, grabbing Alan's arm and suggesting they turn the mission into a chance to explore the city together. Naoki grumbles in the background, clearly annoyed by the way Hina is clinging to the new guy. Hina doesn't hold back, flatly telling him she'd rather it just be her and Alan on this trip. Flynn has to step in and tell Hina to be a little more considerate of her childhood friend's feelings. He watches the chaotic group dynamic from his desk, resting his chin on his hands as they bicker. Alan stared at the floor, his expression unreadable due to this awkward situation. The weight of jealousy was starting to take its toll on Naoki. Hina doesn't let the mood stay down for long, dragging Alan toward the door and declaring it's time to get going. Naoki can only watch them leave, his eyes wide with shock as he realizes he's being left behind. Just as they reach the exit, Alan's footsteps come to a sudden halt on the wooden floor. He can't let the lingering questions in his head go unanswered before he leaves the office. He turns back toward the master, his face partially obscured by shadow. He asks Flynn if he can clear one thing up before they head out for the mission. The core of the issue is how a client from a distant frontier city could possibly know he joined this specific clan. It's a logical gap that's been bothering him ever since the mission was first mentioned. Flynn gives a casual smile, explaining that the clan member roster updates in real time for anyone who needs to check it. He brushes off the concern, suggesting the Lord likely just saw his name on the list. Alan doesn't buy it, pointing out that a frontier lord shouldn't be monitoring a member list for a verbal trial agreement. Flynn just shrugs, telling him that's a question he should save for Lord Olivia when they meet. The Master's eyes narrow slightly behind his calm facade as he asks if there's any other problem. There's a subtle shift in the air, an unspoken tension between the veteran leader and the suspicious rookie. Alan turns away, his mind racing with the impossibility of it all. Information about a mere level 28 crafter shouldn't be traveling that far or that fast unless someone with a lot of power is pulling the strings. He rejoins the others at the door, giving one final look back at the Master's desk. Despite the red flags, the potential for massive level gains is far too tempting for him to ignore. The heavy doors of the office slam shut behind the trio as they make their exit. Alan resolves to handle the task perfectly, even if it means walking straight into a potential trap. The sun begins to set over the city, casting long shadows across the rooftops and the spires of the nearby castle. It's a peaceful sight that contrasts sharply with the brewing conflict in the distance. As they walk through the cobblestone streets, Hina notices the serious look on Alan's face and asks if something is wrong. He quickly shakes it off, lying that it's nothing to worry about. Inwardly, he remains on high alert, knowing that being specifically targeted by a lord less than half a day after joining is beyond suspicious. He starts to consider who might actually be behind this nomination. A silhouette of Flynn stands before the large window of his office, looking out at the city as the light fades. Alan wonders if his own master is secretly part of a faction that profits from the eternal war. The memories of his past power and the explosive capability of his weapons flash before him. He knows his guns can change the tide of any war, which makes him a target for those who want to keep the conflict going. As the weight of the coming mission settles in, Naoki is shown in a vision of battle, surrounded by fire and debris. The stakes for this frontline mission are higher than any of them truly realize. Fortress City Bayandar looms in the distance, looking less like a bustling hub and more like a grim military stronghold. The massive stone walls wrap around the entire settlement, keeping the chaos of the outside world at bay. A pillar of golden light descends into the city square, signaling the arrival of Alan and his party. They drop in from the teleportation circle, weapons at the ready and feet hitting the cobblestones. Naoki wastes no time shouting about their arrival, his excitement echoing through the surrounding buildings. Behind him, Hina looks around with a much more cautious expression. The streets are eerily quiet, with most of the windows shuttered and the storefronts completely closed up. It's a total ghost town compared to what they were expecting. Up on the battlements, the city guards are slumped against the stone, looking completely drained of energy. Their armor is scuffed and their heads are bowed in exhaustion. Alan takes in the grim scene, noticing the heavy atmosphere that's settled over the entire city. He can tell immediately that things are far worse than the mission briefing described. Suddenly, the sound of shouting and clashing steel breaks the silence. A panicked guard yells for everyone to look behind them as a massive shadow falls over the group. Alan and the others spin around to see what's coming, their eyes widening as something massive emerges from the alleyways. The guards scramble to get into a defensive position. Naoki freezes in place, cold sweat running down his face as he stares up at the creature. The sheer scale of the monster is enough to make anyone's stomach drop. A level 55 giant lizard crawls out of the shadows, flicking its tongue and hissing as it eyes the newcomers. Its scales are thick, and its eyes glow with a predator's hunger. Hina can't believe her eyes. A boss-class monster shouldn't be wandering this deep inside the city walls. She realizes they've walked straight into a death trap. One brave guard readies his shield and halberd, but the monster is already closing the distance. The ground shakes with every step the massive lizard takes. The lizard lunges with a roar, forcing everyone to dive out of the way. Alan calmly drops a crafting cube to the floor, blue sparks jumping from his fingertips as he starts his work. With a focused shout, Alan activates his craft skill, and a massive blue hologram begins to solidify in his hands. It doesn't look like any sword or staff they've ever seen before. He shoulders an RPG-7, coolly remarking that attacking people right after they teleport in is pretty bad manners. He takes aim, his finger steady on the trigger. A rocket screams through the air and connects directly with the lizard's chest. A massive fireball erupts, sending pieces of the boss monster flying in every direction as a huge boom shakes the city. As the smoke begins to clear, Alan stands in the center of the wreckage, his weapon still resting casually on his shoulder. The street is scorched black from the blast. Naoki and Hina are left staring in total shock, unable to process how a level 55 boss just got deleted in a single shot. They look between the crater and Alan, totally speechless. The city guard is just as baffled, staring at the strange weapon and wondering how a mere crafter just pulled off a one-shot kill. The air is thick with the smell of sulfur and smoke. Alan watches the RPG dissolve back into mana particles while Hina rushes toward him, her eyes practically sparkling. She's clearly impressed, even if she doesn't understand what just happened. The moment of relief is cut short as another guard yells out that the attack is far from over. Everyone looks up at the sky, bracing for the next wave. A flock of mud gastrones, level 40 giant birds, comes diving down toward the group. Their talons are extended and they're shrieking loud enough to burst eardrums. Alan looks up at the incoming reinforcements, his expression never changing. He's already calculating his next move when he hears a thunderous roar from the side. A massive warrior on horseback bursts onto the scene, shouting at the top of his lungs. He swings a glowing battle axe with terrifying speed, heading straight for the birds. He carves through the giant birds midair, blood spraying as he decapitates two of them in a single motion. He moves with a level of power that dwarfs the ordinary city guards. Alan watches the bloody display with narrowed eyes, noting the raw strength and skill of the rider. The birds fall to the ground in heaps of feathers and gore. The rider pulls his horse to a stop in front of Alan, surrounded by the corpses of the monsters he just shredded. He looks down at the party with a stern, authoritative gaze. He introduces himself as Goldor, the captain of the Royal Guard. He towers over them even on his horse, his armor gleaming despite the carnage. Goldor explains that he's here on the orders of Lady Olivia to personally escort Alan and his party. He keeps his gaze fixed on Alan, acknowledging him as the leader. Alan studies Goldor's face, noticing that the captain is intentionally hiding his actual status and level. He realizes this guy is far more dangerous than he appears. Goldor gestures toward a lavishly decorated carriage that's pulling up behind them. It looks incredibly out of place in a city that's supposedly on the brink of collapse. Naoki and Hina are completely floored by the sight of the royal carriage. Their jaws drop at the intricate gold detailing and the plush interior. As they head toward the ride, Naoki is already bragging about getting the VIP treatment. Hina is just happy to be getting off the dangerous streets. Alan thinks the whole thing is a bit much for someone who's just a low-level crafter on paper. Hina leans in and tells him it's clear the city is betting everything on him. Inside the carriage, the conversation turns serious as the war with the Demon King is brought up. The long conflict has drained the city's treasury to almost nothing. Goldor mentions that Lady Olivia is hopping Alan's crafted weapons can be the turning point they desperately need. Blueprints for an RPG, an AK-47, and a Glock hover in the air like high-tech ghosts. Alan closes his eyes and considers the weight of the expectations being placed on him. He knows that his weak class is the only thing standing between the city and ruin. "I see," he says, his voice flat but resolute. He decides he'll just have to live up to those expectations if he wants to survive this city. But Alan hasn't forgotten the faction that's been stalking him since he arrived. He wonders where they're hiding and when they'll make their next move. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild headquarters, the atmosphere is chillingly professional. The higher-ups are gathering to discuss their most recent reports. Zayn looks down at a photograph of a dead assassin, his expression completely cold. He notes that all 5 of the men he sent to ambush Alan were easily taken out in the wasteland. He looks at a map of Bayandal, confirming that the defense clan, Holy Guard, has already set out. Zayn has eyes on Alan's every move, and he's not planning on failing a second time. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Zayn is stewing over his failed plans. He realizes that Bayandal is way too far out for his usual monitoring network to keep a proper eye on things. He pulls up a holographic blueprint of one of Alan's assault rifles, mesmerized by the sheer complexity. To him, Alan isn't just a target anymore, he's a unique threat capable of mass-producing these guns. A grainy recording shows Alan in the middle of a dungeon, urging his party to keep moving while they still have the chance. Zayn watches every move, trying to find a weakness in the young crafter's resolve. The footage switches to the massive Treant King boss getting absolutely shredded by Alan's weaponry. Zayn narrows his eyes, convinced that if Alan keeps growing like this, he'll become an unstoppable obstacle to their grand plans. The heavy wooden doors to Zayn's office creak open, letting in a sliver of light from the hallway. A shadow falls across the floor as his new specialists finally arrive. Zayn sits at the head of a massive conference table, the room lit only by a few dim lamps. He welcomes the kingdom's top crafter, a man brought in specifically to reverse engineer Alan's tech. Hiroshi strides into the room with a confident smirk, tipping his yellow fedora. He's a level 175 crafter, and he's followed closely by a young woman in blue overalls. Zayn looks Hiroshi over before shifting his gaze to the girl behind him. He's surprised to see her, nodding that she's definitely not the legendary blacksmith, Benjamin, who he was expecting. The girl steps forward and introduces herself as Annette, Benjamin's daughter. She's only a level 13 blacksmith, but she carries herself with a lot of pride in her family's craft. Zayn looks skeptical, but Annette doesn't back down, giving him a playful wink. She insists that when it comes to structural analysis, her knowledge is every bit as good as her famous father's. Zayn relents, resting his chin on his hand as he decides to trust Benjamin's recommendation. If the old man vouches for her skills, then she's in. He tells them both to get started immediately, and the two specialists take their positions at the end of the long table. The tension in the room is thick as the real work begins. Zayn slides one of Alan's confiscated assault rifles across the table. He wants them to tear it apart and figure out exactly how a low-level crafter managed to build something so advanced. Hiroshi leans in, his mustache twitching with curiosity as he gets his first look at the real deal. He's seen the grainy recordings, but the physical weapon looks much more impressive and alien in person. Hiroshi picks up the rifle, testing its weight and trying to figure out the right way to hold it. A status screen pops up, showing the base attack power is 55 with a 30-round magazine, stats that seem way too high for its design. He realizes the mechanism is actually pretty simple, functioning a lot like a mechanical crossbow where pulling a trigger releases the shot. He lets out a creepy little laugh, eager to see what it can actually do. Hiroshi takes the gun to a practice range and opens fire on a suit of armor. The weapon roars, spitting out bullets and muzzle flashes that light up the dark room as the armor is shredded into scrap metal. He's completely blown away, sweat beading on his forehead as he feels the insane rate of fire. He's never seen anything that can pump out damage this fast. Annette is just as shocked, her eyes wide as she stares at the smoking barrel. She can't wrap her head around how someone could craft a weapon that attacks with this much speed and power. She assumes the crafter must be an insanely high-level master to pull this off. Zayn just watches them with a grim expression, letting their theories run wild for a moment. He finally drops the bomb, telling them that the person who made this was only at level 15. The air in the room suddenly feels cold. Both Hiroshi and Annette look like they've seen a ghost, their faces pale with disbelief. A level 15 making something this advanced shouldn't be possible according to the laws of their world. Zayn confirms that it's the absolute truth, and that's exactly why he's called them in. He needs their expert hands to bridge the gap between magic and Alan's technology. He orders them to analyze the gun until they understand every screw and spring, so they can create their own model. He doesn't care if their version is inferior at first, as long as they can replicate the basic structure. Annette grips the rifle tightly, her mind racing through the technical possibilities. She knows that a crafted weapon's base power scales with the creator's level. She realizes that if a master like Hiroshi manages to copy this design, the resulting weapon could have 10 times the attack power of Alan's original. The potential for destruction is terrifying. Zayn's eyes glint with a dark ambition as he watches his specialists get to work. He's already seeing the future of warfare in his head. Hiroshi gets a wide, disturbing grin on his face, his mustache curling. He agrees that this is a project worth putting some real effort into, his pride as a crafter finally ignited. Zayn's plan is simple and ruthless. He'll build an entire crafter corps dedicated to mass-producing these guns for the guild. Back in Bayandal, Alan is looking out the carriage window, completely unaware of the conspiracy growing behind him. Zayn's voice echoes in the void, vowing that once they have the technology, Alan will be executed. The royal carriage pulls up to the Lord's Manor, a massive, ornate building that stands as the last symbol of power in the struggling city. The group is quickly ushered inside. They enter the grand audience chamber, where the sunlight streams through high arches onto a long red carpet. Alan leads his party toward the throne at the far end of the hall. Lady Olivia sits on her throne with an air of weary grace, her royal guard standing at attention beside her. She welcomes them warmly, thanking them for making the long journey to her city. Up close, the Lord of Byandal is a striking figure with long blonde hair, white horns, and a black eye patch. She introduces herself as Olivia, the ruler tasked with keeping this fortress city alive. Alan remains stoic, nodding respectfully and telling her he appreciates the opportunity to meet. He doesn't seem fazed at all by the royal surroundings. Hina is practically vibrating with nerves, frantically whispering to Alan to use more polite language. She's terrified he's going to accidentally insult the most powerful woman in the city. Olivia just lets out a soft laugh, telling Hina it's quite all right. She seems more interested in results than proper etiquette. Alan gets straight to business, asking where she wants him to start distributing the weapons to the townspeople. He's ready to get to work and finish the job. Olivia stops him with a raised hand, her expression turning serious. Before any distribution happens, she needs him to explain exactly how this gun works and prove that it's actually safe for her people to use. Alan gives a short, sharp nod and says, "Fine." He holds out his hand as blue energy begins to crackle and swirl, manifesting a glowing crafting cube. Olivia leans forward, her purple eye widening as she watches the magical cube spin and expand. She's never seen a crafter use their skills with this much precision and speed. In a flash of light, the assault rifle materializes in Alan's grip. He holds it up for her to see, simply stating, "This is a gun." Two Byandal city guards stand at attention, their T-visor helmets reflecting the dim light of the audience chamber. They're completely fixated on the strange metallic object in Alan's hand, whispered words of, "So that's a gun," escaping their lips. Goldor, Olivia's personal guard, instinctively shifts into a defensive crouch, his eyes wide as he realizes the sheer lethality of the weapon. Behind Alan, Hina and Naoki can only watch as the air in the throne room suddenly grows heavy with tension. Alan doesn't seem bothered by the reaction, calmly shifting his grip on the rifle's stock and barrel. He explains that while there are many varieties, the mechanics remain simple enough for anyone to learn with just a bit of instruction. Without warning, Alan pulls the trigger, and a hail of glowing energy rounds erupts from the barrel with a deafening roar. Naoki, who had apparently volunteered to be the test subject, gets blasted backward, letting out an agonized UGYH as the shots impact his armor. Naoki scrambles to his feet, fuming and shaking his fist at Alan for the sudden ambush. Alan just keeps walking forward with a blank stare, casually mentioning that the trigger was so responsive, he ended up firing without really thinking about it. From her throne, Lady Olivia begins to clap slowly, a sharp glint in her eye as she watches the demonstration. She's clearly impressed, noting that such a weapon would finally give the common citizens a real chance to defend themselves. Olivia envisions a line of townspeople standing atop the city's massive stone walls, raining fire down on the monsters below. She realizes that if the civilians can handle the defense from a distance, the burden on her elite soldiers will be cut in half. Hina steps forward, her face etched with doubt as she looks from the lord on her throne to the stoic crafter beside her. She tentatively asks Lady Olivia if she can voice a concern that's been weighing on her mind. Beads of sweat roll down Hina's forehead as she finally speaks up, her voice trembling slightly. She asks why the lady is so set on dragging ordinary civilians into the horrors of a war they shouldn't have to fight. Olivia's expression hardens, her single visible purple eye narrowing as she stares Hina down from across the red carpet. She asks Hina exactly what she means by that, her tone becoming chillingly formal. Hina flinches but tries to hold her ground, stammering out that she thought the regular army and the high-paid defense clans were supposed to be enough to protect the city. She doesn't understand the need for a civilian militia. Olivia leans back, her gaze fixed on something far away as she explains the harsh reality of their situation. The real problem isn't a lack of manpower, it's the astronomical cost of keeping those elite defense clans stationed in the city. From a high vantage point, the group looks small against the vastness of the audience hall's red carpet. Olivia notes that while the Demon King's forces only attack a few times a month, the city has to remain in a state of high alert every single day. She visualizes the rows of soldiers and armored guards that currently drain the city's coffers. The sheer expense is pushing Bayandal's finances to the absolute breaking point, leaving them with no other options. Hina looks completely lost at the mention of finances, her head tilting in confusion. Alan quickly clarifies for her, bluntly stating that the city simply hired too many mercenaries and now they're flat broke. Olivia closes her eyes for a moment, the weight of her crown seeming heavier than usual. She admits that it pains her to ask her people to fight, but without the guns to reduce costs, the city's economy will never recover. Hina's eyes go wide with realization as she repeats the word urgent under her breath. Alan, ever the pragmatist, adds that it basically means the situation is critical and they can't afford to waste another second. Suddenly, Hina's cheeks turn bright red and her eyes sparkle as she gazes up at Alan, completely won over by his blunt intelligence. Alan just looks away, telling her not to get so impressed by something as basic as common sense. Naoki butts in, looking at the two of them with a raised eyebrow and wondering what kind of weird moment they're having. He asks Alan for some backup, but the crafter is already moving on to the next task. Alan closes his eyes, signaling the end of the conversation as he focuses his internal energy. He notes that he can only craft 99 weapons in a single batch, so he wants the production line started immediately. Olivia nods in agreement, her profile sharp against the sunlight filtering into the hall. She tells them that a distribution point will be set up in the central plaza and requests that they begin their work there. Alan hoists the assault rifle onto his shoulder, his expression as stoic as ever. He promises to provide the weapons free of charge, assuring the Lord that he's already programmed a constraint into the magic so that the guns can't harm any humans. Alan hands the rifle over to Olivia, the metal clicking softly as it changes hands. She takes it with a look of genuine gratitude, thanking him for his incredible contribution to her city's survival. Goldor stands nearby, his long brown hair partially obscuring his face as he maintains a watchful eye. Olivia looks at him, her voice firm as she tells Alan that she'll be counting on him to deliver on his promise. A Bayandal city guard leads the trio out of the throne room, their footsteps echoing on the long red carpet as they head toward the plaza. Olivia's voice follows them out, informing them that an escort will take them exactly where they need to go. Back on her throne, Olivia holds the rifle up to the light, studying the status screen that flickers to life. The Bayandal distribution model boasts 95 attack power and a 30-round mag, but she notes the reload delay that leaves the user vulnerable. Goldor steps closer as the doors close, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Olivia asks her most trusted guard what he truly thinks of the weapon Alan has provided. Goldor gazes at the sleek, dark metal of the rifle, his green eyes sharp with calculation. He finds it impossible to believe that a mere level 28 crafter could produce something this advanced through ordinary means. Olivia's lips curl into a knowing smile as she listens to Goldor's assessment. She realizes now why the high-ranking executives in the Adventurers Guild were making such a frantic fuss over one young man. A diagram appears in her mind, breaking down the complex math behind the weapon's power. She knows that a crafted weapon's total attack depends heavily on the creator's own stats, specifically their base attack power. She looks at a mental image of Alan, her curiosity only growing. It makes no sense to her how someone at such an abnormally low level, wearing no stat-boosting accessories, could produce such high-tier gear. Olivia's eye flashes with a sudden, intense light as she considers a radical possibility. She wonders if Alan could be the vessel they've been waiting for, the one destined to finally defeat the Demon King. Goldor meets her gaze, his expression unchanging but his eyes reflecting a newfound respect for the young crafter. He tells her that he believes the possibility is more than sufficient. Olivia looks away, her purple eye reflecting the complex thoughts swirling in her head. She softly replies, "I see," her mind already racing with the implications for the future of her kingdom. A dark, fiery aura seems to surround Olivia as she comes to a final conclusion. She's now certain that her decision to invite Alan to Bayandal was the right choice after all. The scene shifts to the Bayandal Central Plaza, a massive stone courtyard with tiers of steps leading down to a central fountain. A small crowd of citizens has already begun to gather, murmuring in anticipation. Guards in gleaming armor stand around the fountain, keeping a watchful eye as crates of weapons are brought in. The people look on with a mix of fear and curiosity at the strange items being unloaded. An elderly, balding villager picks up one of the long, black tubes and turns it over in his hands with a skeptical look. He finds it hard to believe that something shaped like a simple pipe could actually be a functional weapon. The crate is packed with Bayandal distribution model rocket launchers, their metallic surfaces gleaming. A status screen reveals their terrifying power, a massive 6250 attack power, though they can only fire one shot before needing to reload. Later that evening, the group heads to a local tavern to rest and refuel. Alan, Hina, and Naoki sit at a large wooden table, finally getting a chance to relax after the long day. Alan takes a huge bite of pizza, seemingly unfazed by the day's events. Even while eating, he casually holds out his hand to manifest a glowing crafting cube, prompting Naoki to marvel at his ability to multitask so effortlessly. As he works, Alan's mind drifts back to a previous village he helped, where a group of commoners stood armed with his weapons. He thinks to himself that this certainly isn't the first time he's had to arm the masses for war. Hina leans across the wooden table, her gaze fixed on Alan as he finishes another slice of pizza. She asks him why he doesn't seem to use any accessories, nodding that most adventurers rely on them for significant stat boosts. Hina smiles, suggesting that if he were to equip some attack-boosting gear, the weapons he crafts might become even more powerful than they already are. Alan pauses his meal, a blue status screen flickering into existence before him that shows his current level 28 stats and a baseline attack and defense of 56. He replies that accessories would indeed make a difference, his expression remaining stoic. From across the table, Naoki's voice cuts in, remarking that Alan's firepower is already so high he probably doesn't see the point in extra gear. Alan agrees, nodding that up until now, there hasn't been a situation where he specifically needed specialized accessories. Naoki takes a deep swig from his wooden mug, letting out a loud shout of "Gahhh" as he slams it back onto the table. He grumbles that it must be nice being a brokenly strong crafter who can ignore the gear requirements that other adventurers have to follow. Hina leans in even closer to Alan, her face flushing as she concludes that accessories are simply unnecessary for someone as powerful as he is. In the corner of the panel, a small icon of Naoki appears, shouting for her to back off and give Alan some personal space. Alan explains that while attack power isn't a concern, he isn't completely indifferent to gear. He visualizes a stick figure surrounded by icons for poison, paralysis, and confusion, admitting that defensive accessories to nullify status ailments would make him feel much safer. The lighting in the tavern shifts as Alan's face falls into shadow, his eyes narrowing with intensity. He notes that unlike a game, dying in this world is permanent, so he decides it's time to start paying more attention to his own armor and accessories. A thunderous boom suddenly rocks the tavern, rattling the plates and mugs on the table as the building shakes. Hina and Naoki jump in their seats, and Naoki spits out his drink in a fine mist as the peaceful atmosphere is shattered. The heavy wooden doors of the tavern burst open, and a Bayandal city guard in dented plate armor stumbles inside. He shouts a warning that the situation is bad, his chest heaving as he gasps for air in the doorway. The guard's T-visor helmet gleams under the tavern's lanterns as he delivers his message. He screams at the top of his lungs that the Demon King's army is attacking the city. The announcement causes Hina and Naoki's eyes to widen as they stare at the guard in shock. Sweat beads on their foreheads, and their faces go pale in the dim light of the inn. Alan's expression remains level, but his gaze sharpens as he looks toward the door. He turns his head slightly, listening to the growing chaos and the sound of bells ringing outside. Outside the city, the ground trembles under the weight of thousands of charging monsters. A thick, ominous purple mist rolls across the fields, obscuring the horizon as the enemy closes the distance. From a bird's-eye view, the full scale of the invasion is revealed as the Demon King's forces approach Bayandal's stone walls like a dark tide. Bolts of purple energy rain down from the clouds, striking the ground as the massive army prepares to lay siege to the fortress. The Demon King's army stretches across the horizon, a massive black tide of monsters marching toward Bayandal City. On the high walls, Alan stands with Hina and Naoki. their crafted weapons ready as they overlooked the advancing horde alongside the city's defenders. Nearby, a group of local adventurers watches them with confusion, wondering why a bunch of civilians are mixed in with the soldiers. They eye the strange, black tubes the trio is holding, having never seen anything like these weird things before. Alan remains focused, showing the civilians how to rest the weapon on their shoulders and simply pull the trigger to fire. Hina and Naoki are practically vibrating with excitement, eager to start blasting away while Alan tells them to just stay steady. A mage from the group of local adventurers scoffs at their enthusiasm, wondering what kind of pathetic little clan they could possibly belong to. Her face pales the moment she sees their crest, the Holy Guardian, one of the most famous clans in the world. Her leader, the disgruntled adventurer, isn't impressed, claiming even top-tier clans have garbage members if they're stuck out in a backwater town like this. He checks Alan's status and scoffs, seeing he's just a level 28 crafter and dismissing him as a complete non-threat. Alan ignores the chatter, narrowing his eyes as he studies the movements of the enemy front line. He takes in the sheer scale of the Demon King's army, a seemingly endless sea of monsters clouding the plains. Looking down at the swarm, he notes that their levels are around 50, a ridiculous number for a normal defense force to handle. The commander draws his sword, his voice booming across the battlements as he orders everyone to prepare for a coordinated ranged attack. While the archers and mages ready their weapons, Alan's team hoists their heavy crafted cannons onto their shoulders. The commander swings his sword down with a roar, giving the final command to fire. Volley after volley of explosive projectiles screams through the air, arching over the walls toward the monster ranks. Alan watches the flight path with a calm, analytical expression, waiting for the impact. A massive, blinding explosion erupts in the center of the monster horde, sending a pillar of fire and smoke high into the sky. Hina and Naoki cough as the shockwave washes over the wall, staring in utter disbelief at the sheer scale of the destruction they just caused. A status window flickers in front of Alan, announcing that he's reached level 30 as the smoke starts to clear. The commander stands frozen, sweat dripping down his face as he witnesses the aftermath of a single, devastating blast. Half of the Demon King's army has been incinerated in an instant, leaving nothing but scorched earth and a few scattered survivors. On the wall, Alan's team has already reloaded their weapons, standing ready for the next round while the soldiers struggle to process what happened. With his weapon prepped, Alan calmly tells the group to give the remaining monsters one more blast. Another wave of fire lights up the wall as the defenders realize that with these weapons, the Demon King's army isn't a threat anymore. It's target practice. The local adventurers stand in the shadows of the battlements, their jaws dropping as they watch the carnage. Even the commander is sweating, realizing that while he knew Alan's crafts were powerful, seeing them used en masse is something else entirely. Alan reports that a few stragglers survived the barrage and are closing in, asking for the next set of orders. Down below, a handful of monsters limp through the smoke, still trying to reach the gates despite the overwhelming loss. The commander snaps out of his daze, ordering the citizens to fall back while the regular army takes over the cleanup. Archers line the wall and release a rain of arrows, picking off the remaining few enemies with ease. The disgruntled adventurers sit back and watch, realizing they didn't even get a chance to draw their weapons before the fight was over. The commander raises his fist in triumph as the last of the monsters falls, signaling the end of the siege. The entire wall erupts in cheers, celebrating a historic, crushing victory with 0 casualties on their side. They hail Alan as the hero of Bayandorl, his insane weapons having ended the battle in a flash. Hina notices that Alan doesn't look happy at all, even though he just saved the city. She asks what's wrong, pointing out that he even managed to jump 2 levels at once during the fight. Alan sighs, explaining that considering the size of that horde, he should have easily gained 10 levels, if not for the level cap. Hina remembers the problem. He can't progress any further without taking a specific test. Once an adventurer reaches level 30, they're required to take a beginner exam at the Royal Capital's Guild to unlock their progression. Since he hasn't passed it yet, all that massive experience went to waste, and for a crafter like Alan, that really hurts. Alan looks down, lost in thought as he considers the timing of the monster's assault. Lady Olivia approaches him on the battlements, her red dress flowing as she claps her hands in approval of his work. A few minor adventurers lounge against the wall nearby, one of them making a crude comment about Olivia's appearance while his companion tells him to shut up. Olivia stands with the commander, admitting she was surprised to hear the fight was already over before she even arrived. She leans in closer, her single visible eye sharp as she notices that the weapons the soldiers are carrying look different from the one Alan originally gave her. Alan calmly explains that he tuned this batch specifically for area of effect attacks to better handle large swarms. Looking out over the walls, Olivia announces that thanks to Alan, the citizens of Bayandal can now defend their own city. She looks down with a cold gaze as she declares that all defense contracts with other adventuring clans are being terminated immediately. The group of local adventurers freezes in shock, the news hitting them like a physical blow as they realize their livelihood just vanished. Olivia remains unfazed, adding that she will be tripling the fee for Alan's Holy Guardian clan for providing such revolutionary weaponry. Hina and Naoki are overjoyed, cheering at the news of their massive new contract while Alan remains stoic. The leader of the fired adventurers, the disgruntled adventurer, rushes forward to plead with the commander, claiming his small clan won't survive. Olivia turns toward him, her expression icy as she asks what his clan's survival has to do with the safety of the city. The man and his team are left speechless by her bluntness, staring in stunned silence. She continues her assessment, stating that keeping unnecessary defense clans on contract was a waste of resources the city can no longer afford. The people nearby murmur in agreement, shouting that Olivia is right and calling the dismissed adventurers useless freeloaders. The commander stands firm beside Olivia, his silence backing her decision to cut ties with the incompetent groups. The crowd gets louder, heckling the disgruntled adventurer and his team to leave now that their tax-stealing days are over. Olivia waves a hand dismissively as she turns her back on the groveling leader, showing him no more attention than a pest. As a final token of apology, she tells them the city will at least cover their teleportation fees home. The disgruntled adventurer seethes, his face contorted with a silent, murderous rage as he glares at the stones. Seeing the man's reaction, Hina and Naoki lose some of their excitement, feeling a twinge of guilt for taking work from fellow professionals. Olivia notices their hesitation and tells them there's no reason to feel bad for doing their jobs well. She points out that while the clans may have lost their security, the thousands of ordinary citizens have gained a far greater one. She gestures to the cheering crowds below, telling the team to be proud of the smiles they've brought back to the city. With a rare, soft smile, she asks Alan to bring that same hope to every other city fighting the Demon King's army. Hina and Naoki snap to attention, saluting with bright smiles as they promise to do exactly that. From the shadows, the disgruntled adventurer watches them, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the threat Alan's expansion poses to his entire industry. He grits his teeth, knowing that if Alan starts distributing these weapons everywhere, adventurers like him will be out of work for good. Unaware of the brewing storm, Alan walks along the battlements, focused on getting back to the capital for his exam. The disgruntled adventurer watches Alan's back, a dark, vengeful aura surrounding him as he decides this is all the crafter's fault. He begins to move, slipping through the crowd with quiet determination as he stalks his target. He catches up to Alan, putting on a fake friendly persona as he asks for a moment of his time. Alan stops and glances back, his expression neutral as the man asks to see his weapon up close. A cruel, predatory grin spreads across the man's face as he gets within striking distance. Without warning, he lashes out with a powerful kick, the force of the blow slamming into Alan's side. Alan is launched off the high stone wall, his body spinning as he's sent plummeting toward the ground below. Olivia's eye widens in pure shock as she witnesses the sudden, brutal betrayal. Alan falls through the air, the ground a terrifying distance away as the wind rushes past him. The disgruntled adventurer leans over the edge with a maniacal laugh, telling Alan to just fall and die. The kick connects with enough force to send a man straight over the edge of the battlements. Naoki can only watch from the wall in horror as his friend vanishes into the abyss. Alan plummets toward the ground below as the disgruntled adventurer watches from the top of the wall with a self-satisfied posture. The man grits his teeth and calls Alan a bastard, wondering what the young crafter thinks he's trying to accomplish as he falls. High above on the wall, Naoki screams Alan's name in terror while Hina watches with wide, panicked eyes. In midair, Alan remains remarkably calm, determined not to die in such a place as he reaches for a weapon. His expression hardens into a glare of intense concentration, his eyes tracking the rapidly approaching ground. Just before impact, Alan fires a massive blast from his weapon directly downward to counteract his momentum. The force of the explosion erupts beneath him, sending up a cloud of dust and fire that cushions his fall. The disgruntled adventurer stares down in disbelief, sweating as he realizes Alan survived the fall by attacking the ground. Olivia and the commander look on from the wall, their faces unreadable. Alan skids across the dirt, his body rolling to a stop as the residual smoke clears from the blast site. Naoki and Hina rush to the edge of the wall, calling out to see if he's all right as Alan slowly picks himself up. Alan exhales a puff of air, thinking to himself that using the blast to cancel the impact worked, but he has no intention of doing it again. The disgruntled adventurer's face is a mask of shock and fear, hearing the murmurs of onlookers calling the crafter a monster and a psycho. Olivia stands with the commander, her expression showing a hint of surprise as she watches Alan's impossible survival. Hina holds out a healing potion to Alan, her face pale with worry as she questions how such a fall is even possible to survive. Alan looks up from the base of the wall, the disgruntled adventurer staring down at him with a mix of dread and mounting panic. A dark, menacing aura begins to radiate from Alan, his eyes glowing with a cold, red light as he prepares his next move. The disgruntled adventurer grits his teeth and sweats, trying to maintain his bravado despite the terrifying sight below. Alan tells his friends to stand back as he crafts a massive, glowing checkered platform on the ground beneath him. With a sudden burst of energy, the platform launches Alan high into the air, back toward the top of the city wall. He touches down on the rampart with a heavy thud, his sudden reappearance causing the disgruntled adventurer to recoil in shock. The townspeople nearby are left stunned, watching in disbelief as a simple crafter performs feats beyond any high-level adventurer. Even more experienced adventurers look on with wide eyes, questioning if Alan can truly do everything he's showing. Alan begins to craft a small handgun in his palm, the glowing blue lines of his ability crackling with energy as he confronts his attacker. The disgruntled adventurer immediately drops to his knees, begging for his life and claiming he just lost his head for a moment. Alan points the weapon directly at the man's head, his shadow looming over the coward with a dark, vengeful intensity. Olivia steps forward, her single eye fixed on the confrontation as she calmly asks Alan to wait. Alan glances back at her with a cold, steady gaze, asking why he should stop when this man tried to kill him. Olivia's lips are set in a firm line as she explains the consequences of taking a life, even in self-defense. She warns him that he will be charged with a crime regardless of the circumstances, and she doesn't want to see a hero's reputation tarnished. She continues, stating she has no desire to see a historic, casualty-free victory stained by a public execution. Alan slowly lowers his gun, the glowing energy fading as he agrees to stay his hand for now. He turns his back on the groveling man and begins to walk away, his presence still heavy and imposing. The disgruntled adventurer exhales a long, shaky breath of relief, thinking he's finally safe from the crafter's wrath. Suddenly, a massive wooden catapult begins to materialize out of glowing blue light directly under the kneeling man. The man screams in terror as the catapult's arm snaps forward, launching him off the wall just as he had done to Alan. Olivia watches the man fly through the air, her face showing a mix of bewilderment and begrudging respect for Alan's solution. Alan comments that it's only a prototype and feels a bit on the weak side, his face completely neutral, short and sweet. The man plummeting toward the ground screams with tears and snot streaming down his face, certain he's about to die. Just as the man is about to hit the ground, Alan crafts a massive, glowing blue cube to catch him. The cube expands into a soft, cushioned airbag that safely catches the man, though he remains buried face down in the fabric. The man lies on the cushion, trembling and sobbing as the realization that he's still alive slowly sinks in. Alan stares down with cold, glowing red eyes, warning the man that he's being let off easy this time, but next time he'll be slammed straight into the ground. The disgruntled adventurer grovels atop the glowing blue safety cushion, tears and snot streaming down his face as he stammers out a pathetic apology. He is completely broken, trembling from the sheer terror of his near-death experience at Alan's hands. Alan walks away from the scene, his footsteps echoing against the stone floor of the wall. He reflects on how difficult it is to manage individuals who act purely on violent impulse, especially when his work is meant to help the city. Alan stares ahead with a somber expression, realizing that even the act of handing out weapons can incite jealousy and malice. He resolves to find a more discreet way to distribute his crafts in the future to avoid drawing the ire of people like the man he just subdued. The following day, Alan, Naoki, and Hina walk through the city's cobblestone streets under a clear sky. With the weapon distribution finally finished, Alan decides it's the perfect time for the group to make their way back to the capital. Alan informs his companions that he plans to head straight to the Adventurers Guild for his beginner exam once they arrive. He asks Naoki and Hina to handle the final reports to Flynn for him, showing his singular focus on his own progression. Naoki and Hina protest immediately, with Naoki gesturing wildly at Alan's dismissive attitude toward his own success. They insist that since he did all the work, he should be the one to receive the inevitable praise and fat bonuses waiting for them. Alan exhales a quiet sigh, nodding that he'd much rather gain experience points than a monetary bonus. His path is suddenly blocked when a deep, authoritative voice calls out, asking him to wait for a moment. A towering, muscular man with long dark hair and silver plate armor stands before them, his presence heavy with military authority. Naoki identifies the newcomer as Captain Goldor of the Palace Guard, while Alan looks on with a curious but guarded expression. Alan assumes the captain is there to discuss the weapon distribution, but he quickly clarifies that they finished that task the previous day. Goldor stands with his arms crossed, his gaze steady and serious. Goldor reveals that his visit concerns an entirely different and more pressing matter, looking directly at Alan as he speaks. Naoki and Hino exchange worried glances, sensing that the conversation is about to take a serious turn. Under the glow of a purple-hued aura, Goldor formally requests Alan's assistance in exterminating a notorious bandit group. His stern, battle-hardened face shows no sign of hesitation as he asks the young crafter for combat support. The request leaves the trio stunned, with Alan, Hina, and Naoki looking on in varying degrees of disbelief. The idea of a specialized crafter being recruited for a bandit hunt seems to catch everyone off guard. Goldor explains that a large bandit hideout, a cluster of wooden cabins, is tucked away in the misty forest just outside the city. He stresses that these criminals are as significant a threat to the town as the Demon King's army and begs for Alan's strength. Hina questions the logic of bandits living in such a dangerous area outside the walls, where monsters are a constant threat. Naoki's chibai head appears in the corner, scoffing at the bandits' apparent lack of intelligence for choosing such a location. The captain leans in, his green eyes reflecting his desperation as he promises the largest possible monetary reward for Alan's cooperation. He seems determined to win over the crafter with the promise of wealth and treasure. Alan delivers a cold and immediate refusal, stating plainly that he has no interest in money or treasure. He reiterates his desire to return to the capital and clear his beginner exam, uninterested in side missions. As Alan and his friends begin to walk away, Goldor frantically calls out for him to wait. The captain realizes that gold won't sway him and quickly pivots to a different kind of currency. Goldor stops Alan in his tracks by offering a payment of information instead of gold. Alan's feet come to a halt on the stone street, his interest finally piqued by the captain's desperate gambit. A close-up of Alan's narrowed eye shows his immediate focus as he repeats the word information back to the captain. The skeptical tone in his voice indicates that the intel better be worth his time. Goldor stares back with a serious intensity, revealing that he has information regarding the Pro-Demon King faction currently targeting Alan. The atmosphere between them thickens as the conversation moves into dangerous territory. Alan stands in deep thought, his head bowed as he considers the captain's words. The weight of being a target for such a dangerous organization is a reality he cannot simply ignore. Goldor drops the final bombshell, stating that, according to his source, the Pro-Demon King faction already has someone close to Alan. This news sends a shockwave through the group, as they realize an enemy might be hiding in plain sight. Naoki reacts with panic terror, pointing to himself and sweating as he asks if the captain is suggesting that he is the traitor. Goldor looks bewildered by the outburst and quickly clarifies that he wasn't referring to Naoki. Alan's gaze turns sharp and calculating as he processes the information. He realizes that by helping with the bandit mission, he can finally uncover the identity of the operative working against him from within his own circle. Goldor explains that while he'd like to be more open, his primary duty is ensuring Lady Olivia's orders are carried out to the letter. Alan realizes that dealing with the Pro-Demon King faction has to be his top priority, and taking even one of them out would be a massive deterrent. He agrees to the terms. If Goldor can provide that information, Alan will take on the job. The captain has just one more question before they move forward. Alan doesn't quite get why he's being asked. Taking out bandits seems like a standard job for regular soldiers. Goldor reveals that the decision came directly from Lady Olivia herself. Naoki teases him about being the Lady Lord's favorite already, while Hina looks determined not to be outdone by her. Alan isn't laughing. The word favorite just makes him more suspicious of her motives. Goldor smiles, telling them he'll be accompanying the group to help defeat the bandits together. Alan tries to sideline his teammates, telling Naoki and Hina to head back and report to Flynn. They aren't having it. Both of them insist they're coming along since they're more than capable of fighting. Alan looks away, repeating that this is a personal request and he can handle it on his own. Goldor backs him up, advising the two to return to the capital while he and Alan deal with the threat. Naoki ignores the dismissal and grabs Alan's shoulder, reminding him that their team is a trio by default. Hina promises they won't get in the way. The captain relents with a quiet acceptance. If they're that determined, all four of them will go. The group sets off, walking through the castle halls toward the city gates. Alan glances back one last time as they leave the safety of the inner walls. Out in the streets, the atmosphere in Bayandal has clearly improved since the victory. Villagers wave and smile, looking genuinely glad to see their defenders passing by. As they head out of the city, Alan's thoughts are focused on one person. He's convinced Lady Olivia is working with the Pro-Demon King faction. His suspicion isn't just a hunch. It's based on how she reacted to his weapons earlier. The instant he pointed a pistol, she called it murder without hesitation. He'd only ever shown her non-lethal prototypes, so the only way she'd recognize it as a lethal firearm is if she'd seen one before. Alan's eyes narrow as he starts putting the pieces together. He knows only a handful of people should understand how a gun without constraints works, and the fact that Olivia does makes her a prime suspect in the conspiracy. Even as Alan walks toward his next mission, he's certain this bandit gang is just another trap. Standing in his path is a massive, armored figure radiating a dark, purple aura, but Alan isn't worried. He just wants to get this hassle over with quickly. Goldor, a hulking warrior with long, messy brown hair and heavy silver armor, leads the group into the dark woods. He tells them there's a bandit gang hiding deep in the forest. The party follows behind their guide. Naoki, with his spiky red hair and purple vest, stays close to Hina while Alan brings up the rear. Naoki and Hina act all tough, telling Alan he can just leave the forest mobs to them. They're confident they can handle anything in these woods. Alan isn't interested in a slow hike. He opens his inventory, pulling up a high-tech storage screen that glows in the dark. To the party's bewilderment, Alan pulls out a sleek quadcopter drone. He calmly tells them they'll just wipe out the bandits from right here. Goldor stops in his tracks, sweating as he stares at the strange metal chunk floating in the air. He has no clue what he's looking at. With a high-pitched whine, the drone takes flight. Alan explains it'll automatically search and kill any bandits hiding in the trees. Hina and Naoki are freaked out by the flying machine. Alan just shrugs, saying it's faster and a lot safer than walking into an ambush. As the drone hovers ready to hunt, Alan prepares to give the final kill order. He wants this over with quickly. Goldor suddenly yells for him to wait, his face tense with urgency. He needs to stop Alan from clearing the forest too easily. Goldor claims he can't approve of this, arguing that any hostages might get caught in the crossfire. He's trying to force Alan to go in on foot. Alan doesn't miss a beat, suggesting he'll just program the drone to only target people holding weapons. He thinks that should solve the problem. Goldor remains stubborn, closing his eyes and insisting that things aren't as simple as Alan thinks. Alan's eyes narrow as he asks why not. He's starting to smell a rat. Goldor doubles down on the hostage excuse, demanding absolute caution. He's determined to lure the group deeper into the forest. Alan looks away, his suspicions growing. This sudden concern for hostages feels totally forced. Alan offers a compromise, telling Goldor to head into the forest alone while the drone provides air support. He reminds Goldor that as a level 30 crafter, he shouldn't be on the front lines anyway. The drone is his contribution to the fight. Goldor's composure cracks, and he shouts that staying back would go against Lady Olivia's direct orders. Alan's gaze turns cold. It's clear now that Goldor's primary goal isn't the bandits, it's getting Alan into that hideout. Playing along for now, Alan sighs and agrees to go, telling the group they should hurry up before more time is wasted. As they walk, Alan's internal thoughts turn dark. He realizes that his own head is the real target of this mission. The four of them trek through the foggy woods, the atmosphere growing more oppressive with every step. Naoki is relieved that they haven't run into any monsters yet. He thinks they're getting lucky with the quiet path. Suddenly, Alan reaches out and grabs Naoki and Hina, forcing them to a halt. His movements are sharp and precise. Just inches from their feet is a tripwire stretched across the ground. A single step more would have triggered a trap. They look up to see a massive spiked log hanging directly over the path. Naoki is stunned by how close they came to disaster. Alan looks at the mechanism with disdain, calling it crude work that the bandits probably threw together in a hurry. Naoki begins to panic, realizing how dangerous the situation is. Alan tells him to stop acting like an idiot and keep it together. Alan pulls out a pair of high-quality metal nippers. He dismisses the local tech, nodding there's a limit to what these simple traps can do. With a quick snip, the rope is cut. The spiked log crashes harmlessly into the earth, sending up a cloud of dust and debris. Alan walks past the wreckage without a second glance. He tells them to stay calm, mentioning he could handle even landmines. Naoki and Hina just stare in confusion. Goldor watches Alan from behind, his expression darkening. His plan to kill the crafter with accidental traps is failing. Eventually, they reach a clearing where the bandit hideout is located. Silhouettes move between several log cabins in the distance. Naoki is intimidated by the sheer number of enemies, guessing there are at least 100 bandits waiting for them. Alan remains silent, his sharp eyes scanning the enemy camp and calculating his next move. Goldor steps forward and clenches his fist, his massive frame silhouetted against the dark trees. On his finger, a dark ring begins to pulse with an eerie purple glow. The ring of absolute barrier is being activated. Alan tells the others to follow Goldor's lead since the big man seems to have a specific plan in mind. Goldor is not amused. Goldor glances back, his eyes narrowing. He wonders if the boy has actually figured out his true intentions. A sinister grin spreads across Goldor's face as he prepares to make his move. He's done playing the friendly guide. Hina looks up at Goldor, her voice trembling slightly as she asks him what their next move should be. Goldor suggests giving the bandits a chance to surrender first. He claims it's best to avoid a fight if possible, and Hina and Naoki quickly agree. Alan remains silent, his expression unreadable as he watches Goldor. Goldor tells them to follow his lead as they head deeper into the clearing. The group walks toward the bandit hideout entrance, where several figures are already waiting for them in the shadows. Naoki starts to get nervous, questioning if walking right up to the front door is such a good idea. He feels way too exposed. Goldor ignores the concerns and shouts for the bandit chief to show himself, his body glowing with a faint red aura. A wooden door creaks open, revealing a dark silhouette stepping out from one of the cabins. The bandit chief, a scarred, bald man with a jagged grin, emerges from the shadows. He mocks Goldor for taking so long, saying he thought the warrior might have died in one of their traps. The chief notes the extra people Goldor brought along, reminding him that they had agreed he would come alone. Goldor's face twists into a sadistic smile. He tells the chief not to worry about them and simply orders him to kill them too. Naoki and Hina freeze in shock, their eyes wide as the betrayal hits them. Alan stays perfectly calm, closing his eyes as if he's just seen exactly what he expected. The bandit chief laughs, asking Goldor for a bonus to their pay for the extra work. Goldor coldly tells him not to get cocky. The chief leans in, drooling slightly as he asks if they can keep Hina as a pet. Goldor doesn't even blink, telling him to consider every possibility and make sure he kills her. The chief sighs at the waste, but agrees to have his fun before finishing her off. Naoki finally snaps, yelling at Goldor and demanding to know what the hell is going on. Alan reaches out to stop the panicked boy, calmly reminding him that these people are the enemy now. In a split second, Alan connects the dots. Goldor's goal from the start was to kill him. Goldor looks on with a crazed, wide-eyed stare. Hina can't wrap her head around it, wondering why Goldor would target someone like Alan. Alan realizes he's just in the way of their grand plans. Alan's eyes glow a piercing red. He identifies Goldor as definitely being part of the Pro-Demon King faction. Hina is paralyzed with fear, her face pale as the reality of their situation sinks in. Goldor smirks, nodding that Alan has him completely figured out. He tells them that even if he's been exposed, it doesn't change the fact that they're dying right here. The bandit chief laughs like a maniac as the levels of his men appear. Nearly all of them are twice as high as Alan's party. They outnumber and outlevel the kids by a massive margin. Hina remembers Goldor's earlier warning about a traitor being right beside them, and she finally understands who he meant. Alan realizes that Goldor wasn't warning him, he was talking about himself. He brought them here to murder them and pin the whole thing on the bandits. Goldor confirms it with a chilling grin, enjoying the look of realization on Alan's face. Alan suddenly draws his handgun and fires. A bright blue flash erupts from the barrel, leaving the warrior startled and stunned. The sudden gunshot leaves Hina and Naoki reeling in shock, while the bandit chief breaks into a cold sweat. Alan holds the gun steady, smoke drifting from the barrel. He casually asks if he was interrupting a conversation. Goldor just chuckles, his eyes glowing with a dark energy. He isn't seriously harmed by the weapon at all. Goldor's chest gem flares with light as he declares that the talking is over. He's ready to end this. Naoki and Hina are horrified as they realize Alan's attacks didn't even leave a scratch on the warrior. A system window reveals the secret. Goldor is wearing the Ring of Absolute Barrier. It nullifies any attack from anyone whose level is 50 or more below the wearer. Goldor boasts that since he's level 125, they have exactly 0 chance of even hurting him. He looks completely unhinged as he gloats. Alan stands his ground, a dark aura swirling around his feet as he stares down the high-level threat. Naoki and Hina are ready to give up, convinced there's no way they can win against such a monster. Alan tells them to relax, his voice cool and confident. He insists there's no problem at all. Goldor's eye twitches, his smirk fatting. He can't understand how Alan could possibly stay this calm. Alan reveals that he knew about the Ring of Absolute Barrier from the very beginning. Goldor tells him to keep bluffing, but his confidence is starting to waver. Goldor loses his patience and barks an order to the bandits, telling them to kill the children immediately. The bandits roar and charge forward, their weapons drawn and their eyes glowing with red bloodlust. They lunge at Alan from all sides, screaming for him to die. Alan lets out a low, confident smirk as he watches the bandits charge toward him. He raises his hand, and a glowing digital window appears before him, announcing the opening of his massive inventory. Black, circular portals tear open in the air behind him. Alan explains that he's mass-produced an entire swarm of combat drones for just this occasion. The swarm of machines pours out of the portals, filling the sky above the battlefield as they hover in a lethal formation. The bandits skid to a halt, their expressions twisting into pure terror at the sight of the strange, hovering weapons. Alan stands unfazed as energy swirls around him, simply giving the command to begin the slaughter. The drones unleash a barrage of blinding laser beams, illuminating the clearing with streaks of deadly light. The bandits are caught in a crossfire of precision strikes, their screams echoing as the lasers tear through their ranks. The bandit chief ducks, barely avoiding the fire. Goldor stands perfectly still amidst the chaos, his body enveloped in a shimmering blue protective aura that deflects the stray beams. Alan watches the slaughter with cold, calculating eyes. his focus entirely on the man responsible for this trap. In seconds, the clearing is littered with the bodies of the fallen bandits. A survivor reels in disbelief that a mere level 30 crafter is wiping them out so easily. The terrified bandit realizes they're outmatched and turns to flee into the forest, hopping to escape the mechanical slaughter. Alan doesn't let him get far, casually raising his handgun and firing a single, lethal shot into the man's back. The bandit collapses into the dirt as blood splatters across the grass, while Goldor remains unmoved by the deaths of his allies. Alan looks directly at the warrior, noting that his carefully prepared bandit gang turned out to be completely useless. Goldor walks forward with total indifference, admitting that he's grown tired of keeping such incompetent trash around anyway. Hina and Naoki stand frozen in shock, while Alan asks if liquidating the bandits was part of Goldor's plan from the start. Goldor's face remains hidden in shadow as he explains that the bandits were just meant to be fodder before he finished the job himself. He grips the shaft of his massive halberd with a gauntleted hand, the metal creaking under his immense pressure. A violent red aura erupts around Goldor as he prepares to unleash his full power. His eyes glow with a predatory light as he declares that playtime is over and hunting season has finally begun. System notifications flare as he activates his warrior skills, starting with a massive boost to his physical strength. He stacks multiple buffs in quick succession, his muscles bulging as his endurance and roar-based abilities reach monstrous levels. The air crackles with energy as he activates his Berserker Soul and Brave Enchant, becoming an overwhelming force on the battlefield. Naoki and Hina are paralyzed with fear, unable to believe that anyone could possess such a terrifying amount of raw power. Alan remains the eye of the storm, calmly analyzing the situation as he realizes Goldor is going for a decisive, all-out strike. Goldor launches himself into the air with a manic laugh, challenging his prey to run and struggle for his amusement. His face is twisted into a ghoulish grin as he descends, savoring the thought of a flashy and pathetic end for his targets. Alan closes his eyes for a brief moment of focus, a small, knowing smile playing on his lips. As a surge of blue energy swirls around his feet, he mocks Goldor's predictable tactics, glad that the warrior is as foolish as he expected. He thrusts his hand forward and commands his crafting ability to manifest, the air crackling with sudden magical discharge. In a flash of teal light, a massive iron cage materializes directly around Goldor as he's mid-leap, trapping him instantly. Naoki and Hina stare in utter shock, their jaws dropping at the sudden and bizarre turn of the battle. Alan points out that charging straight at him made it incredibly easy to catch the warrior within his crafting range. Goldor rages inside his new prison. Enraged, Goldor swings his massive axe at the bars with all his might, expecting them to shatter like toothpicks. To his absolute disbelief, the blade of his halberd chips and cracks against the impossibly thin bars of the cage. Goldor grips the metal in a daze, wondering if he's been trapped by some high-level magic item or a cursed artifact. Alan coldly informs him that it's just a cage made of an ultra-hard alloy that far surpasses any technology found in this world. Goldor's face turns a deep red with fury as he grits his teeth, his breath coming in ragged, animalistic growls. He begins hacking at the cage in a desperate frenzy, screaming at Alan not to toy with him as he pours all his power into the attack. With a sickening crack, the head of Goldor's legendary halberd shatters into pieces against the unyielding metal bars. The warrior is left staring at his broken weapon in pure terror, the realization of his helplessness finally sinking in. Alan stands calmly before the cage, admitting that he isn't strong enough to defeat the warrior in a direct confrontation. He looks off to the side, explaining that his only path to victory was to find a way to win without having to fight at all. Goldor stares at the ground in shock, unable to process how he was brought low by someone he considered inferior. Alan remains outside the bars while Goldor sits defeated within, acknowledging that a head-on battle would have ended in his own loss. Alan's gaze sharpens as he defines his role, stating that a crafter's purpose is to make the impossible possible. A single red eye glares through the messy hair of the trapped warrior, who lets out a frustrated click of his tongue. Naoki and Hina celebrate the victory, their faces lit with excitement as they praise Alan for his incredible feat. Alan looks down at his prisoner and explains that the cage has no key and won't open unless he dispels the craft. Even with backup, Goldor's fate won't change. Goldor's expression hardens as he realizes the gravity of the situation and the truth in Alan's words. He reaches out and grips the cold metal bars, his mind racing for a way to turn the tables. The warrior suddenly changes his tone, bowing his head and begging Lord Alan to remove the craft and forgive his mistakes. Goldor's face is a mask of desperate regret as he pleads with his captor, swearing that his heart is filled with remorse. Naoki and Hina watch the display with narrow eyes, clearly unimpressed and unwilling to believe a single word. Goldor insists on his honesty, his face contorted as he tries to sell his fake repentance to the group. Behind the facade, Goldor's mind is filled with murderous thoughts, planning to slaughter everyone the moment he is free of the bars. Naoki and Hina turn to Alan, urging him to ignore the traitor and return to report the incident to their master. Alan raises a hand to signal his agreement, coldly telling Goldor that they will simply leave him there to starve. As the group begins to walk away, Goldor panics and shouts after them, offering to do anything if they will only release him. Alan stops in his tracks and looks back over his shoulder, seemingly considering the desperate offer. He uses his crafting ability to manifest a small device in a flurry of digital fragments, demanding information on the Pro-Demon King faction. Alan holds up the black IC recorder, explaining its function to his companions while Naoki marvels at the sound of a recorded voice. Goldor stares at the device with a mix of dread and frustration, realizing he has been outplayed by technology he doesn't understand. Alan turns his back to the cage once more, ordering Goldor to start telling him everything he knows. A dark, confident grin spreads across Goldor's face, certain that none of this evidence will matter once he finds a way to kill them all. Goldor begs for his life, pressing his hands against the bars of the alloy cage. He promises to talk if Alan just lets him out. Alan isn't falling for it, staring back with cold eyes. He tells the traitor the cage only disappears after he hears everything. Goldor grits his teeth, his expression twisting with frustration before he finally yields. He kneels on the cage floor, agreeing to tell everything on the condition that Alan keeps his word. Alan gives a slight, knowing smirk. He simply replies that it's a deal. Naoki and Hina look on with worry, unsure if trusting a man who just tried to kill them is a good idea. They warn Alan that it's far too dangerous to let someone like that go. Alan remains perfectly calm, looking over his shoulder as he prepares his recorder. He tells them not to worry and asks them to focus on watching their surroundings instead. The drones Alan used to wipe out the bandits sit motionless on the forest floor. They've completely run out of energy, reduced to nothing more than scrap metal for the moment. Alan waves his hand dismissively while Naoki and Hina move to their positions. Hina reminds him to keep his guard up while they keep watch. Alan stands firmly before the cage, his shadow stretching across the bars. He pulls out a digital recorder, the device glowing slightly as he activates it. With a stern look, he tells Goldor to start talking. Goldor's eyes narrow, his face shrouded in shadow. He starts by claiming he isn't actually a member of the Pro-Demon King faction. Alan listens intently, looking down at the massive warrior huddled inside the tiny prison. Alan's eyes narrow as he asks for clarification. He doesn't look convinced by the sudden denial. Goldor explodes in a shout, insisting he couldn't care less about the Demon King. He yells that he was just a hired hand following orders to take Alan's head. Behind the shattered glass of a portrait stands Olivia. Goldor names her as the true mastermind pulling the strings behind the entire operation. Alan's expression hardens, his eyes glowing with a cold intensity as the pieces of the puzzle start to fit together. Hina and Naoki are stunned by the revelation. They can't believe the Lady Lord would be working with the enemy, especially after she personally asked Alan to defend the city. Alan closes his eyes for a moment, processing the betrayal. He realizes Olivia only invited him here to lure him into this death trap. Goldor watches Alan closely, realizing the young crafter had likely already suspected the truth. Alan looks down at the cage, demanding to know the specific reason Olivia wants him dead. Goldor explains the massive corruption scheme, revealing that Olivia has been embezzling defense subsidies from the government. A diagram shows how the royal funds meant for the military are being funneled directly into Olivia's pockets instead of protecting the borders. Goldor rants about how the lady has already made a fortune and even has plans to flee the country if she gets caught. Alan looks away, completely unimpressed by the story. He notes that Goldor was likely just happy to help himself to whatever leftovers the lady left behind. Alan stares into the distance, realizing that if the Demon King was actually defeated, Olivia's source of endless wealth would vanish. Alan asks for proof of these claims. Goldor points out that any of the royal guards would know the truth, and then mentions there's physical evidence. Goldor pulls out a small book, claiming it's the real ledger that shows the fraudulent transactions. He explains that comparing it to the public records will expose everything. Alan looks at the book, realizing Olivia kept a double set of records. Naoki looks confused, not understanding the terminology of financial fraud. Alan recalls the citizens in the city yelling at the defense clans, calling them tax thieves. He looks back at the image of Olivia, realizing she was the one intentionally making life difficult for the people while blaming others. Hina can only mutter how awful it is. Alan holds out his hand, demanding the ledger. Goldor hesitates, insisting on being released from the cage before he hands it over. Goldor's face is a mask of desperate compliance, but behind his eyes, a murderous red glow begins to burn. Internally, Goldor's rage is boiling over. He plots to lop off Alan's head the very second the bars disappear. Alan gives a faint, chilling smile. He casually acknowledges that he did promise to free him. Suddenly, Alan turns his back and starts walking away. He tells the trapped warrior to forget the ledger because he doesn't need it anymore. Goldor's eye bulges in pure shock. He screams out, completely blindsided by Alan's sudden departure. Alan looks back with a cold, detached gaze. He tells the traitor that in his world, there's a saying about an eye for an eye, and that those who trick others shouldn't complain when the tables are turned. Goldor can only stammer in disbelief as the group leaves him behind in the darkness. The warrior's voice echoes through the clearing as he realizes he's been abandoned. Goldor's face contorts with primal rage, his eyes turning blood red as he screams Alan's name. He reaches through the bars of his cage, his hand clawing at the air as Alan and his companions disappear into the night. Naoki asks if Alan is sure about leaving the ledger behind. Alan explains they already know who's responsible, and the guards can provide all the testimony they need. Alan's face is set in a grim determination. He tells Naoki and Hina to head back and report everything to Flynn while he goes to make sure Olivia doesn't escape. Naoki lets out a heavy sigh as he and Hina prepare to head out. Hina looks back one last time, telling Alan to stay sharp while they separate to carry out their parts of the plan. Alan watches them leave with a cold, unwavering focus. He mutters that he's going to make sure the lady pays back every single bit of what she owes. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Bayandal, where Lady Olivia's massive manor stands silent under the cover of night. Inside, the one-sorterly halls are now a sight of total chaos, with guards lying detained across the blood-spattered floors. Reports confirm that dozens of royal guards have been arrested for embezzlement, with several killed after a battle broke out during the arrest. Flynn, the commander of the guard, stands over the wreckage with a grim expression on his face. He surveys the fallout of the lady's corruption, realizing just how deep the rot had spread. Deep within the manor, Alan has Olivia cornered in her private chambers. He stands over the kneeling noble with his gun and the recording of Goldor's confession, presenting the evidence that her fraud has finally been exposed. Alan looks down at the woman who tried to have him killed, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. He asks if she has any final words to say in her own defense before he decides her fate. Without waiting for an answer, he shoves the cold barrel of the handgun deep into Olivia's mouth. She can only drool and let out a muffled cough, her single visible eye wide with absolute terror as she stares up at the weapon. Alan pulls the gun back, watching as she collapses onto the floor in a fit of coughing. He mockingly notes that it's probably pretty hard for her to talk with a steel barrel pressed against her tongue. Olivia is completely broken, her hands tightly cuffed as she begs for her life to be spared. She promises to tell him absolutely everything she knows if he'll just let her live. In a desperate act of submission, she leans down toward the floor, even offering to lick Alan's boots if it means surviving another minute. Alan looks at her with nothing but contempt, raising his gun toward the ceiling as he continues the interrogation. He demands to know exactly how she managed to hear about the events that took place out on the wasteland. Olivia bows low, explaining that she received her information from an executive within the Adventurers Guild. She claims that the news is common knowledge among the city's elites and guild leadership. Alan watches her closely, his weapon still ready as he asks his final questions. Olivia insists that she has nothing more to tell him about the others who might be involved. A hysterical, frantic laugh escapes her lips as she looks back up at him. She begins to reveal the truth about the faction he's been hunting. She explains that the Pro-Demon King faction isn't actually an organization with meetings or a formal structure at all. It's something far more decentralized and dangerous. Tears stream down her face as she swears she isn't hiding anything from him. She asks how she could possibly contact others when there's no official way to even reach them. A vision of several hooded figures appearing in a rocky area flashes through her mind as she speaks. She explains that it's more of a shared concept among those who want to keep the war going for their own benefit. Alan stares at her in silence, the weight of the realization sinking in. He repeats the word concept, understanding that his enemy is far more widespread than a simple group of traitors. Olivia adds a chilling warning, telling him that he isn't only being targeted by people who want the Demon King to stay alive. His real problem is much bigger than a single faction. Alan points his gun at her again as she explains the true reason he's become a target. She tells him that his guns allow a person to kill with almost no effort, a power that threatens the very foundation of their world. Alan stays silent, his eyes narrowing as he processes the lady's words about the impact of his creations. Olivia warns that if his weapons ever spread, the world would be thrown into absolute chaos. She claims that people might try to assassinate him simply out of fear that his technology will destroy their way of life. A bright flash fills the room as Alan fires his weapon, the sound echoing off the high stone walls. He coolly dismisses her warning, calling it a completely needless worry. He explains that the guns he's distributed were designed with specific constraints to ensure they can't be used to harm people. Even so, Olivia notes that the mere fact such weapons exist is enough to keep everyone on edge. Olivia stares up at him, sweating and trembling as she realizes the scale of what Alan is capable of. She warns him once more that his invention alone makes him a global threat. Standing over the broken noble, Alan notes that while his distributed guns are safe, the versions that can kill are easy to mass-produce. He finally understands that his enemies now include every person in power who fears that his technology will strip them of their status. Olivia is a total mess, trembling and salivating as she warns Alan about the Alan Threat faction. These elites profit from the eternal war and see his weapons as a bigger threat to their pockets than the Demon King himself. Alan stares her down in silence, processing the fact that his revolutionary craftsmanship has officially put him on the world's most dangerous hit list. He keeps his handgun trained on the broken noble, acknowledging that the situation is even worse than he thought. If the political heat is this high, even his current clan name might not be enough to keep the wolves away. Olivia's eye is wide with pure terror as the cold barrel of the gun stays fixed inches from her face. She's completely at his mercy, and she knows it. Alan doesn't budge, keeping the pressure on as he demands more details about who exactly is coming for his head. He needs names and factions if he's going to survive what's coming. A flashback shows the sheer chaos his presence creates, with high-level enemies and powerful rogues ready to strike at the first sign of weakness. The world is changing, and they're all terrified of it. Olivia has completely snapped, her eyes glazed over as she mumbles about her debt to him. The psychological collapse is absolute, leaving her a babbling, broken wreck on the floor. Alan remains cold and unimpressed, his gaze fixed on her as he calculates his next move in this dangerous political game. Her desperation doesn't move him one bit. He shoves the barrel closer, making sure she understands that any thought of betrayal will be her last. The weight of his power is literally pressing against her skin. They're back at the Holy Guardian headquarters, wrapping up the most intense interrogation Alan has conducted since his reincarnation. The room is heavy with the aftermath of his interrogation. Alan looks down at his captive with a chillingly calm expression. He's seen enough to know exactly what kind of storm is brewing on the horizon. Olivia is broken beyond repair, her mouth hanging open around the cold steel of the handgun. She's staring blankly, her mind unable to process any more fear. Her pupils shrink in terror as she faces the reality of her failed scheme and the man who dismantled it. The shock has completely paralyzed her. She finally reaches her absolute breaking point, her eyes rolling back as the trauma of the night finally overwhelms her nervous system. She's done. Olivia slumps to the floor in her handcuffs, finally admitting she should have been honest about the people protecting the Demon King from the start. She's given up all pretense of nobility. She's left in a heap, a puddle forming on the ground as she loses every ounce of her former dignity. The proud lady is now nothing more than a terrified informant. Alan reflects on his own lack of a plan for this specific political blowback. He realized too late just how much of a stir his modern weaponry would cause among the elites. Later, he walks through the grand halls of the headquarters with the Holy Guardian Captain to discuss their next steps. The atmosphere is tense as they prepare for a difficult conversation. Alan admits he hopes the captain's assessment of the situation is right. A direct move from the pro-Demon King faction could get very messy, very quickly. The captain remains solemn, acknowledging that while the threat is real, Alan's display of strength should buy them some time before anyone makes a move. He's seen what Alan can do up close. A small, confident smirk plays on Alan's lips. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead, ready to face whatever political or physical threats come his way. The 2 men stand before the massive doors of the inner sanctum, ready to finalize the terms of Alan's continued status within the clan. It's time for a formal decision. Inside the Holy Guardian headquarters, Alan finishes recapping exactly how the confrontation with Olivia went down. The sun shines through the window, contrasting with the dark topics they're discussing. The captain listens from behind his desk, admitting that he was at fault for not preparing for the level of trouble Alan's presence would bring. He realizes Alan isn't just a normal adventurer. Alan watches him, waiting to hear the captain's thoughts on the shadowy, threat faction that Olivia mentioned. The political stakes are rising by the minute. The captain has a serious look on his face. He knows that while their enemies will be more cautious now, they're far from giving up on their goal to eliminate Alan. He notes that the failure of Olivia's scheme will only make the next attempt more calculated. He shifts the conversation to something even more immediate, Alan's future in the clan. The captain delivers the blow. They need to discuss something important, and Alan asks what it is. The tension in the room is palpable as they face each other. Looking down at his desk, the captain tells Alan he's decided that he should leave Naoki's party immediately. It's a move made with the bigger picture in mind. Alan is stunned, asking for a clarification on the clan's rules. He didn't expect to be forced out of the group he's been working with. The captain looks regretful, but his mind is made up. He knows that keeping Alan in a standard party is putting too many innocent lives at risk. He formally asks Alan to end his activities as a standard member of the clan. This isn't a suggestion, it's a strategic necessity for the organization. The captain repeats the request, the weight of the decision hanging heavy in the air between them. He knows this is a massive change for Alan's status. Alan asks if he's being kicked out of the clan entirely. The captain clarifies that he's only being removed from his current party, not the clan itself. He explains the technicality. The clan operates in teams of 3, and they simply don't have work for a solo member in their current structure. This puts Alan in a unique position. Alan realizes this actually gives him more freedom to move while still having the clan's banner for protection. He's intrigued, but he knows there's bound to be a catch. The captain confirms his primary concern is for the sake of the people who team up with Alan. Anyone standing near him is now a target for world-class assassins. Alan listens intently, understanding the logic behind the isolation. He's become a lightning rod for danger, and his friends would be the ones to get burned. A montage of his past battles and the powerful enemies like Goldor serves as a reminder of the heat he carries. Anyone partnering with him lives under constant threat. The captain is blunt. The fact that he's being hunted is entirely Alan's own doing. His revolutionary technology has disrupted the balance of power too much to be ignored. He points out that if Alan truly wanted safety, he would have shared his gun-making techniques with other crafters. By keeping his secrets, he's chosen to be the sole target. Alan agrees, acknowledging that staying unique means he can't hide in a crowd anymore. He accepts the deal, ready to move forward as a solo force under the Holy Guardian name. The Holy Guardian captain tells Alan that he's free to move as he pleases from now on. He suggests using the clan's name as a deterrent against any thugs or pro-Demon King factions that might consider targeting him. Alan nods, acknowledging that he owes the captain for this arrangement. He's a bit surprised that the captain isn't asking for anything in return for such a generous offer. The captain smirks, revealing that he isn't acting out of pure charity. He knows there's a major political payoff waiting for him just around the corner. He explains that the Bayandar affair will be known throughout the entire kingdom by tomorrow, making a massive splash in the news. An illustration of Down Knights shows the aftermath of Alan's overwhelming power. The captain notes that Alan's rising fame will naturally cast a bright spotlight on the clan he represents. Alan listens as the captain explains how this prestige will boost the morale of the other members and potentially increase the clan's overall rank. It's a win for everyone involved. Standing in his office, the captain admits that as a noble at heart, he has a personal interest in seeing his name honored through Alan's future deeds. He formally proposes a partnership. He'll make use of Alan's name and fame, and in return, Alan can leverage the clan's significant influence. He reaches out to seal the deal. Alan gives a sharp, determined look. He's more than happy with these terms and believes the arrangement will serve his own interests well. He accepts the offer, stating that the deal works for him perfectly. This new alliance marks a major shift in his journey. The two men seal the arrangement with a firm handshake, officially starting their mutually beneficial collaboration. The scene shifts to the Royal Capital Training Grounds, a massive stone facility where top-tier military experiments take place. Zained, standing tall in a formal dark suit, apologizes for calling the others for a meeting on such short notice. He's clearly a man of authority and little patience. Hiroshi and Annette are already there. Hiroshi grumbles that this kind of sudden demand is exactly what you get when dealing with powerful, big shots. Annette stays quiet, listening intently. Zane's gaze is intense as he mentions hearing that the prototype was finally complete. He couldn't wait another minute to see the results of their labor. Hiroshi laughs and snaps his fingers, triggering a magical manifestation that draws a golden circle in the center of the room. A replica of an assault rifle appears, its magical stats displaying an attack power of 70 and a 30-round magazine. It looks remarkably similar to Alan's own weapon. Zained picks it up, weighing it in his hands with a satisfied smirk. He's impressed, nodding that this is exactly the level of quality he expected from the kingdom's top crafter. Annette proudly claims she was the one who made it look identical to the original, while Zained marvels at how it's a perfect spitting image of Alan's invention. He tests his aim with the prototype. Hiroshi smirks, adding that the true test isn't in the appearance, but in the power and the feel it delivers during actual use. He's confident in his work. He invites Zained to fire a few shots, certain that the weapon's performance will speak for itself. Zained is more than ready to oblige. Zained takes a combat stance, aiming the barrel of the replica at a row of wooden training targets at the end of the hall. Annette and Hiroshi watch with quiet anticipation as Zained prepares to pull the trigger for the first live test. This moment will prove if their research has paid off. The room erupts with the sound of gunfire as magical projectiles tear through the wooden dummies. Zained is amazed, admitting it really feels like he's firing Alan's own gun. He's absolutely thrilled with the results, praising the weapon's incredible rate of fire and stating that the performance is fantastic. The prototype is a success. The training target is shredded, left with smoking holes where the magical bullets punch through with violent force. The floor is covered in wood splinters. A diagram reveals several high-grade magic stones packed inside the gun's frame. Hiroshi explains that the weapon fires condensed chunks of pure mana to replicate Alan's attack power. Despite the success, Zained asks if they can truly duplicate Alan's design in its entirety. He's not satisfied with just a close approximation. He wants a full copy. Hiroshi looks away, his confident smirk faltering slightly as he admits there are complications. The project is proving more difficult than they initially hoped. Annette confesses that the analysis is rough. Despite her skill, she's already hit a wall after only a few days of study. The internal logic of the original is still a mystery. Zained concludes that if they can't reverse engineer it on their own, They'll just have to steal the blueprints directly from the source. He's ready to take what he needs by force. He grips the replica gun, planning to use it as bait to draw Alan into a trap. He's confident the young crafter won't be able to resist such a provocation. Annette thinks the plan over, realizing that no true crafter could ignore someone else claiming to have invented their masterpiece. They'll turn Alan's pride against him. Hiroshi wonders how they can even hope to find him, given how unpredictable Alan's movements have been lately. He laughs, but he's clearly skeptical of their chances. Zane smirks with a sinister purple glow, claiming that he can predict the boy's next move with absolute certainty. He's already seen right through Alan's strategy. He notes that Alan is currently level 30 and seems completely obsessed with leveling up as fast as possible. This predictability is his weakness. Hiroshi realizes the implication immediately. The only place a level 30 would go to advance right now is the upcoming beginner exam. The trap is set. Zane confirms the plan, standing before a large, glowing magic orb in the hall. He's already made all the necessary arrangements for their ambush at the exam site. He snaps his fingers again, deciding that since they're all here, he should introduce a key player in the coming scheme. He calls out for Rina to make her entrance. A pair of elegant red heels clicks against the stone floor as the new accomplice steps into the room. Hiroshi and Annette turn to see who it is. Hiroshi and Annette look on with polite smiles as the newcomer makes her presence known. The atmosphere in the room shifts toward something more theatrical and dangerous. Rina introduces herself, a long-haired blonde woman in a grand red and white dress with puffy sleeves. She looks every bit the arrogant noblewoman ready to play her part. Zane introduces Rina with a theatrical flourish, presenting his daughter to the group. She stands poised and silent, her expression a mask of calm confidence. Hiroshi is clearly impressed, laughing as he comments on how lovely Zane's daughter is. He seems delighted to have such a high-quality asset for their upcoming plan. Zane continues his praise, explaining that Rina is more than just a noblewoman. She is an exceptionally skilled adventurer. To the group's surprise, he reveals that she has already reached level 30. Annette is taken aback by the revelation, questioning if Zane is truly serious about using his own daughter as a plant. Rina remains unbothered, her eyes closed in a show of haughty indifference. Rina dismisses Annette's concern with a sharp tongue, calling her a low-born girl. She is clearly offended by the suggestion that she isn't capable of handling the mission. A purple aura flares around Rina as she boasts about her own wisdom and beauty. She declares that for someone of her caliber, a scheme like this is nothing more than child's play. Zane taps his forehead, admitting that while he hesitated to involve his daughter, a fellow crafter at the same level is the best way to bait Alan into their trap. Rina strikes a pose, hair flowing as she accepts her central role in the deception. A blue status window confirms her identity. Rina, a level 30 crafter. Rina inspects the replica rifle with a critical eye, looking down at Annette with pure disdain. She mocks the idea that someone of Annette's low status could have conceived such a brilliant strategy. Zane explains the logic behind the ruse. If Alan sees a beautiful crafter like Rina carrying a weapon he believes is unique to him, he'll naturally assume she's the one who invented it. He adds with a smirk that Alan might even fall for her beauty before he even questions the gun's origins. Rina laughs mockingly, fully confident in her own charms. Zane's face is a picture of smug satisfaction as he credits his own, peerless, planning for the success they are about to achieve. He truly believes he's outsmarted everyone. He lists the key components of the plan, Hiroshi's flawless craftsmanship and his own superior strategic mind. They are a team built for domination. Rina adds her own, essential contribution to the list, her unmatched wisdom and beauty. Her gaze turns cold and sharp as she focuses on the task ahead. Standing together, the group radiates a sense of dark purpose. Zane declares that with all these factors combined, there is absolutely no room for failure. Annette looks on with a blank, almost stunned expression. She seems completely overshadowed and perhaps even disturbed by the sheer arrogance of her companions. The scene shifts to the Royal Capital beginner exam venue. A massive crowd of hopeful adventurers gathers beneath a giant, glowing blue magic orb. Alan stands with two temporary party members. They've reached the end of their short journey together and are preparing to part ways before the main event. The female adventurer clings to Alan's arm, jokingly suggesting they go on a date after the exam, but only on the condition that he fails. She seems to enjoy teasing him. She laughs off the suggestion as a joke, wishing him luck as they wave goodbye. Alan remains stoic, nodding as he watches his former companions depart. A system notification appears in a bright blue window. Allen has left the party. He is now officially a solo player once again, ready for the next challenge. Alan looks over his shoulder as another adventurer calls out to him. He wonders if he was always this social, given how many people seem to know him. He recognizes the girl immediately, calling out her name in surprise. It's a face from his past adventures. Emma beams at him, clearly happy to see a familiar face in the crowd. A status window identifies her as a level 30 adventurer. Alan asks if she's here for the beginner exam too. Emma confirms it and notes with a mix of awe and suspicion that Alan has already reached level 30 himself. She recalls their last time partying together when Alan was only level 21. The speed of his progress seems to have caught her completely off guard. Alan listens as she remarks on his insane leveling speed. In this world, such a rapid climb is practically unheard of for anyone but the most elite. Emma giggles, leaning in close and asking him what his secret is. She's genuinely curious about how he managed to climb so fast in such a short amount of time. She proudly displays the 2 submachine guns Alan gave her, admitting that her own progress is all thanks to his incredible weapons. She's become a formidable force in her own right. She explains her ruthless grinding method, repeatedly clearing the monsters right at the entrance of the wolf tunnel. Alan thinks to himself that she's become a total efficiency maniac. Emma's face lights up with a bright, wide smile as she declares it must be fate. She excitedly suggests that they clear the exam together as a team. Alan smiles softly, agreeing that she's probably right. He seems relieved to have a reliable ally for what is sure to be a difficult challenge. An official clears his throat, the sound booming over the noise of the gathered crowd. He adjusts his collar, preparing to address the eager candidates. "Attention," he shouts, his voice silencing the room as he steps up to the podium. The adventurers all turn to face the guild authority in anticipation. The Adventurers Guild executive, a stern man with sharp eyes, officially announces the start of the beginner exam. He commands the room with ease. He begins to explain the rules to the gathered crowd, nodding that the exam will be conducted as a full-scale party battle. Survival is key. Behind him, a magical projection shows a blue dome over a miniature landscape. He explains that everyone will be randomly teleported into a special exam area to fight. A set of chess pieces on a board illustrates the party dynamics. The goal is to be the last party standing, with each team limited to 4 members. He explains the safety measures. The entire area is covered by a special barrier spell that generates individual HP gauges for every participant. No one will actually be harmed. Any adventurer whose HP gauge hits 0 is immediately eliminated and forcibly teleported out of the exam area. The system is foolproof. A high-contrast graphic emphasizes the stakes. Only the top 30 surviving parties will pass the beginner exam and earn their rank. The executive stares intensely at the crowd, emphasizing that because everyone here is level 30, the test isn't about raw power. It's a test of experience and creativity. Alan observes the crowd, pondering the fake HP system. He realizes that this magical barrier ensures their physical bodies won't sustain any real damage during the upcoming test. The scene reminds him of his past life playing ZFO, where the beginner exam also served as the primary tutorial for PvP content. He watches as a simulated battle between armored fighters unfolds on the screen of his memory. Emma is visibly thrilled by the news, her eyes sparkling as she realizes she can finally unleash her full power and fire her weapons without having to worry about safety constraints. Alan holds up one of the submachine guns, reminding Emma that the weapons he crafted already have a built-in safety constraint to prevent lethal harm to others. She looks at him with a sheepish, realizing smile. Alan's expression turns calculating. He decides to whip up a new item before the teleportation begins, something that can bypass the non-harming constraints, but only when targeting their enemies. The guild official at the podium reminds the crowd that teleportation will begin in 10 minutes, urging everyone to finalize their 4-person parties before the time limit expires. Begin preparations at once, the official bellows, his face a mask of stern authority as he concludes his explanation. He stares out over the crowd with an intense, demanding gaze. The hall descends into a flurry of chaotic activity. Adventurers scramble in every direction, their voices overlapping as they shout for healers, tanks, and other specialized roles to complete their teams. High above the main floor, a group of distinguished officials observes the frantic scene from a balcony. They stand in a disciplined line, their expressions unreadable. Mark, the Adventurers Guild executive from the Caldena Republic, adjusts his glasses. He wonders aloud if any of these hopeful examinees are actually capable of one day defeating the Demon King. Lode, the executive from the Lumiere Principality, looks down at the crowd with a grim scowl. He bluntly admits that the adventurers from his own jurisdiction are severely lacking in talent this year. Fauna, representing the maritime nation Leanbell, sighs as she adds that her nation only has 3 examinees participating in the entire event. Her expression is one of weary disappointment. Mark turns his attention to the kingdom's official, expressing his envy over the kingdom's abundance of strong contenders and high participation numbers. Zayn responds with a dark, smug grin. He seems to have a very specific, promising rookie in mind and is clearly enjoying the success of his secret machinations. Down on the main floor, the rookies continue to bustle with activity. Zayn notes that there are indeed some very promising rookies in this batch who have caught his eye. Emma looks at Alan, suggesting that they should take this opportunity to recruit 2 more members to round out their party. She scans the crowd for potential candidates. Alan dismisses the idea immediately. He believes that a useless ally is a bigger liability than an enemy, and he is more than confident in their ability to handle the exam with just the 2 of them. Emma laughs brightly, her face flushing with pride. She interprets Alan's refusal to find more teammates as a direct and high compliment to her own competence as his partner. A pair of pink boots clicks against the stone floor as a newcomer approaches Alan from behind. He senses her presence and begins to turn his head. Rena stands before them, striking a dramatic and confident pose. She introduces herself to Alan, claiming to be a fellow crafter just like him. Alan looks her over with a skeptical expression, nodding that choosing, crafter, as an adventurer's primary class is a very unusual choice that makes her quite the oddball. Rena raises her hand, ignoring his remark. A pillar of pink, pixelated magic erupts from her palm, signaling the summoning of a powerful crafted item. She produces a heavy replica rifle, planting it firmly on the ground before him. With a haughty and blunt expression, she demands that Alan stop copying her original work. Alan's eye narrows to a sharp slit as he stares at the weapon. The sudden accusation and the familiar design of the rifle clearly leave him in a state of suspicion and shock. Rena holds up her weapon, a replica assault rifle that looks remarkably familiar. A status window pops up next to it, showing 70 attack power and a 30-round magazine. Alan stares at the gun, his eyes narrowed as he analyzes the specs. On paper, this knockoff is actually on par with his own craftsmanship. Emma is floored that anyone else in this world could produce a firearm. Rena wastes no time claiming she's the true inventor and that Alan is just a copycat. Alan doesn't even look angry, just bored by the blatant lie. He knows exactly who did the copying here, and it certainly wasn't him. Rena snaps at him to shut up, her face twisted in a mocking grin. She challenges him to settle the debate by comparing their blueprints side by side. She tosses the rifle back to her subordinate and points a finger at Alan. She demands he show his designs right then and there to prove his legitimacy. Alan flatly refuses, knowing she just used the opportunity to steal his work. He's not about to hand over his secrets to a blatant thief. Seeing he won't budge, Rena proposes a high-stakes wager instead. She wants to bet their blueprints on the outcome of the beginner exam battle royale. Alan tells her to stop making up her own rules, but she just keeps pushing. She asks if he's planning to run away like a coward. It's a transparent, cheap taunt, but Alan decides to take the bait. His gaze turns cold as he accepts the challenge. He agrees to the terms. The loser hands over their blueprints to the winner. Emma looks on nervously, feeling the tension spike between the two. Rena adds one more condition to make sure no one tries to pass off fakes. The loser must prove they can replicate the winner's gun exactly. Alan's mind is already working, planning his next move. He's confident that once he gets a look at her designs, he'll reveal the trick behind her invention. Emma hesitantly raises her hand, trying to interject between the two stubborn crafters. She asks the obvious question: what happens if neither of them actually wins the exam? Both Alan and Rena shut her down instantly, dismissing the idea as impossible. Emma can only smile awkwardly as they both radiate absolute confidence. Zane checks the time, signaling that the pre-exam formalities are over. It's time to get the show on the road. In the center of the hall, a massive teleportation circle begins to hum with golden energy. Rena spins on her heel with a theatrical flourish, wishing Alan luck in the most condescending way possible. Alan just watches her go, his expression unreadable. He's already shifted into focus mode for the trial ahead. Zane raises a fist and bellows for the beginner exam to officially begin. The teleportation circle erupts in a blinding flash of light, scattering the contestants across the designated battlefield. Beams of light descend upon a vast, mountainous forest enclosed by a massive blue barrier. This is the arena where the next generation of heroes will be tested. Alan and Emma materialize together in the middle of the dense woods, ready for action. A floating HP gauge appears over Alan's head, a gamified element that takes him right back to his days in ZFO. While Emma asks what he's talking about, Alan starts manifesting mana to craft a new weapon. He tells her they should finish this whole thing in 7 minutes. A high-spec rifle manifests in his hands as he sets the timer. He's not here to play games, it's time to hunt. Elsewhere in the rocky terrain, another group lands safely. Rena's party has arrived at their destination. Rena raises her hand and activates a massive crafting spell, her mana glowing a vibrant pink. Instead of a weapon, she manifests a luxury 2-story house right in the middle of the wasteland. She lets out a bored yawn, telling her team she'll be waiting inside until the exam is over. Her party members, a guardian, a sorcerer, and a priest, bow obediently, promising to handle everything for her. Suddenly, the air ripples as their disguise spells are cancelled, revealing a surge of dark mana. The level 30 facades melt away to reveal 3 level 200 rogues. These aren't examinees, they're elite killers hiding in plain sight. Rena's expression turns predatory as she looks toward the camera. For her, the real hunt is finally beginning.